Welcome to another Vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Maverick. Eyes pierce into me from all directions, but I sit still and remain quiet. Wetting my lips, I gaze down at the cards in my right hand. If these Brazilians could kill me with their stares, I'd be a dead man already. Those were the risks of accepting a poker game in Luciano Matias's multi-million-dollar villa. I'm surrounded by fiends. Raising my eyes, I stare at the billionaire in question, with his dark hair slicked back and his brown eyes focused on his lackluster amount of poker chips. Beside him, his associates, Gustavo Cardoso and Fabricio Barbosa, sip languidly from their tumblers. I smooth a finger along the collar of my shirt, a simple white polo. Around me, Luciano and his friends wear dark suits and minimal accessories. No one wants to one-up Luciano, not with the kind of power he possesses. But here, at the poker table, the king on the throne is me, and they're pissed about that. Each round, my stack of chips towers higher and higher. Impatiently, my finger flicks at the corner edge of one of my cards. Eventually, Luciano reveals his four of a kind. His associates murmur and smile amongst themselves. All the smiles die when I display my straight flush. Behind me, aggressive Portuguese splutters out in whispers. Luciano's jaw clenches. Fabricio leans in closer to me, anger teeming off of his gray eyes. "Explain your last move, Hartson." I shrug simply, gathering my chips with an easy move. Gustav tosses his cards on the base. "What's there to explain? Every card has been played in plain sight." "There's no trickery from me," I reply. I sip the tequila from my glass and lean in close to Gustav. I've always played by the rules. That should be enough, right? Out of the corner of my eye, Luciano nods at one of his security guards. I'm no fool. I know that look. I know this damn setup. Luciano is a man whose ego has been torn to shreds. And a man in my position only has one option left if I want to leave still alive. "Bathroom break," I announce, slamming my hand on the baize before rising out of my seat. My stride is quick and quiet as I make my way to the nearest bathroom, more opulent than some homes back in the States. Marble echoes underneath my feet and the walls are painted with gold and white designs. I shut the door behind me and lodge a nearby armchair against the knob to slow down any goons. Clicking my tongue, my eyes scan the bathroom before landing on a semi-opened window. There it is. My escape. Wiping my clammy hands on my pants, I grip the windowsill and hoist myself out of there. In no way, shape, or form am I going to allow Luciano Matias and his men to eat me alive over a damn poker game. The more time I waste, the more bullets they load into their rifles. I jump down from the window and land into the manicured bushes down below, cushioning my fall slightly. There's a large, ugly dent in their once perfect edges, a final damn you to the billionaire who is now after my head. Adrenaline courses through my veins as I sprint down to the motor court, where a line of high luxury cars are situated in an organized fashion. Distant shouts resonate throughout the villa, reminding me that my life is on the line if I stay another moment. Luckily for me, one of the valets left the driver's side door open to one of the cars, with the keys still in the ignition. "Someone's losing their job today," I quip to myself, laughing easily as I slip into the driver's seat and shut the door. A horrified valet worker tries to catch up to me and pound on the windows, but I've already locked the doors and shot him the finger as I peel out of there, tires screeching. I nearly run a security guard over as I blaze out of the villa. In my rearview mirror, I notice a flurry of security guards scrambling in that same motor court, pointing at the dark blue convertible that I just stole from one of Matthias's guests. To no one's surprise, some of the guards start following me in convertibles of their own. I crack my neck and tighten my grip on the steering wheel, annoyed by their incredible level of tolerance for their precious boss. Looks like I'll have to pull some of my old moves today. With a smile, I start drifting through Rio's narrow streets, aided by the oncoming cover of darkness that the night brings. I slam on the horn every time someone gets into my way, tempted to just ram my car into their rear end altogether. I'm not that much of a villain, though, I whisper, beckoning an old woman with a grocery cart to pass across the street before hitting the sharp right turn. Every now and then, I glance into the mirrors and expect Luciano's men to be right on my tail. Their bright and flashy vehicles are distinctive in these streets, so they're easy to track as I maneuver my way farther away from the villa. In the end, I pull into an alleyway and twist the keys out of the ignition, killing the headlights. With bated breath, I wait and watch the rearview mirror in total silence. I don't even want to breathe in case that reveals my current location. If they find me, this is it. Ahead of me, the alley ends abruptly with a concrete wall too high to scale. There's apartments that flank me on either side. Would they mind if I burst through their windows and made a hasty escape through their living rooms? They're probably used to trouble in these parts. I'll never come back here again if I survive this. Mark my words. It feels like ages before I see their cars pass by this alleyway, zipping down the streets in search of me. I let out a deep breath, allowing my head to loll against the headrest. Damn it! I breathe out. I flex and unflex my fingers, somewhat sore by how hard I was gripping that wheel. Damn it! Hidden in the glove compartment, I find a stack of cash that I rightfully claim as mine. Then I abandon the car with the keys in the ignition and walk the streets until I find a seedy little bar still open. They serve me beer, and I give them some of the money I just stole. With my phone, I book the soonest plane back to the States with no hesitation. I've made an enemy of the Matthias family, which will certainly follow me wherever I go. But I'm safer on my home territory than anywhere here. I sip on my beer and pocket my phone, staring at the drunk, dancing couples on the dance floor, and the bartender that polishes glasses behind the counter. The bar patrons speak to me in broken English, smiling at me because I'm a blonde-haired American with a lot of money in my pocket. By the end of the night, I've given away all of the money I took from that car and head back to my hotel, looking over my shoulder almost every step of the way. That general sense of uneasiness doesn't leave me until I'm seated on the plane, a red-eye non-stop flight to Las Vegas. I'm fully expecting to see a bunch of suited security guards infiltrating the plane, guns blazing, shooting me in my seat until my body is riddled with holes. Each minute passes with nervous anticipation. By the time the plane finally rises off the ground, I relax into my seat and ask the nearest flight attendant for some alcohol. "Are you sure, sir?" The woman stares at me with a kind smile, but confused eyes. "Most people aren't drinking at this time. They're sleeping." "I know that," I reply simply. "I still need a drink." "If only you knew the type of night I had, you wouldn't be questioning me like that." With a nod, she disappears to find me some wine. I crack open my window, staring down at the city lights that I had grown to love, albeit my short stay in Rio de Janeiro. Maybe one day I'll want to come back here to relive old memories. But the Matthias family doesn't forget old grudges that easily. As long as I'm living and breathing, they'll be after me. They want me to sleep with one eye open for the rest of my life, after wronging their main man. Unfortunately for them, I'm as shameless as I am crafty. They won't bring me down that easily. "Here you are, sir," the flight attendant says, returning with a small bottle of wine. "Would you like anything else?" "That'll be all." It takes me a few seconds to crack open the small wine bottle and down it in a few gulps. The burn courses down my throat and comforts me with its warmth, reminding me that I'm still alive. I'm alive to play another day. Was any of that crazy things worth it? No, of course not. Days like this make me wonder why I didn't take some blue-collar work back in my hometown. I could have lived an honest life. I could have made a decent life for myself. Instead, here I am, fleeing a dangerous family before they gut me alive. My parents wouldn't be so proud of me. But these are the cards I've been playing with for years. I've never been one to tap out, and I'm not going to start now, even if it kills me. Chapter 2. Maverick. The glimmer of this high-rise Las Vegas casino feels like home. Kind of, but this bar gives me the comfort that I've long been seeking since I stepped foot off the plane. To my left, Julian taps his fingers impatiently on the bar counter, waiting for me to finish my scotch. I'm taking my sweet time with it, savoring the flavor, and thanking the heavens that I made it to the States with my limbs still intact. "You're sitting here, acting like everything's fine when it's not," he remarks, furrowing his brows at me. "I told you not to mess with those people, and that's the first thing you went and did." "Who cares about them?" I say, grimacing at the mere thought of Luciano and his goons. "I've already forgotten about them." "Well, they haven't forgotten about you, Maverick," Cynthia remarks, presenting me with her phone that is being blasted with messages from the Matthias family and their associates. She's my assistant, who I pay to browse through the hate messages I get from the people who want me dead, among other things. They think you cheated them. It's not my fault that they don't have enough skill to win at poker games. I shrug, crossing my arms over my chest and glancing at Julian. And I didn't cheat them. That's the full truth. Doesn't matter what the truth is when you're dealing with maniacs like Luciano Matias, he hisses, clenching his fists. And believe me, they don't give a damn about the truth. They only care about their ego. Cynthia shakes her head and pushes her glasses farther up her nose bridge. "Maverick, please think about your next move. I think you should skip your next high-profile game. Something bad might happen." I scoff, rolling my eyes. I'm not afraid of those damn suckers. Julian waves over the bartender, asking for some scotch, while he rips his hair out over what I'm putting him through. He's my friend and I love him, but he's got to cool down sometimes. I know what I'm doing. Taking out my grandpa's King of Hearts card and flicking it within my fingers, I stare at Cynthia and give her a solemn nod. I'm going to the game. I bow down to no one. Cynthia's brown eyes look saddened by what I'm telling her. Her shoulders slump slightly. Are you sure? You're putting your life on the line. You know that, right? Of course I do. With a sigh, she continues to fiddle with the phone. And what do I do about all of these messages? They're pretty hard to ignore. I can't believe you can just shrug off threats of mutilation and worse. Because it's never going to happen. I smile, winking at Cynthia. Do you really think Luciano would expose himself as a cold-blooded murderer to the rest of the poker world? He'd be barred from everything here on out. He wouldn't dare. Shooting a glance over my shoulder, I watch as the poker tables rage on throughout the casino. Cards flick across tables. Poker chips scatter across the green bases. Drinks flow and laughter echoes. I rise from my seat as I finish the last of my drink. To be nice, I send a smile to both Julian and Cynthia, even though they both look like they're completely over me at this point. I like having them around. I'm gonna go play some rounds, if that's all right with y'all. Julian frowns. Really? You almost died over poker, and now you want to play some more? This is my life, Julian. I can't give it up because one crazy dude wants to kill me. You're acting as if he isn't one of the most powerful people in all of Brazil, Cynthia pipes up, pocketing the phone after putting it on mute. I wouldn't do that if I were you. If word got out that the Matthias family thinks you're a cheat, then... I shake my head. No one would believe that fool. Let loose, guys. I'll see you in a few. Despite the disapproving glances coming from them both, I turn on my heels and head to the nearest table about to start a new round. A thrill fills my body whenever I play poker. I'm good at what I do. I dominate whoever I play. Why would I ever stop? But what if they're right? What if my life is truly on the line? The intrusive, pessimistic thoughts fade away as soon as the round starts. Time flies, my wins are secure, and I'm soon in need of some fresh air. The casino air feels stuffy, and I need a clear head before jumping into the next round. Outside, there's a few people smoking as cars drive in to get collected by the valets. Around me, people flow in and out of the sliding doors of the casino. Fresh, new faces get excited to play at the slot machines or try their hands at poker. I'm about to ask the gentleman next to me for a smoke when a sudden movement catches my eye. A sprinting figure. Security chases him, calling out for him to stop. No, 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 no! The man shoves into me and a piercing pain shoots up my side. I yell out in pain and in confusion and quickly feel a wetness pooling at my side. Blood stains my hands and oozes down the right side of my body. Suddenly, my vision becomes spotty. Holy cow! A voice cries out, "Someone call an ambulance! He just stabbed this man!" My body slumps over involuntarily. My knees buckle, sending me to the ground with a groan. They're screaming around me, as well as the sound of slamming feet against the concrete floor. On instinct, my eyes close. What just happened? I need help. Someone needs to help me. The darkness threatens to consume me, but I fight back for as long as I can. Sirens wail in the distance, thank God. There's movement around me, and soon I hear paramedics talking in jargon above my body. They hoist me on a stretcher after doing their best to stop the bleeding. I grit my teeth, the pain extending throughout my body. My eyes are closed throughout the whole ride to the hospital. I don't want to see what's going on. I don't want to know what they're doing to my body. Damn, I whisper, trying to move but getting held down by a paramedic. Wait. Where's Cynthia and Julian? Can you get them for me? Do they know what's going on? Sorry, big man. I know this is all confusing, but you have to sit still, the paramedic replies. He's dressed in blue scrubs and he has dark hair. Everything will be okay. Don't agitate yourself. How the hell do I sit still when I'm uncomfortable? I hold my tongue and my words as the professionals around me get me situated into the hospital room once the ambulance arrives at the emergency room. After drifting in and out of consciousness for so long, my body finally gives in. I don't know how long I slept, but by the time I wake up, there's someone in my room. I hear talking over the constant beeping over my head. Who's... I squint, struggling against the bright light of the room. Megan? A male chuckles. I nearly jump out of the damn bed, thinking it's Luciano or one of his men, but I'm soon reassured. It's Adamson, he says. When I open my eyes, I'm comforted by his presence. He's staring down at me with a sympathetic expression. What the hell have you been doing with your life, my man? I can hardly talk through the rasp that my voice has become. I just wanted to... You should have left this life already, Adamson interjects. I know you want to. Deep down, I know this isn't what you actually want for yourself. The beeping of the heart rate monitor continues. I swallow hard, trying to soothe the dryness in my throat. Without hesitation, my mind drifts back to the vast expanse of Texas, the lands I've always known, the woman that I left behind so long ago. Her face appears to me as easily as breathing. Her sweet smile, her soft features, her wild curly hair, and the curves that used to drive me wild. I can't believe I left that all behind. For this. Adamson drags a seat over to sit beside me. He plops down into the chair and crosses his arms over his chest. I'll be really pissed at you if you waste your life away, he says in a low voice. It feels like I'm getting scolded by an older brother. You hear me, Mav? I'm serious. I get you, man, I whisper, staring down at my calloused hands. I guess it's time to lay low. You think? Adamson scoffs. You're out here getting stabbed over poker. You need to give it a rest. And go home. I nod, knowing it's the best decision. If it leads me back to her, then that might make it all worth it. If she even wants to see me again, that is. You kept repeating a name while you were asleep, Adamson reveals. He tilts his head at me. Megan. A dry laugh escapes me as I close my eyes and pinch the bridge of my nose. Yeah, that makes sense. Who is she to you? The one that got away, I reply. Or rather, The one I left behind. A heavy silence fills the room. Adamson sighs loudly, slumping into his seat. I'm glad you'll live to see another day, Mav, he says. I hope you get to see her again. Yeah, me too.
Chapter 3. Megan. Here you are, Miss Layla, I say, smiling wide for the elderly woman. Fresh and hot out of the oven for you. Oh, honey, she says, taking a few dollar bills out of her purse. For this community, I'd give everyone meals for free if things were that easy. You're a real treat. You know that? How's that boy of yours? Alvin is fine. I always perk up when people ask me about my son. When it seemed like I lost everything in my life, my son was the spark I needed to push through. He still is. He's in elementary school, and he's on the honor roll. Ah, smart like his mama. Miss Layla taps her temple. She has her gray curly hair wrapped into a low bun at the nape. Well, I hope I see y'all at the farmer's market one of these days. You should sell these croissants at a stand, Megan. It'll sell. Thank you for the encouragement, ma'am. I'll think about it. I wave goodbye as Miss Layla strolls out of my snack bar. Grabbing the nearest rag, I start cleaning the counters. Afterwards, I make my rounds to the customers, making sure everyone is comfortable. I greet them by their first name and offer them jokes, smiles, anything to make them feel better. Hey there, Megan. How you doing? Doing good, Harvey. Doing good. I blow a stream of air out of my mouth, moving the stray curl from out of my eyes. It's getting hotter and hotter nowadays, don't you think? Not as hot as you, sugar. James replies with a wink. He's an older man with a lot of money and a lot of free time on his hands. Since he leaves a hefty tip every time he comes, I like to keep him happy. The smell of coffee and pastries wafts through the air. I bustle around the snack bar, serving customers as they come in. I work fast, knowing that people are more likely to leave tips and good reviews if they're well treated. However, I stop in my tracks once I see my son trudging through the front door of my shop, brushing past a group of teenagers I just served chip bags to. He's frowning, slumped over with his school bag hanging on his back, and there's a bruise on his cheek. Alvin? I drop the rag in my hands, rounding the counter to reach him. Alvin, baby, hold on. Look at me. No, Mama, he whispers, bottom lip quivering as he shrinks away from my touch. He sits down, sets his bag down, and tries taking out his homework. But I'm insistent. Alvin, look at me. I'm not going to tell you twice, young man. Although he's hesitant, Alvin slowly lifts up his chin and looks me in the eyes. He looks so much like his father. With each day, he becomes more and more like Maverick. My son is mixed. While he has curly hair and brown eyes, he's got caramel skin, a few shades lighter than mine, and the sharper features of his father. Even though he's Maverick's twin, there is no Maverick Hartson around to raise him, love him, and give him the support a young boy needs. Number he walked out on us a long time ago. I've been supporting us ever since. We don't need Maverick around. It's just us. It's always been us. And that's enough. Baby? I crouch slightly to meet him at eye level. My hand gently caresses his cheek, where the dark bruise splotches across his skin. Who did this to you? The boys at school, he says, eyes downcast. They said I don't have a dad. They make fun of me for that. They push me around and hurt me and say that nothing will happen to them because my dad won't come to help me. He sniffles loudly, wiping at his eyes as he speaks. My thumb trails across his cheek, catching his tears as they fall. And did you fight back? Duh, he says, looking at me like I'm crazy. I had to. I've got to be the man of the house, Mama. I have to defend me and you when people start being mean to us. Whoa, hold on. I raise a brow at my boy. Who said I can't defend myself, little man? Alvin shrinks in his seat. Well, I thought I had to be the man of the house. That's what everyone tells me. Well, we've already got the woman of the house, and I can take on both roles at once, I reply. Stay put and sit still. I'll give you some ice for that nasty bruise on your face. As I make my way to the freezer, it takes everything within me not to break down in tears behind the counter. My boy is getting injured over circumstances not in his control. Guilt fills my heart. I feel like I've failed him. I'm failing Alvin by not protecting him. Grabbing a frozen bag of sweet corn, I bring it to my son and place it on his upper cheek. He winces at the cold, but he doesn't complain. Brave boy. Here, hold it like this. It'll help the bruise go away. Thanks, Mama, he says, holding the bag with his left hand while he scribbles on his math sheets with his right. Get your homework done, okay? And don't worry about what those boys tell you, I advise, leaning close to him so that I can run my fingers through his curly hair. You need to focus on yourself and your education, nothing else. I know that, Mama. I love you, okay? I kiss his temple while he nods. I love you so much. Never forget that, Alvin. My voice involuntarily cracks as I say those words. When the door chimes and another crowd of customers come in, I go back to work. My son remains in my peripheral vision, working diligently on his homework as I complete the rest of my shift. I'd do anything to give him a better life. I wish I could earn more so that we could afford healthy food and better clothes. I wish I had the money to send him to a private school, away from the kids who like to torment him because his dad didn't have the balls to be a real father. How long will I suffer like this? Life can throw whatever it wants at me, it doesn't matter. But don't hurt my son. Please don't hurt my son. Megan? I blink, snapping out of my daze. Franny stands before me in a polka dot dress, smiling wide at me as she hikes her purse up her shoulder. Sorry, I was lost in my head for a second there, I whisper, shaking my head. Then I start forcing a smile. What would you like? Just a plain coffee, please. Did Alvin get hurt? She asks, glancing at my son. He had some nasty splotch on his face. Yeah, he got into a scuffle with the boys at school. Boys will be boys, am I right? I grimace. No, I don't want my son getting into pointless fights at school. Franny shrugs, sliding me the money and putting a few dollar bills in the tip jar. It's kind of inevitable. He's a target and he has to protect himself. Kids around here are relentless. Her words are like a dagger to the heart. Knowing that there's truth to her comments, the dagger twists around even more so. After I pass her the coffee cup, I gaze at my son. He leans his chin on his hand, poking at the frozen bag of corn with his pencil. Sighing, I continue serving the rest of my customers, even though I wish I could sit across from my son and give him the advice he desperately needs to deal with the bullying. Whenever I get a small moment of inactivity, I rush over to his table to check out on what he's doing. He has finished his homework, so he's been doodling in his notebook and showing me the drawings. He loves animals, so there's squirrels and cats amongst his drawings. There's also a lot of drawings of me, cooking, holding his hand, smiling alongside him. He draws me with a wild head of curly hair, and I point that out to him. Very accurate. I know, he says. It makes you pretty. Thank you, honey. I value the small conversations we share between serving customers. He's incredibly patient with me. I know it can be boring to sit around while I finish my shift, but he's willing to do that for me. I can't afford to put him on the basketball or soccer team right now. You have to work harder. You need to work so hard for your son, so go do it. One of my customers asks for a chocolate croissant, so I warm it up for her. I sneak an extra one into the oven for my son. As I make my way over to his table, I snag a juice box from behind the counter and serve him the croissant on a plate. Then I poke the straw into the juice box and give it to him. Thanks, Mama. You're the best. Anything for you, honey? Would you like anything else? Alvin picks at his croissant before glancing up at me. Do you think we can buy a TV anytime soon? My friends keep talking about baseball games and I want to watch them. I can't afford a TV nor the tickets to the baseball games my son wants to attend. Maybe for Christmas, I say, ruffling his hair. Alvin gives me a weak smile. You say that every year. I mean it this time. I promise. Tears prick my eyes as I make my way back to the counter. It feels like someone took a sledgehammer and slammed it into my chest. Meanwhile, my son eats quietly by himself, never complaining and putting on a strong face regardless. Chapter 4. Megan. Smoothing out my dress, I sigh softly as the evening rush dies down, and my day at the snack bar comes to a close. I've already let Alvin's babysitter know that she'll need to take him for the night, as I'm treating myself to a rare outing. First with my friends at the local bar and grill, then later with my parents. They never approved my relationship with Maverick, so when I got pregnant with Alvin, they started treating their grandson like a burden rather than a blessing. That was enough reason to cut them out of my life. Still, I miss them at times. It's only natural. They've invited me out for a meal later today, which I've accepted. But if they try to insult my son, I won't hesitate to disappear from their lives again. Hey there, Miss Zane, Janice greets, walking through the front doors and sending me a wave. She notices Alvin and smiles wide at him. Hi, Alvin. Ready for a fun night of board games? Alvin shrugs and laughs softly. Janice is one of the few people who can get him to laugh easily. She's almost 19, going off to college in the fall, and she reminds me of how I used to be. Curly hair, big brown eyes, caramel skin, and a love for life and adventure. She's a smart girl. She's got a bright future ahead of herself. Thank you for coming in at the last minute, honey, I tell her as I lean on the counter. Glancing at my watch, I realize that I'm already late for the outing with my friends. Don't worry about it. I love spending time with Alvin. He's like a little brother to me, Janice replies, reaching out for Alvin's hand to take. Come on, maybe we can have some ice cream after dinner, but only if you eat all your vegetables this time around. Alvin scoffs. Yuck. I laugh as I watch them leave together. Then I gather my purse, lock up the snack bar, and hurry over to my old beat-up truck that takes a few moments to rev up. One of these days, it'll break down. I'm only anticipating that trashy moment. Once I get to Louie's Bar and Grill a few minutes away, I double-check my appearance and straighten out the wrinkles in my dress. I hardly have the time to iron my clothes nowadays. Gloria, Elias, Patty, and Caitlin sit at the table on the far end of the restaurant, waving me over once they see me enter. They're already enjoying some cold drinks, courtesy of happy hour. I'm eyeing the drinks on the cheaper side, not intending to splurge when I have a boy at home who needs good meals and functional shoes. Ah, Megan. Gloria gets up and engulfs me in a tight hug before leading me to sit. God, it's so good to see you out having a good time. When's the last time you treated yourself to something nice? Patty grins, folding her hands on the table. Our Megan doesn't even celebrate her birthdays anymore. Can you blame me? I ask, shrugging my shoulders. Life gets too expensive sometimes, and I like to spend my extra money on Alvin. Y'all know that. That's why I'm paying for your drinks and meal today, Elias says, waving me off as I try to interject. No. I know your games, Megan Zane. After all that work you're doing at the snack bar, you deserve some steak and lobster. Mm-hmm, Caitlin hums, nodding her head. You can't stop Elias from paying. He'll tackle you and throw his card at the waiter before you get the chance to get your purse out. Laughing with my friends, I allow myself the chance to relax and enjoy the loud, boisterous atmosphere. It's in stark contrast to the quiet, lonely home life I've grown accustomed to. My days consist of working all day, then spending my nights with Alvin. There's no time for parties, No time for socializing, and I hardly complain about that anymore. I've found peace with it. Still, it feels nice to joke and talk with adults. They tell me their wild adventures from traveling or their catty drama from the office. I drink and eat and laugh and finally feel like I belong again. My worries become an afterthought. Suddenly, Elias nearly chokes on a bite, and Patty has to smack her hand into his back a few times. He clumsily sips on his beer, but points at the entrance of the restaurant. Behind us, people start cheering and yelling, making me wonder if a celebrity has graced our humble town. But no, it's much worse than that. A celebrity has, indeed, walked into the restaurant. Heads turn, men and women smile wide, and soon enough, there's a small line of people waiting to greet him with a hug and a wistful, "Where have you been all this time? We missed you." A knot forms in my throat. Sweat coats my hands, and my appetite disappears immediately, despite the fact I've hardly touched my food. The owner himself, Louis Smith, comes out to greet him. His hand claps on his shoulder, shaking him slightly. "Maverick Hardson, you look a bit different since the last time I saw you. Lost some weight, have you?" Maverick smiles that same show-stopping grin that makes him the object of admiration in whatever room he's in. "I've been doing some exercising, yes." "And you're still playing poker, are you? Like your grandpa used to?" My God, he was the best damn poker player I had ever seen. "Hey, Richie." Louis snaps at the line cook. "Make him a burger. It's on the house." "Ah, Louis, you don't have to do that for me, man," Maverick says. I grimace. He loves the attention. He's pretending to act humble for the crowd. No, I insist. "Are you staying in town for long? If so, this is a cause for celebration," Louis exclaims, throwing his hands in the air while the people around him cheer on in agreement. Wiping my clammy hands on my dress, I clear my throat and start fumbling for my purse. "Guys, I think I need to go." "What? Why?" Gloria frowns. The party's only getting started. Caitlin places a hand on my shoulder. If only the ground could just open up and swallow me whole. I would much rather be in that position, falling into a pit and disappearing entirely. "Is it because of Maverick?" Caitlin whispers, leaning in close. "I know you guys have some history, but..." My friends hardly know the full truth in regards to what happened between Maverick and I. Neither does the general public. While I've never told people the truth of who Alvin's father is, I think some of them have connected the dots. The timeline matches up between my relationship with Maverick and Alvin's conception. All around me, everyone showers praise on Maverick. If I stay for a second longer, I feel like I'm going to puke my guts out. So much for that steak and lobster Elias wanted to buy me. Tossing a glance over my shoulder, I catch the exact moment Maverick gazes in my direction. Our eyes meet. My body freezes. My fight or flight reflex kicks in, and my mind is screaming at me to get out of there. Oh, damn, he's coming my way. Maverick smiles and offers a small wave. My hands tremble violently and tears start prickling the back of my eyes. "Hey there, Megan," he says, over the loud laughter and conversations that encapsulate us. "I haven't seen you in a while. I've been wondering how you've been." With my mind going blank and my anxiety reaching impossibly high levels, my only option is to run out of there. My friends send me bewildered looks. They'll send me an influx of questions later. I'm sure of it. Right now I have to go. My chest hurts. I have to leave. "Your chest?" Elias asks, raising a brow. "Shouldn't you go to the ER?" "Megan, wait," Gloria says, reaching out. Shaking my head, I continue stammering out my excuses as I hike my purse up my shoulder and make my way towards the entrance. My heart beats like a drum in my ears, and the air around me suffocates me completely. The laughter that I found so endearing now irritates me to the core. My night is ruined, and I have that handsome bastard, Maverick Hardson, to blame. Who does he think he is? waltzing back into town after disappearing for years. He hasn't changed much, not physically. His hair is still blonde, his eyes are still deep blue, his jawline is still sharp, and his muscular frame underneath his casual clothes still catches my eyes, despite the years that separate us. My God, what are you doing? You can't think about him that way. I stand at the front door of the bar and grill, doing my best to fish for my car keys. Standing around is a mistake, I know. And my gut instinct is reaffirmed when I hear the front door of the restaurant open. A familiar figure makes his way towards me, freezing my movements almost instantly. How does he still have this same effect on me? It's as if nothing has changed. "Megan," he says. I glance up, meeting his earnest, sympathetic gaze. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable back there. I only wanted to say hello to you. That's all." So many words rest on the tip of my tongue, but I refuse to let them escape. He deserves some verbal lashings for leaving me high and dry all those years ago, but what good is that rage and anger now? Instead, I offer a tight-lipped smile and clutch my purse close to my body, knowing that I have pepper spray buried somewhere amidst my belongings. "I'm not uncomfortable, Maverick," I say softly, shaking my head. "I just don't have anything to say to you right now."
Chapter 5. Maverick. Her words sting, but I should have anticipated this. It's been years, after all. She's wearing a humble, modest dress that still hugs her curves in all the right ways. Her hair is still curly and wild. She smells like vanilla. Her dark skin glows under the shine of the moonlight. Her lips are plump. She hardly has any makeup on, besides the lip gloss. Megan is a natural beauty. She always has been. "I'm still sorry," I say, leaning on the restaurant wall behind me. Crickets chirp loudly around us, filling in the silence between our words. "I can tell that you were enjoying some time with friends there, and you left when you saw me. So I can only assume it was my fault." She sighs softly, scratching the side of her neck. She hasn't looked me in the eye since I've approached her out here, which is a shame. She has these beautiful hazel eyes that I used to love when we were dating. I'm still fond of them, clearly. "Nothing about this is your fault, Maverick, so don't worry," she replies stiffly, offering brief smiles. "I have to get home. My son needs me, so I can't waste time here anymore." I perk a brow. "You have a son?" Women don't usually shrug me off so easily. It hurts even more so to have Meg and Zane do this to me, given our history. I know I messed up. I know that I don't deserve to be in her presence, but why can't I get even a little bit of grace? Still, I don't vocalize my thoughts to her. I keep an easygoing expression as my eyes trail her features. She searches her purse for her car keys, and once she finds them, she unlocks a red, beat-up truck that looks like it hasn't been washed in ages. Should I offer to take that truck to a car wash for her? Or would that just be offensive? Crossing my arms over my chest, I observe her subtle unease at being around me. "Can I ask how your life has been since we last saw each other?" "You can ask, sure, but I don't have to answer," she says, approaching her truck. She holds up a hand just as I open my mouth to reply. "Look, I really don't have the time for pleasantries or anything like that. I really have to get home." My eyes narrow at her. "Do you have a husband now, Megan? Or a boyfriend?" A quiet rage starts simmering within my chest at the thought of another man kissing her, or touching her in the ways I used to. My old possessiveness seems to be waking up after a long dormancy. She presses her lips into a thin line as her arms drop flat at her sides. "No? Why would you ask me questions like that?" I shrug, trying to maintain my indifference. "Curious." "It's none of your business, I'll have you know," she replies quickly, opening the truck door and hopping in. She turns on the ignition and the truck struggles pitifully to get going. But once it does, Megan backs up out of her parking space and speeds out of the parking lot, leaving me in the dust. I stare after her, wondering if I could have approached our encounter with a better strategy. All of her mannerisms made it clear that she didn't want to be around me for another second. Talking with Megan felt like an uphill battle, one that I kept trying to climb. And I'll still keep climbing no matter what she says, because I like the feeling I get in my chest when I'm around her. My body clings onto the sweet memories we share from when we were young and free, and without responsibilities. Back when we were in love with each other and the world, nothing could stop us. Absolutely nothing. Until her parents got in the damn way. And now, it seems like I've lost her completely to another man who she has promised herself to. I square my shoulders and clench my jaw, wondering who could have swept her off her feet while I wasn't around. No one is better than me. She had to settle for some bum off the street, that's for sure. Countless women came in and out of my life throughout the years, but I've never been able to forget Megan, not once. Now that I'm back in town and she doesn't want to talk to me, there's a sinking feeling in my chest that I can't shake off that easily. Retreating back into the restaurant, I'm greeted by Louie and a steaming plate of burger and fries. I sit beside Gus and Kane, who pat me on the back and treat me to a free beer. I haven't consumed anything since I got off the plane from Las Vegas. Cynthia told me to take care of myself while I laid low in my hometown, so I might as well enjoy this. "How you been, Maverick?" Gus rasps, taking a gulp from his beer and letting out a satisfied sigh. "Still a professional gambler, are ya?" "Of course, I've made a name for myself in the industry. Earning a lot of money." Kane pipes up, munching on his steak loudly. "I don't know how you've done it, boy, but your grandpappy did the same thing. You all have a real skill for them card games, I'll tell you that." My grandfather's King of Hearts card rests quietly in my back pocket. He taught me everything I know. Since a young age, I would obsessively play poker games until I was leagues better than everyone around me. It was only natural that I decided to go professional. But in doing so, I might have lost out on the one thing I've always wanted in life, an honest woman to keep by my side. Throughout the rest of the night, old friends and acquaintances walk up to me and strike up conversations. They ask about my life, my ambitions, and what I've accomplished so far. The attention feels nice, but it's all coming from the wrong people. I only want one person's attention right now, but she already left because of me. My mask is slipping, I realize after I spend another conversation absent-mindedly nodding along to Isaac Shaw's experience playing poker. He talks and jokes, but all of his words enter one ear and shoot out the other. I've tapped out a long time ago. The only reason I'm still here is because Louie keeps feeding me free food and dessert. "So what are you going to do next now that you're in town?" Oliver Reed asks after finishing his rant about who knows what. "Are you staying for a while? Are you searching for a girl to marry?" Now that makes me laugh. "Why do you think I'm searching for a wife?" Oliver shrugs. "Well, a lot of men tend to settle down at your age, you know? They find a good girl, marry her, have a lot of kids, and get the nice white picket fence life that everyone wants to live." I press my lips into a thin line. Then, I sigh. I don't think I'm ready to settle down just yet. I haven't found the one. "Nonsense," Oliver replies, laughing out the word. "I think you have, but you haven't realized it yet." My laughter rings hollow, but his words strike a chord in me. What if he's right? What if they're all right? I think back on what Adamson told me at the hospital while I was still healing. He wanted me to return here and find the woman who I've never been able to forget. Megan. But I'm here and she wants nothing to do with me. So, what do? Pester her until she gets a restraining order against me? If she's married, then I'll have to deal with her joke of a husband, and I don't mind having to knock his skull around to boost my ego. God damn, I really don't have a clue what I'm doing. This is very unlike me. I always know my next move, my next plan, where my life is going to go next. Right now, I'm wandering aimlessly through the town that raised me, and I'm chasing a futile goal that doesn't seem like it'll come true. Around me, people laugh and smile at me, and I do my absolute best to engage with them. But for the first time in a long time, I don't want to be the center of attention. I want to be alone. I need to think. I need to reassess what I'm going to do with Megan, because I'll be damned if I have to give up that easily. The night goes on and I catch up with old friends who are amazed to see me. Some of them swore that I was going to be homeless, depending on poker games as a means for survival. It's okay if they don't have the finesse to win like I do, but I don't like the way they're projecting that insecurity onto me. After a while, I get tired of hearing these empty conversations and escape out the front door. I lean against the restaurant and gaze at the parking space that Megan used hours prior. Now it's been replaced by a huge white truck with a front bumper nearly as tall as I am. Staring up at the night sky, I wonder what my life would have looked like if I hadn't left Megan behind all those years ago. What if I fought for us and our relationship instead of getting intimidated by her parents? What if I would have been proud of my poker skills back then as I am now? Then they wouldn't have convinced me that I was a bum undeserving of their daughter. Things would have been different. Things would have gone well for us. Now, I'm alone with my thoughts, haunted by my past, and unsettled by what awaits me in my future.
Chapter 6. Megan. I canceled my meeting with my parents and went straight home for the night. Emotionally, I'm exhausted, and I don't have the patience to deal with their questions and attempts to pry into my life. Not after seeing Maverick again. Gently opening the front door to my apartment, I tiptoe inside and kick my shoes off at the door. Then, I hang my purse on the coat rack and toss my keys into their hold. Alvin is asleep and Janice has been long gone, so I plop onto the couch and stare at the jagged ceiling. Why the hell did he come back into my life? I ask, placing a hand over my forehead. My skin heats up just thinking about Maverick again. And what has he been doing all this time? Thoughts of Maverick with other women in other cities flood my mind. For some reason, they make me extremely uncomfortable. My skin prickles and bile rises up my throat, which causes me to prop some pillows behind me to keep me upright. Jerk, I whisper, shaking my head. He ruined my dinner, and he ruined my night. Despite the fact that my body is tired, my thoughts don't let me fall asleep. I toss and turn on the couch, thinking about Maverick and what could have been. My mind keeps replaying our brief encounter over and over again, as if I'm undergoing some sick torture that refuses to let me rest. Before I know it, it's 5 a.m. and Alvin has to get ready for school. There's no use moping around on the couch over his father, so I pack him a sandwich and fruit for lunch while he takes a shower. When he emerges for breakfast, I've had the time to whip up some pancakes and scrambled eggs for my son. "Wow, Mama," Alvin says, adjusting his polo collar as he sits at the table. "Thanks for the food." "Sure thing, honey," I reply. As I stare at him, all of his similarities to Maverick remind me of my predicament. Sighing, I turn on the faucet and clean up some dishes. "Was last night fun?" "Yep. We played some card games and Janice taught me how to play poker. I'm not really good at it, though. She beat me twice," he explains, shoving the eggs into his mouth. "I still don't understand the rules." I point at his mouth. "Don't talk with your mouth full, honey. That's bad manners." He nods, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Sorry, Mama." Poker. That damn game keeps making an appearance in my life whether I want it to or not. It sounds like Alvin doesn't have an obsession with the game like his dad did, so I'm in the clear. For now. "Did you get all your homework done?" I ask, bringing my cup of coffee to the table to sit with him for a while. I don't usually get the time to speak with him in the morning, so I guess my night of restlessness was useful for one thing. "Do you still need help with your math homework? I have some time right now if you need it." "Thanks, Mama, but I think I've got it. My friend Caleb is a math whiz, so I'm going to ask him for some help." "Good, but remember not to blindly copy off his paper," I say, giving him a stern look. "You'll learn nothing that way." Mmm. He nods his head through a mouthful of pancakes. This time, he remembers to swallow his food before speaking. I want to get on the honor roll, so I've been focusing really hard on math. That's good, baby. I run my fingers through his curly hair, brushing some of the strands out of his eyes. I'm very proud of you. Don't forget it. Once he finishes breakfast, I help him get his backpack ready. I pack all of his essentials, his notebooks, his pencils, his erasers. I also make a mental note to set aside some cash for his new shoes. The bottoms of his current sneakers are starting to peel away. Together we walk to the bus stop, and he talks about his doodles. He loves drawing butterflies and insects, as well as nature and wildlife. My boy has a deep love for the world around him, and I want to encourage his passions. But things would be a lot easier if I had some more money lying around. I watch as he enters the yellow bus that whisks him away to school. Then, I make the lonely walk back to my apartment, where my truck awaits me. My stomach grumbles, but I power through to make it on time to the snack bar. I use the last of the eggs for Alvin's breakfast. Thankfully, working on my feet gives me a sense of normalcy, despite my tumultuous night and early morning. I smile at my customers, who come bright and early for some pastries and coffees. There's a shine in your eyes today, Megan, Lylan says, dropping a few dollars into the tip jar. I smile through the fatigue. Is that so? The older man nods. Do you have a boyfriend, making you feel that way? No, sir. I shake my head as I wipe down the counter. There's no time for love and romance around here. Ah, that's not true, Lylan replies. There's always some time. You just have to make room for it. The rest of the morning goes relatively smooth. I'm having a particularly enjoyable conversation with June and her daughter Annie when the doors to my snack bar chime, and all of the happiness on my face fades away in an instant. Maverick walks in, accompanied by Justin King, a friend of mine. My fist clenches, scrunching the rag in my hand into a tight ball as I watch them approach. It takes a lot of willpower to remember to smile. Hello, gentlemen, I say. Though in my mind, I want to ask who he thinks he is, walking into my business like this. What would you like? I've got a lot to choose from. Yeah, I was just telling Maverick that you've got one of the best snack bars in town. She has such a wide selection to choose from. It's crazy. And Megan works the counter by herself. Is that so? Maverick asks, raising a brow. He leans on the counter. How do you do it? It must be difficult getting through shifts alone. It's what I've always done, I reply swiftly, hearing the cut to my words. Offering a tense smile, I place my hand on my hip and continue clenching the rag in my other hand. So what would you like? I have other customers to serve, so I can't stand around and make conversation. Justin tilts his head at me. You usually do. Not today. I hustle to the coffee machine and start making a latte for Diana. I glance over my shoulder at Maverick and Justin. There are menus over there if you don't know what to order yet. Please don't clog up the line. Maverick stares at me, not intending to move just yet. I was hoping to talk with you a little bit. Can't you see I'm busy? I shoot back, gesturing towards the other customers. Come on, dude, Justin says, tapping his chest. Maverick is wearing a light blue shirt that isn't buttoned near the top, showing off his muscular collarbone. Let's just sit down. I'll get you a coffee. No, I'm going to place my order. I know what I want, Maverick replies, never breaking eye contact with me. His insistence makes my jaw clench. Throwing down my rag, I round the counter and grab Maverick by the wrist, pulling him out of the line and off to the side. He's got a look of amusement on his face that dies quickly the moment I open my mouth. What do you want? I snap. I'm serious. I'm very busy right now, and I can't deal with your attempts to get a rise out of me. Get a rise out of you? He repeats incredulously. Megan, I just wanted to talk to you. That's all. In his expression, there's surprise and maybe a hint of hurt. His words and his actions tell me that he's desperate to get close to me again, but I know better than to fall for his charms. He'll bring my guard down and leave again like he always does. It's not good to put your trust in someone like Maverick. Can it wait? I have bills to pay. Maverick's face softens, and a small frown soon tugs at his lips. Sighing, my shoulders slump as I return to my counter, taking Justin's order while he side glances Maverick every now and then. Is everything okay between you two? Justin asks. I nod. Everything's peachy. Don't worry. If there's some tension or beef between y'all, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have brought him here if I would have known. You brought new business to my shop, I reply with an easygoing laugh. So you've actually done me a favor. Justin nods, but he looks unconvinced. Who the hell am I kidding? I'm pissed, and I think everyone around me knows it. I spent years building my life back up from nothing after Maverick left me behind. He's got way too much entitlement to think I'll drop everything and run to him just because he's decided to give me the time of day. Well, guess what? He doesn't deserve anything from me. Not a glance. Not even a good morning. As much as the compassion within me wants to give him a chance to explain himself, I'm far too stubborn to listen to my heart. I keep my head down and my eyes away from him, drowning out thoughts of Maverick as I work diligently to provide a roof over my head and my sons.
Chapter 7, Maverick. So many questions remain in my mind. How has she been? Has she moved on with someone else? When did she have her son? How was pregnancy for her? Yet when she looks at me with so much disdain for approaching her while she works, I keep all of my remarks to myself and simply retreat to an empty table while I let Justin do all the talking for me. I lean my chin on my hand while I gaze at her, bustling behind the counter as she serves pastries, snacks, and coffees with a wide smile. Her curly hair is tied into a low bun at the base of her neck, a few curly strands escaping the hold here and there. A thin layer of sweat coats her skin as she works. God, she's so damn breathtaking. When Justin returns with 2 coffees and a croissant, he lets out a low whistle as he sinks into the chair across from me. Geez, dude, what did you do to her to make her so pissed off? Justin asks, sipping languidly from his coffee. Above his head, a local meteorologist drones on about the incoming rainstorm anticipated for the weekend. Megan isn't usually like this. No, I smirk. That must mean I'm special. Yeah, but not in a good way, Justin replies, glancing at Megan. She's got a lot on her plate, I guess, so don't take it too personal. But damn, she looked pissed to see you. Holding back a sigh, my finger picks at the paper label on my coffee cup. Thoughts of the past become difficult to ignore, especially when there are so many happy memories that Megan and I share. Our first date was at a local park in town. I still remember what she wore on that day. A yellow sundress that contrasted beautifully against her darker skin tone. Her curls were big, bouncy, and beautiful. And I kissed her by the day's end because I couldn't help myself. We continued going out together anywhere we could. The aquarium, the zoo, museums, and restaurants. Of course, as an enamored teenager back then, I didn't have a lot of money to spend, but I tried to make our dates special. When Megan told me that she loved me for the first time, I felt like I was floating. I was a kid with no prospects for the future, but at least I had a beautiful girl to call my own. She was everything to me. She brought me true happiness, but her parents never liked me. The first time I met them, they laughed in my face when I said that I wanted to play poker professionally. They said it would never work, that I would be a jobless bum who would never be able to support their daughter. Finally, when they had enough of me, they told me to stay away from Megan. The conversation still haunts me. Without another word, I left. I didn't just leave Megan behind, but I left behind my hometown and everything I had ever known. I wanted to prove them wrong, and I did, but it came at the cost of my first love. Maverick? Justin asks, tilting his head at me. Are you all right, man? You zoned out on me there. Yeah, I'm fine, I reply swiftly, taking my coffee and gulping it down. It's already lukewarm. I just have a lot on my mind, that's all. I've done some thinking since I've returned to town. Yeah? That's good. Everyone needs some time to recharge and reflect, Justin says, tipping his cup in my direction. So, what do you plan on doing here? Any special vacations? Creating a startup? My eyebrows shoot upwards. Damn, I'm ambitious, but not to those extremes. I want to make amends and figure my life out. I got into some heavy things recently. I think I had some sort of midlife crisis, even though I'm only 29. Justin barks out a laugh. Sure, but you've experienced a lot in those 29 years, so I don't blame you for having a freakout. I saw online that you got attacked at some casino in Vegas. Is that true? My tongue swipes across my teeth in thought, wondering if Luciano would be audacious enough to send his killers to my hometown to finish what they couldn't do back in Las Vegas. It's true. I pissed off some important people in Brazil during a poker game, and that whole mess led me back home. Wow. Cheers to that. Justin taps his coffee cup against mine. But aren't you scared that these important people are still looking for you? A little bit, maybe. Cynthia has informed me that the threats against my life haven't stopped, despite the fact that my would-be murderer sent me to the hospital already. But I'm banking on the fact that someone else will wrong him and he'll shift his attention to them instead of me. Well, that's possible. But if there's money involved, he's always going to be out for your head. You don't mess with a rich man's money and come out unscathed, at least not in my experience. My eyes narrow at the dark-haired man in front of me, whose green eyes twinkle with malice. Are you hiding things from me, Justin? He smirks. Nope. Don't let me find out that you're some covert double agent who's been crossing rich men your whole life. No, dude. But I've seen people get caught up in gang stuff, and it's never pretty. This sounds eerily similar, so watch yourself. I don't want to see you get hurt over this poker thing, man. I'm sure I'll be fine. In reality, I don't know when my life will return to any semblance of normalcy again. The soreness in my side reminds me that life is fickle. I could have been snuffed out with ease back in that casino, but I made it. That must have been for a reason, right? A loud clash echoes through the snack bar, jolting Justin and I in our seats. A gasp soon follows, along with Megan nabbing a television remote and raising the volume of the local news report higher. Someone hurries over to pick up the metal tray she dropped on the floor. We have received reports that a white truck has crashed into a school bus carrying an unknown number of children. Police and ambulance are already on the scene. Furrowing my eyebrows, it doesn't hit me why Megan is so upset until I remember that she mentioned having a son. Rising from my seat, I walk over to her side and gently touch her arm. She doesn't react. Her eyes are fixed on the television screen, and her breathing becomes staggered. Megan, what's wrong? I ask, leaning in close. Are you feeling okay? You look like you're about to faint. Megan's breathing gets even more erratic as she raises a hand to her mouth. As I gaze at the television, the extent of the damage on the school bus soon dawns upon me. The truck struck the side of the bus, causing extensive damage. The truck itself looks totaled, and the driver is being hauled to a police car in handcuffs as a reporter on the scene describes the damage. According to some of the eyewitnesses here, the school bus was waiting at a red light when the truck appeared. The driver is a white male in his mid-40s who was, according to the police, arrested before for driving under the influence. We're still learning more details about the status of the children. Oh my God, Megan whispers. She ignores my questions completely as her eyes start filling with tears. God, no, please let Alvin be okay. My God! A woman exclaims. Everyone in the snack bar remains fixated on the screen. Some start frantically calling people on their phones while others are despairing at the sight of the truck caving in the side of the school bus. Children's lives have been endangered, specifically Megan's son. I know I don't know the kid, but I suddenly feel a strong urge to protect him and to knock out the teeth of the driver who decided to do this on a school day. Megan? I shake her gently and she finally looks at me directly. Her hazel eyes are full of tears. As much as I want to wipe them away, I don't want to push her buttons. Not during a moment like this. Are you feeling all right? What's going on? Maverick, how can you ask me a question like that? She hisses out, gritting her teeth at me. She gestures towards the screen. My son was on that bus! How the hell am I supposed to feel all right? Sorry, I was just checking on you. Jesus Christ, she whispers, pinching the bridge of her nose. Before long, she's waving her hand at me, as if shooing me around. Please, Maverick, just go away. Hell no. I'm not leaving during a time like this. But you need someone by your side. Let me be that person for you, I say. Megan scowls. Why? The last time I needed you, you disappeared out of my life, so you don't get to make that decision for me. I knew that decision was going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Whenever she mentions it, it's like twisting the dagger in the scab all over again. What can I do for you? I insist. I'm not leaving you alone to deal with this. Megan sighs, shaking her head. Why do you keep persisting? Good question. The answer is perfectly clear. My feelings for her have never truly died out. As I stand here and stare at her, I'm realizing that Megan Zane continues to be the object of my desire, even though she wants nothing to do with me. That reality does nothing to deter me, though.
Chapter 8. Megan. Between the chaos happening on the news and Maverick pestering me with his questions, I feel like I'm on the verge of exploding. Tuning out the questions and looks of concern coming my way, I grab my purse and hurry out of the snack bar. Megan, wait! Gritting my teeth at the sound of Maverick's voice, I whip around, and I'm fully prepared to tell him off for standing between me and my son. But something stops me. Maybe it's the sincere look in his eyes, or maybe it's just how handsome he looks in that blue shirt and slacks. Whatever. What? I say, car keys already in hand. I need to get going. Please let me help you, he says, exasperation underlining his words. Please. You're in a tough spot right now, I get it. I totally understand. But I want to be there for you and make sure you don't crash into a damn tree on your way to get your son. I scoff. That's not going to happen. You never know. Fine, come on. I nod towards my truck, unlocking it from a distance and jogging to the driver's side. Maverick hurries to the passenger side and jumps in, making the truck creak and groan at the added weight. After wiping my hands on my clothes, I grip the wheel tight and hardly check my windows before backing out of the parking space and flooring it out of the parking lot. Maverick grips at the armrest, sending me glances that I catch in my peripheral vision. Christ, he mumbles. Do you usually drive like this? No, of course not. My God, are you going to keep asking me stupid questions while my son's life is on the line? Nope. Sorry. I let out a long sigh as we wait at a red light. I'm all but thumping my hand against the steering wheel as I'm forced to abide by traffic rules, as much as I want to start driving on the sidewalk at this point to escape the lines of cars ahead of me. My driving makes Maverick sway and jolt in his seat, which earns me a few more wide-eyed stares as I drive to the collision site. I press my lips into a thin line, staring at the ambulances and police cars ahead. I'm not the only parent who rushed here for their child, so it seems. Leaving the keys in the ignition, I park the truck and jump out of the driver's seat, despite Maverick calling out to wait for him. If he wants to be by my side, he has to catch up. I don't have time to wait for him. Not anymore. Alvin, I call out, scanning the crowd of children in search of my son. Alvin, baby, where are you? Mama, I'm over here. I slam my hand on my chest. Thank God. He's standing with a few friends, alert and uninjured by the looks of it. I duck under the police tape and hurry to his side, collapsing onto my knees before him to engulf him in a long hug. "My God," I whisper, gripping my son tight. "Are you hurt? Does your head hurt? Can you walk straight? How's your balance?" "I'm fine, Mama," Alvin says with a hint of a laugh. "No one got seriously injured. The paramedics asked us all these questions already." Behind me, footsteps approach us cautiously. I rise to my feet and turn around, holding Alvin's hand tight in mine. Maverick stares at my son with a bewildered look, eyebrows furrowing, and a deep frown forming on his face. "Megan, what?" Maverick points at Alvin. "This is your son?" Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I nod and stand in front of Alvin, shielding him from Maverick. "Yes, he is." "And how old is he?" Maverick meets my gaze. The intensity of his blue eyes bore into me, and I find myself fumbling for the right words to say. I don't think I even need to answer that question. The truth lingers within our silence. The longer Maverick stares at Alvin, the more he realizes it. "Almost 10 years old," I reply softly, averting my gaze. Alvin tugs at my hand. "Mama?" Maverick doesn't say a word. Instead of allowing my son to be ogled further, I grab Alvin and start leading him back to the truck. I brush past Maverick, who doesn't stir at the brusque movement. He's frozen in shock, which is a good thing because it gives me enough time to get me and my son out of that mess. "Mama, was that—" "Come on, Alvin. I need to get you home. Give me my phone, will you? I need to call Janice." Alvin searches my bag for my phone and hands it to me once he finds it. I talk with Janice over speaker as I make the tense drive home, leaving Alvin in the care of his babysitter. Janice, bless her heart, doesn't ask many questions when we arrive. She only takes Alvin and leads him into the apartment as I wave goodbye to the both of them. Adrenaline still courses through my veins, making my hands tremble on the way to the snack bar. Unsurprisingly, I find Maverick waiting near the entrance of my business with his arms crossed and a steely expression on his face. I knew this day of reckoning was going to come eventually, especially with Maverick suddenly appearing in our lives again. But I really didn't want it to be today. Why did it have to be today? "Megan," Maverick calls out from his spot. There's a vein popping out of his neck as he stares at me. I sigh, locking my truck and taking my sweet time in walking over. "What was that?" Do I really have to answer these questions when I have a shift to go back to? "Cut the slack already," he snaps. And for the first time since he's reappeared in my life, I'm suddenly taken aback by him. He's hardly ever spoken to me like that before. "Why did you never tell me I had a son? Why did you keep him from me?" My jaw nearly drops to the floor at this man's audacity. "You don't get to say that to me, Maverick. You were the one who abandoned me. Didn't you forget?" Maverick shakes his head. "But did you know about him? Before I left?" "No, I didn't." My fists clench at my sides. "I found out about my pregnancy after you disappeared from town. I was alone throughout the whole damn pregnancy, Maverick. I had to do everything by myself. The appointments, the ultrasounds, the labor, it was all me." Maverick's shoulders slump, and the anger that was on his face earlier slowly ebbs away. Tears muddle my vision, but I'm quick to blink them away. I suck in a shaky breath, feeling the intensity of my pent-up emotions finally bubbling to the surface. It took me years to grapple with what happened between Maverick and I. So many sleepless nights, so many tears I cried. And the only thing that kept me going was my son. Alvin may be the sole reason why I'm alive today. "Please," I say, bringing my hands together as if in prayer. "For Alvin's sake, stay away from him." "What the hell are you talking about?" Maverick blurts out. "I'm not going to stay away from my son. I never knew he existed in the first place, but now that I do, I'm going to do everything I can to make up for the lost time." "No, it's not that easy," I insist, shaking my head. The tears are falling freely now. He's not going to trust you. He thinks you abandoned us, which is the truth. You did. You can't pop back into his life and expect him to love you that easily. That's why I'm going to work for it, Maverick says, shrinking the distance between him and I. Leaving you was the worst decision of my life, Megan. I know that. I can admit that I messed up back then because I had zero self-esteem, and I was easily swayed by the opinions of others. But things are different now. I've grown up, I'm mature, and I want to be in my son's life. With so much resolve in his voice, I don't have the heart to argue with him about this. Nothing I say will convince him otherwise. My priority is protecting Alvin, but how am I supposed to stand between him and his father when Maverick is so insistent on being in his life? Sniffling loudly, I wipe away my tears and straighten out my dress. God damn it, I whisper. Why'd you have to do this, Maverick? Come back to you? He asks with a raised brow. Because it felt right. I knew that I needed to do this, and thank God for that. Otherwise, my son would have continued growing up without a father figure in his life. He needs me, you know. Does he? I retort. It's always been us. Just the two of us. We never needed anyone else because I worked hard to provide for us both. Well, you have to scooch over, babe, because I'm back and you're not getting rid of me now, Maverick replies. I recognize that tone. He means it. He means every single word. Maverick doesn't back down on what he wants. He's been like that since the moment I met him. With how close he's standing to me and with how handsome he looks, that golden blonde hair and those pretty blue eyes that used to make me swoon. I don't know if I can fight him off that easily. Not when he's looking at me like that. Lord knows I was a fool for him when we were younger, and maybe I still am.
Chapter 9. Maverick. Despite my insistence and desire to speak with Megan, she doesn't give me the time of day. I'm not going to cross my arms and accept this treatment, though. Not when my son knows next to nothing about me. Megan, I say, tapping my fingers on the counter of the snack bar, hoping to get her attention. She's all smiles and laughter with everyone else. But with me? Crickets. Come on, I know you see me standing here. I don't have time to talk with you right now, she replies. But I know that nonsense. She knows it too. So why are you talking up a storm with everyone else in this damn building? Because these are my customers, Megan hisses out, frowning deeply at me. I don't have time for you, Maverick. You need to leave. Screw this. Slamming my palm against the counter, I turn around and make my way out of the snack bar, catching a few glances my way. If only they knew what I was going through. If they could take a minute to stand in my shoes, they'd understand why I'm acting like this. Red lines my vision as I hop into my car, rev the engine, and drive out of the parking lot. Remembering the name of the school plastered along the side of the bus that got struck, I head over to the school and notice the kids outside playing on the fields. A deep sigh leaves me, watching them kick their soccer balls and dribble their basketballs along the courts. Some kids are playing softball in the distance. The sounds of excited laughter fill the air, and I wonder where my son is. Alvin! I don't care what Megan says. I want to be in his life. With a new sense of resolve, I make my way to the metal gate where a group of parents wait to pick up their kids. Insecurity strikes a pang across my chest as I stand amongst them, feeling like a phony. What am I even doing here? I shouldn't bug the kid. That might end up making him hate me more. But that quitter's mentality doesn't sit right with me. Not at all. So despite my desire to run with my tail between my legs, I keep a straight face and pretend like I have a right to be there, even when I really don't. Excuse me, I say, waving for the teacher's attention. She stands with a clipboard at the doorway of the gate. She's blonde with dark eyes, with a ponytail that reaches down her back. Do you know Alvin? He's my son. Alvin Zane? She replies, perking up a brow. I've never seen you around for pickup before. Yeah, I just got back in town, I explain, scratching at my nape. I'm unwilling to let this conversation end awkwardly when she might be a key asset in learning more about my son. I'm his father. My name is Maverick Hartson. Oh, wow. She sticks her clipboard under her arm and puts out a hand for me to shake. Good to meet you, Mr. Hartson. I'm Miss Kelly, one of the teachers here. I teach the same grade as Alvin, you know. He's an impeccable student. Really? My heart swells up with pride in my chest. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't much of a brainiac back in school, but I'm happy my son is. Miss Kelly grins. He's more than just that, Mr. Hartson. Your son has shown incredible empathy for his classmates as well. More often than not, he gets nominated by his peers to be the student of the month. He's also a gifted athlete. He plays soccer and baseball very well, according to the physical education teachers. While I've been out in the world playing poker and risking my life, my son has been becoming an incredible little dude underneath Megan's care. I know I should feel happy about that, but a strong influx of guilt and jealousy starts bubbling within me. Why? Why didn't Megan give me the chance to raise my son alongside her? I wouldn't have left. I would have become better. We could have built something together. Feeling in my pocket, my fingers trail along the edge of my grandpa's poker card. My heart rate starts picking up, knowing that I'll get the chance to speak directly with my son. Aside from his nose, the kid looks just like me. It's like staring into a mirror and seeing a younger version of myself looking straight back at me. When the bell rings, smiling kids with their backpacks and lunch pails start filing out of their classrooms and heading out the gate. Parents embrace their kids and ask them how their days went before walking together, hand in hand. That should have been Alvin and I all along. My eyes scan the crowd, and it isn't too difficult to find my son amongst the sea of kids. Nudging my way through the parents, I make my way over to Alvin. His eyes land on mine, but he doesn't smile or greet me. He just stares, clutching onto his lunchbox and keeping ample distance from me. Hey, Alvin, I say, offering a crooked smile. Do you remember me? Yeah, I do, he replies. He stops in front of me, staring at me up and down. You're my dad. My eyebrows shoot upwards. Did your mom tell you that? No, she hasn't talked to me about my dad. She never has, he explains. I keep a straight face, even though that makes me feel even more like a piece of trash. Surprisingly enough, Alvin seems unfazed by my appearance. Has he been anticipating this moment as much as I have? But when I saw you that other day, you looked just like me, he continues. Then he shrugs. So I kind of connected the dots. And have you talked about this with your mom since then? Alvin shakes his head. No, I don't want to worry Mama. She works so hard to provide for us, and I don't want to stress her out. What a considerate little guy. I smile. Do you want to go out and get some lunch together? No thanks, I have to catch the bus. Well, do you want to ride? No. Jesus Christ. The kid looks like me, but has Megan's style of avoidance perfected already. Come on, Alvin, hey. He tries walking away from me, but I stick out a hand and he stops quickly. I just want to talk to you and get to know you a little more. I'm your dad. I'm sorry that it's taken me this long to come into your life. Alvin stares at my outstretched hand and scrunches up his nose. But I don't really need you in my life. Huh? I blurt out, not expecting those words to come out of the kid. What do you mean? Mama and I have never needed anyone else besides Janice. She's my babysitter and she takes care of me while my mama works. Mama has always said she doesn't need a man to be happy, and that I don't need a dad to be strong. What the hell? Why is my son saying this to me right now? On one hand, it's nice to hear that my son has learned to be emotionally mature. But he's still a kid. He's supposed to be young and innocent. He shouldn't be saying things like this. So you don't want to talk to me? I repeat, unable to hide the twinge of sadness that underlines my words. Alvin shakes his head. Not really. I'm gonna miss the bus if I keep standing here and talking to you, and I really don't want to do that. Swallowing thickly, I nod. All right then, be safe. Make your mama proud. Without another glance my way, Alvin makes his way down the sidewalk and disappears when he turns onto the next street over. I'm fighting hard against the urge to chase after him and beg him to talk to me, but I respect his wishes and keep my distance. He's got a strong character, I have to admit that. He probably got that from me. But Megan's the same way, so I can't know for sure. The sadness doesn't truly hit me until I see other father-son duos around me, hanging out and talking and loving each other. They speak about sports or homework, with the fathers clearly having a deep investment in their kids' lives. I've been robbed of the chance to have a connection with my son, and I'm not going to accept that. No way. It'll take some time. But I want to enter Alvin's life. I want to gain his trust. I want him to come to me whenever he's struggling, so that he never has to feel as if he has to take the burdens of the world on his shoulders. Megan has taught him to be strong, resilient, and to carve his own path forward. That's fine, but there needs to be a space for me. I want to be there for him. And on that same note, I want to be there for Megan too. If only she'd let me. This is my family. Megan and Alvin have become my whole world within the span of a few days. Now that I've found that, I don't plan on losing them again. Cracking my knuckles, I make my way back to my car and sit silently in the driver's seat. Parents continue filing out with their kids. I'm an imposter by comparison, unable to name my child's favorite color or favorite sport or what dinner dish he likes the best. That's not going to last for long. I'm going to make it up to Megan and Alvin no matter what.
Chapter 10. Megan. The silence and serenity that falls upon the snack bar after a long shift relaxes me. This is the type of peace I'm desperately needing, especially given how relentlessly Maverick has been pursuing me these days. What the hell is his deal? I whisper, wiping down the counter. My knuckles feel sore. He can't take no for an answer. It's annoying. Day in and day out, Maverick has come to me, asking to be a part of Alvin's life and, by extension, my life. Of course, I tell him to kick rocks each time he does that. Why am I supposed to make space for him when I've already created a life for myself and my son? I don't need him. Lord knows I already have enough on my plate as is. Maverick certainly doesn't need to be another stressor for me right now. Still, he doesn't catch a clue, which pisses me off more and more as the days go on. Glancing at my watch, I remember how the news report on the TV talked about a rainstorm tonight. With the little amount of energy I have left, I hurry around the snack bar and sweep up the last of the trash before gathering my purse. I hike it up my shoulder, ready for the frozen meal that I'm going to microwave once I get home. In the distance, thunderclaps resound and make me flinch from where I stand. I pick up the speed, searching for the snack bar keys and the car keys somewhere in the mess of my purse. But standing outside, amidst the cold wind and chilling temperature, is none other than Maverick. Leaning against the hood of his car with his arms crossed over his chest, he wears a neat polo shirt underneath a leather jacket and some dark pants. I deeply exhale through my nostrils. Always showing off, that bastard. Do you need something? I call out to him, locking the doors of the snack bar behind me. Because I'm going home and I don't feel like talking right now. You never feel like talking to me, he says, kicking off his car. I shrug. Well then, maybe you should take the hint. As I try to sidestep him to get to my car, he steps in my way and looms over me. Despite my efforts to get away from him, Maverick pushes my buttons instead. He doesn't let me leave, and just as I'm about to wiggle away from his grasp, he takes me by the wrist and hangs on tight. Stop it, I demand, wrangling myself free. Don't touch me like that, Maverick. Never touch me like that again. What do I need to do to get your attention? Maverick snaps, just as another thunderclap echoes in the distance. I want to be a part of Alvin's life. I want a fresh new start with him so that I can be a father, and I want to be there for you too. I shake my head. No, we don't need you in our lives. How many times do I have to tell you this? I don't believe you. Maverick loosens his grip on my wrist, allowing me to get away. That's not true, and you know it. You're being really unfair, Megan. You never told me that I had a son, and now you're punishing me for it. You don't get to be the victim in this situation, I shoot back, glaring at him. You don't have any idea how hard it was to survive when I had no one on my side, so just stop it. Megan, I have full intentions of getting away from Maverick. I can't look at him. Every time I do, I'm reminded of the past, of how handsome he was when we were teenagers, and how his beauty remains unchanged. On my weaker nights, I think about how good we used to have it. Those wild summer nights we had at each other's sides, driving fast under the night skies, and kissing gently at the end of our dates. Things aren't like that anymore between us, I remind myself cynically. So there's no use thinking about the good times. They'll never come again. Based on how the clouds are looking right now, angry and gray high above our heads, it would be wise to get out of there and head home. But as I approach my truck, my worst nightmare materializes. God, why? I whisper, bringing a hand to my mouth. Why is this happening to me right now? My front tire. It's completely flat. There's no way I'm going to be driving through the rain like this. Damn. Goosebumps start trailing up my arms. Behind me, I hear Maverick's footsteps approaching. My God, what am I going to do now? Megan, Maverick says. He doesn't take him long to notice what I'm staring down at. Huh? A flat? Do you need some help with that? No, not at all. I search for my phone, clenching my jaw as the lightning and thunder intensifies. I don't need this right now, I really don't. It would be so easy to let me help you. I've got a spare tire in the back of my car. Just let me help you. No, I insist, retreating to the entrance of the snack bar. Maverick follows me, like a moth to a flame. Just leave me alone, will you? No, it's about to start raining hard. Maverick gestures up to the sky, where small droplets of rain are beginning to fall. And I'm not leaving you alone here in the middle of the night, all because you want to throw a tantrum. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I just don't want to speak to you right now. Why? Maverick snaps. What have I done wrong? I've owned up to my mistakes already, Megan. I'm willing to do right by you and Alvin, but every time I talk to you, it's like speaking to a brick wall. A sudden downpour overwhelms us, and I'm forced to retreat under the simple awning that hangs over my front entrance. Maverick, unsurprisingly, stands beside me. The wind picks up, chilling me to the bone. As I search my bag for the snack bar keys, a fearful pang shoots throughout my body once I realize I can't find it. My movements become more erratic as I toss around the things in my bag. My lotion, my makeup, my wallet. Everything else is there, except my damn keys. What the hell? I whisper, a cold sweat taking me over. Where are they? Megan. Shut up for a second, will you? I'm trying to find my keys. Maverick sighs loudly, watching as I struggle beside him. The cold makes it difficult to think straight, and now I'm being pelted by cold drops of rain that hose down above us. Shivering violently, it dawns upon me that I'm stranded here with no way of getting out. There's only one option left. Ask Maverick for help. But my ego doesn't let me take that option. That feels akin to walking over glass barefoot. It doesn't have to be like this, you know, he reminds me, shrugging off his jacket. All you have to do is swallow your pride and say yes to a ride home. Most people would have taken it by now because they're... I roll my eyes. What? Normal? Level-headed? He offers, placing his jacket over my shoulders despite my quiet protests. Not stubborn as hell? You really haven't changed much throughout the years, have you? I have to be stubborn. It's gotten me this far. His leather jacket offers me some protection against the cold, which is nice. Pressing my lips into a thin line, it takes me a moment to muster enough humility to speak. Thanks for the jacket. My pleasure. Maverick leans on the doors, gazing at me. And I'm not leaving until you let me drive you home. Oh, God. Looks like we'll be here a while. Sure. How do you expect to fix that tire, by the way? Do you know how to? Yes, I do. I'm lying through my teeth. I can handle this on my own, Maverick. Thank you. I won't believe it till I see it. He's like a mosquito buzzing around my ear on a hot day. Loud, obnoxious, and insistent, no matter how many times I try swatting him off. It doesn't help that he's also handsome, with muscular arms that I find myself gazing at whenever he's not looking. Focus, Megan. The cold is making you act delirious. I have spare keys to the snack bar, but they're at home, and I can't get home because of my flat tire. I could always call a towing service. Maybe I could hitch a ride with them. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I'll just wait until the downpour ends and I'll be off on my merry way, ignoring the glares and mumbles that Maverick shoots my way about how I'm so stubborn. I have to be this way. Otherwise, Maverick will find it appropriate to snake his way into my life, tear down all of my defenses, and leave me high and dry. Again. Alvin was fortunate not to experience the magnitude of that loss the first time, but this time, he's vulnerable to it. If Maverick gets too close to us, I'll be putting Alvin in danger. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather die. So as much as Maverick whines and complains about how I'm being a cruel person, I'm standing my ground. He's already done a number on me and my emotions, but I won't let him do the same to Alvin. I won't let him hurt my son.
Chapter 11. Maverick. Megan, who is beautiful and kind, but also stubborn and crazy sometimes, continues to deny me the opportunity to drive her home, despite the rain that never seems to end. We've probably been standing outside this snack bar for half an hour, and I ask if she's ready to go home every 3 minutes. She keeps saying no, all while pulling my jacket farther up her shoulders. "This tough girl act of yours has to end," I tell her. "You'll be sorry when you're at home, cold and sick, and dying because you caught pneumonia." "You wish," she replies, staring out into the pouring rain. Some water got on her hair, exacerbating the curls in her already wild hair. "I seriously wish that you stopped following me around, though. It's getting weird. People are going to ask questions. And what are you going to tell them?" "That you're stalking me and I'll be getting a restraining order on you soon," she says easily. "Seriously, what's with the obsession? I've already told you how I feel." "I don't think it's fair that I have a son and you're keeping him from me. That's all." I shrug, not caring if Megan sees me as some sort of stalker who won't leave her and her son alone. Last time I checked, he's also my son. It's not my fault that you never told me about his existence. Do I need to remind you that you had already left by the time I found out? So it's neither of our faults then." I smile, nudging her arm. "Maybe we're both acting like children and should settle this like adults. What do you think?" Megan sighs, shaking her head like I knew she would. Nothing I do, nothing I say gets through to her. She's holding on to that grudge like her life depends on it. "We can both be petty then. That's also an option," I say. "I'm willing to do anything to protect you and Alvin. One day, you'll realize that." When a particularly close thunderclap makes Megan yelp and flinch slightly, my bitterness towards her disappears quickly. I approach her and place an arm around her, pulling her close. Hopefully the heat from my body will be able to give her some relief from the cold. "Maverick, what are you doing?" she asks in a small voice. I can feel her tremors against my chest. "Stop it, please." "You're cold and you're shaking," I remind her. "I'm not letting you die of hypothermia outside of your business, babe." "Don't call me that." Megan sounds weak. My grip on her tightens, worried that she's going to collapse from the cold. "Please, Maverick, I mean it. I don't want this." "Want what?" I whisper, bringing my lips closer to her ears. I can smell her vanilla scent, and it brings back an influx of sweet memories. I'm just trying to help you. No, She drops her gaze, not willing to look at me directly. I don't want to get close to you. It's dangerous. I frown. Are you afraid that I'm going to leave again? Is that it? Megan remains silent, which gives me enough of an answer. As I open my mouth to speak, to dispel her worries and remind her that I want to build something with her, she stiffens and lets out a strangled noise. Damn, she whispers frantically, all but clawing at the snack doors behind her. Maverick, we have to go. Now. Why, what's going on? Emerging from the shadows like a pack of feral dogs, there's a trio of men with sour looks on their faces, staring directly at us. The lightning strikes in the background, making them seem even more villainous than they already are. Please, we need to go, she begs, tugging at my shirt. They're dangerous men, Mav. They've been harassing me and my business for the past month. I thought the police would have handled them already, but... My eyes narrow at them, analyzing their stances and their features. I'm taller than all of them, but they're stockier in build and could pack some punches if they wanted to. The one in the middle is balding with a few lost teeth. Megan nudges her way in front of me. Stephen, what do you want? I told you I don't have the damn money! Because of the darkness of the night, I don't realize that one of them is carrying a baseball bat. My fists clench. Ain't that too bad, Meg? Stephen replies. Yanni, Marcus, we should show little Miss Megan what happens when we've been cheated out of our money. What do you say, boys? Go away, I say, pulling Megan away from those thugs. You're not touching her or her business. Oh? Who's this, Meg? Stephen asks, tilting his head. Do you have a little boyfriend to protect you now? He's not my... Megan says, but her voice drifts off. Are you looking for trouble, son? 'Cause it sounds like you are, Stephen says, taking a step forward. Stop trying to interfere with our business. It's not going to end up good for you and little Meg over there. Do you hear yourself? I retort. You're threatening a woman in the middle of the night. How pathetic can you be? Stephen glances at one of his men, Yanni or Marcus. I don't know which is which, but they're all ugly as sin. Scars run down their faces, and they contort their mouths in strange ways. I've bumped into creatures like this during my time in Brazil, so I'm no stranger to them or their tactics. When one of the men makes the first move, winding his arm to throw a punch at me, I'm quick to dodge and slam my closed fist into his abdomen. Knocking the wind out of him, I proceed to bring his skull into my knee, aiming directly for the nose. A satisfying crunch resounds, eliciting a loud yell that echoes across the clearing. Megan screams, Jesus Christ, Maverick! Damn you! The one with the baseball bat swarms forward, looking to bash my head in for striking down his friend. He swings aimlessly as if the bat weighs heavier than it actually does. He misses a few times, but on the swing that nearly hits me, my hands grab the tool and I wrestle it cleanly out of his grasp. Then I use the butt of the bat to drive it into his chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. Seriously, dumbass? I ask him as he scrambles to get back on his feet. Is that the best you can do? The pretty boy has some moves, Stephen. The one with the broken nose, blood streaming down his nostrils and into his mouth, sends me an ugly grin. I think this one is Yanni. Looks like we need to knock the beauty off his face. And then, we'll move on to Meg, Stephen replies, which sends a fire through my veins that can only be satiated with their faces bashed in. Don't worry, we'll make it quick. You've been pissing us off for far too long, so you deserve some pain, little Meg. No, I'd rather die than see one of these pigs put their hands on Megan. Using my feet, I kick Stephen in the chest and send him backwards. Marcus charges at me with a guttural yell, and he grabs hold of my arms. I lift my knee up a few times, aiming for the spot between his legs that has him howling once I get a good angle. He cries and backs off for a few moments, while Yanni is still trying to stop his gushing nose. Megan! I call out, glancing over my shoulder at her while I keep the thugs in my peripheral vision. Stay away and call the cops. Megan nods quickly, fumbling through her bag in search of her phone. Meanwhile, I keep the thugs at bay, striking them whenever they get too close and making sure that they don't pose a threat to Megan's safety. I don't want to know the violence I'm capable of committing if they put their hands on Megan. All I know is that it'll be a bloodbath. Who are you anyway? Stephen taunts, letting out a dry laugh after he spits some gunk onto the ground, quickly washed away by the rain. I've never seen you before. I never thought Megan would be such a brat to pimp herself out to the likes of you. He's the new boy in town, Yanni exclaims, pointing his finger at me. I can see the blood and dirt underneath his fingernails from where I stand. He ran away years ago and thinks he's some sort of poker hotshot. I've heard things about this one, Marcus remarks, cracking his knuckles. He's too cocky for his own good. We have to teach him a damn lesson. This is our town now. Their words infuriate me, but I keep a level-headed expression. As much as I want to bash their skulls in with boulders, I also don't want to catch attempted murder charges in case the police don't get here in time. Are you really putting your life on the line for a brat like this? Stephen asks, and I know he's baiting me. Come on now, she's a single mom. Who knows how many men she's opened her legs up for? Unable to hold myself back, I grab Stephen by the collars and bring him close to my face. That's the mother of my son, you brat. Then I knock my skull into his with enough force to send him to the ground. Around me, Yanni and Marcus scramble to contain me, but the adrenaline and anger coursing through my veins make it difficult for me to stop. I don't want to stop. I think maniacally, not until they're all dead.
Chapter 12. Megan. Yes, ma'am. That's my address. I yell into the phone, trying my best to tell all of the details to the operator while watching Maverick fight off Stephen and his goons. Please, tell me how close the police are to my location. Ma'am, you can stay on the line with me if you want. I see them 10 minutes out. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? I need them to come faster than that, I insist. Is there any way to get them here faster? They're going as fast as they can, ma'am. I haven't had much luck with the police so far, mainly because they've taken this as a he said, she said situation. With no proof that Stephen has actually harmed me, they say their hands are tied. Why the hell do I need to be getting actively attacked for the police to come and help me? Seeing Stephen throw punches into Maverick's face enrages me. Of course, the coward had to wait until night to come and attack us. I bet he was scouting out my snack bar this whole time, waiting for the right chance to strike. Get off of him, I yell, clenching my fists as Stephen and Yanni pull a dirty move to get Maverick on his knees. No. Nearby, an empty beer bottle lies near the dumpster. I grab it and approach Marcus from behind, smashing the bottle into his skull. Glass shards explode in all directions. Gritting my teeth, I use the broken bottle as a weapon to defend myself once Marcus whips around with murder in his eyes. Who do you think you are, little brat? Marcus barks. I'll rip your hair out for that. I'd love to see you try. As Marcus tries to swipe the bottle out of my hands, Maverick tackles him from behind and drives him to the floor. Somehow, Yanni has managed to get a hold of the baseball bat and threatens to beat Maverick with it. But my broken bottle has evened the scales somewhat. They're not as enthusiastic to charge at us now. Why'd you drop in? Maverick asks, panting through shallow breaths. There's a cut on his eyebrow that extends into his hairline. Blood trails down his cheek. Please don't put yourself into danger over me, Megan. This is my struggle to handle. No, I'm not leaving you alone. Albeit our dire circumstances, Maverick carries a flicker to his blue eyes and a teasing smile to his lips. That's my line. I huff out a breath, narrowing my eyes at him. Even when he's covered in blood, he still manages to be attractive. Stephen and his men continue attacking us, throwing trash from the dumpster at us and trying to swing at Maverick. At one point, Yanni and Marcus overwhelm him and nearly haul Maverick to the ground. But I jab Marcus in the sides with my glass bottle and kick Yanni's stomach in with my foot. Maverick lets out a groan as he retreats to the front of the snack bar, gripping at his side. "Are you all right?" I ask, placing my hand on his shoulder. "My God, you're bleeding everywhere." "I'm fine. Don't worry. The bastard's got me where my scar is," he says, gesturing to his side. "I was stabbed in this spot recently." "What?" My mouth falls open, unsure of what to say to that information. Just as Stephen is about to close in on us, finding some bricks nearby to destroy my windows with, sirens are finally heard in the distance. The rain's downpour has slowed down. I hang on to Maverick as he slides his back down against the doors of my snack bar until he's on the ground. "Stephen, come on!" Yanni screams, already running away. "Let's go." I watch the cowards disappear into the night, scrambling with their tails between their legs before the cops have the chance to confront them. A deep sigh escapes me, knowing that the cops will be slow to justice yet again. At the very least, Maverick seems okay. Searching through my bag, I pull out some bandages and alcohol wipes before applying them to his wounds. "Thank you, Megan," he says softly, meeting my gaze as I tend to his cuts. The intimacy that I was constantly trying to shy away from still finds a way to reemerge between us. The gentle look, the sweet smile, the way he grazes his fingers against my cheek. I'm still wearing his leather jacket, and I don't think he has any intention of asking for it back. "Are you okay?" Maverick asks, glancing at the police cars that have finally decided to show up. "Did they hurt you?" "I'm fine, Mav. They focused all their attacks on you for the most part." "What's going on here?" a cop asks, hooking his thumb in his holster. "Do y'all need medical attention?" Maverick waves them off. The cop and his buddy make their way over and start taking our statement. I provide everything I know about Stephen, Yanni, and Marcus. The cop, Officer Thompson, nods along as he clicks his pen. "Yeah, we've heard a few things about that man and his crew. He's been terrorizing small businesses in town for a while now." "Will anything be done against them?" I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. "They've attacked my—" I hesitate. I don't even know what to call Maverick. My friend, my partner. They attacked him and left without consequence. "Don't worry, ma'am. We'll catch these guys and we'll bring them to justice. You would like to press charges against them, right?" "Absolutely," I reply. "Please find them before they do this to anyone else." While I finish up talking with the police, Maverick is able to bring himself up to his feet, but he's leaning on the doors and can't walk straight. I hurry to his side, grabbing his hand. "How are you feeling? Do you think you can drive?" I ask softly, subconsciously trailing my thumb along his skin. It's something I used to do often when we were dating. Seems like old habits never truly die out. "Or do you want to stay the night at my house?" Maverick perks up immediately. "Will I get to see Alvin?" "Sure, I hope this doesn't scare him," I say. Maverick trails his hand through my hair and I let him. I like his touch. "We don't have much space in our apartment, but I can fix up the couch for you." Maverick nods, wetting his bottom lip with his tongue. "Thanks for this, Megan." Helping him every step of the way, I guide Maverick to the passenger seat of his car, where I open the door and help him settle into the seat. Once I finish, I stand and observe him as he sits. "Thank you for helping me with Stephen and his men," I say. "You didn't have to, but you did. So thank you." Maverick chuckles. "I bet you're glad I didn't listen to you, right?" "I guess so. Without you, I don't want to think about what would have happened to me." Reaching out, he takes my hand in his and brings it up to his lips. Gently, he presses a kiss against my knuckles, a gesture that makes my breath hitch in my throat. "I want you to know that I'm here for you and Alvin, and I always will be from here on out," he says. Before this incident, I would have shrugged him off and decided that he was lying to me. But those words, I can finally hear the earnesty in his voice. I'm no longer biased by my judgment or my preconceived notions about Maverick's character. Finally, I'm starting to see him for who he truly is. He proved it to me when he decided to take on those guys by himself, taking all the hits and the cuts if it meant protecting me in the process. I'm indebted to him. As I stare at Maverick, I want to run my hand through his blonde hair and bring him close. I want to hug him and thank him for everything, for not giving up on me, even if I deserved it, with the way I've been treating him. The bond I have with him hasn't disappeared. It takes a lot of willpower to pull away from him and take the car keys. I take a deep breath as I make my way to the driver's seat, the cold air cooling my heated skin. Thankfully, my complexion doesn't allow him to see how hot my face is. "Ready?" I ask, buckling myself in and turning the car on. This is a nice car, by the way. "Want one like this?" Maverick asks casually, relaxing into the seat. "Your truck looks like it's on his last legs." "I think it's got a good year or two left in it," I reply. I remember working so hard for it after Alvin was born. I didn't have anything to my name, but I needed a car to work. So I bought that truck from a man called Jesse, and he saved me by selling it at a discount. Glancing at Maverick, I notice his jaw clenched and he stares hard out the window. A pensive expression crosses over his features as I make the careful drive back to my apartment, hyper aware of how treacherous the roads can be once they're wet. Eventually, he sighs. "I'm sorry for leaving you behind, Megan." "Mav." "No, I really am. It's the worst thing I ever did." "We can't change the past," I say, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "We can only focus on the future." "I want to build one with you," he replies, placing his hand over my thigh. "As long as you'll let me." After what we just lived through, that idea doesn't sound too bad anymore. Maybe it's what I've been wanting all along, I think to myself. All the years I've spent by myself, maybe I was just waiting for Maverick to come back to me. Chapter 13. Megan. I'm doing my best to ignore the comments Maverick made in the car ride to my apartment, but they're lingering far longer than I thought they would. He wants a future with me still, after all these years. There's an easygoing silence between us as I pull into my apartment parking lot. Even though he's fine with walking on his own, I have the need to help him along the way, linking my arm with his as I guide him to my apartment. As I unlock the door, I try to do it as silently as I can, thinking that Alvin is asleep by now. But as we make our way inside, my son is at the dining room table, along with an array of crayons and colored pencils. He was drawing to make the time go by. "Mama?" Alvin asks, his face falling once he notices Maverick trailing in behind me. "What's he doing here?" "Hey, baby," I say, dropping my purse by the door and kicking off my shoes. "I'm sorry that I'm coming home later than I should have. We had a bit of an accident back at the snack bar." Alvin furrows his eyebrows together. "Is he okay?" "I'm fine, buddy," Maverick says, groaning softly as he lowers himself onto the couch. "Your mom and I had to fight off some bad guys together. It's no biggie." Alvin's eyes widen as he looks at me. I hurry to his side and kneel down so that I'm eye level with him. I run my hands along his smooth face, forcing him to look at me. "I'm so sorry that I haven't had the chance to explain things to you, baby. I know that this is confusing and scary, but I want to make things right." "What are you talking about, Mama?" Alvin asks, sounding genuinely confused. To my surprise, he doesn't seem shocked or betrayed by Maverick's sudden appearance. I know the truth. That man is my dad. My mind draws a blank for a few seconds. I glance over my shoulder towards Maverick, who sits at the couch and offers nothing but a helpless shrug. It must have been obvious to Alvin. He looks just like Maverick after all. I'm sorry that I didn't get the chance to explain who Maverick was and how we were together before you were born. I continue, feeling the tears starting to prickle the back of my eyes. You deserve to know about all that. I didn't tell you because I thought your dad would never be a part of our lives again. Mama, you don't have to explain yourself. It's not your fault. I let out a shaky breath as I bring my son into a tight hug, relishing in his familiar scent and the beat of his heart close to my ear. When I pull away, I land a quick kiss on his cheek and start leading him to his bedroom. Come on now. It's way past your bedtime. Wait, Alvin says, sliding his hand out of mine. What's going to happen with him? Is he going to stay the night? Baby, he got hurt while trying to protect me, so I want him to rest with us. If that's okay with you. I smile softly, thankful for my son's calm demeanor, despite the strange circumstances. You don't have to talk to him if you don't want to. That's fully up to you. He helped you? Alvin's features soften as he gazes at Maverick. Then he shrugs. Well, I guess it's okay if he stays. Thank you for letting me stay in your house, little man, Maverick says, offering him a small wave. You have a very kind soul, Alvin. Alvin remains near the doorway of his bedroom, staring at Maverick with confused eyes. Then he steps forward into the living room again. I watch their interaction carefully, ready to step in if the emotions get too crazy. Why did you come back to us? Alvin asks, tilting his head. Are you trying to take me away from my mama? Alvin, I say. Meanwhile, Maverick chuckles and shakes his head. No, I wouldn't dream of doing that to you. But I came back because I missed home. And I missed your mom. Maverick gazes at me when he says that, which sends a shiver down my spine. He's been the only one who manages to do that to me. I lean down to whisper in Alvin's ear. I'll make sure to give you the proper talk about everything going on tomorrow. But right now, you have to go to bed. With a hesitant nod, Alvin retreats. Yes, Mama. Good night. And he grabs the doorknob to his bedroom, addressing Maverick once more. Thank you for helping my mama. Alvin heads into his bedroom and shuts the door gently behind him. I sigh deeply and hurry into the bathroom, where I find our first aid kit. Then, I rejoin Maverick in the living room, sitting right next to him so that I can tend to the rest of his wounds. Our thighs are touching. Maverick's hands graze my knee, but I try not to give attention to that small gesture. Alvin is a sweet kid, he says in a low voice. While I stare at his wounds, he stares at the rest of me. You did a good job with him, Megan. He makes me nervous. In a good way, like how I used to feel around him, back when we were dating. I just did what I had to do. I worked hard, I put food on the table and a roof over his head, and I prayed and prayed that he would turn out all right. He's better than all right. I talked to one of his teachers at school, and she said he was an amazing student. You did what? My movements pause. I gaze into his eyes. Maverick does the same, and I swear, he's trying not to lean in and kiss me. I recognize that look in his eyes and the frequent glances at my lips. I don't know if I'll be able to hold myself back if he goes for it. A grin appears on Maverick's face. Back when I was so mad and frustrated with you over not letting me talk to Alvin, I went to his school and found him myself. We talked for a bit. I offered him a ride, and he ignored me the same way you ignored me. I've taught my son better than to enter random vehicles with unknown men. Yeah, but Maverick hums softly. I wanted to be more than just a random man to Alvin. I'm his father, but it doesn't feel like it just yet. He knows that he's my kid, but he doesn't trust me. I can see it in the way he looks at me. Just give him some time. He'll change, I reassure, patting a small circular bandage on one of the wounds on Maverick's hand. His fingers curl over mine, and we remain like that for a few moments before I pull away from him. This is a lot for a little boy to take in. I told you this. And he's afraid that I'm going to take him away from you, Maverick says, a seriousness to his words that tells me that he took that to heart. He thinks I'm some villain right now. It's not easy for him to trust other people so soon. Maverick grabs my wrist gently. You don't think I'd do that, right? I mean, I'm not that messed up. I just want to be in his life. That's all. I know that, Mav. Don't worry. He swallows thickly and he reaches out for my cheek, grazing my skin. If you had told me that you were pregnant, Megan, I would have stayed with you. I'm serious. We don't have to talk about this right now. I had no prospects here. That's what I thought before I left. No job opportunity that I wanted, no way to further my life. I loved you, but I also thought that you deserved better. Your parents thought the same. A sad smile graces my face. I never had another boyfriend after you. Really? I nod. I was too focused on Alvin's upbringing to even think about that. Of course, there were some men who tried, but I was never interested. They could never match up to you anyway, I nearly say. My hands reach up to grab Maverick's, and I give them a reassuring squeeze. Like I said in the car, there's no use focusing on the past. We both made some mistakes. I've been treating you like trash since the moment you walked back into town, and for that I'm sorry. Maverick smiles, but before giving him the chance to get closer to me, I pack up the first aid kit and retreat. There's too much heat between us, too many longing glances, too many fleeting touches. It's getting dangerous. Would you like some tea or coffee before going to bed? I ask from the doorway of the bathroom. Do you want a blanket or anything like that? No, I'm all right, he replies, fluffing the couch pillows before leaning on them. I could use a snack or something, though. I send him a nod. Give me a second. I'll fix up something for us once I'm finished here. I disappear into the bathroom and close the door. I stare at the mirror, gazing at my hazel eyes and my curly hair and the leather jacket that I'm still wearing. It smells like him. So many memories drift in and out of my mind. Deep down, I know that I've missed Maverick deeply after all this time, and I was only denying myself that truth. But now that he's back, now that he's so close to me again, I don't know for how long I'll be able to resist him. A small part of my heart still belongs to him.
Chapter 14. Maverick. Megan settles into the couch next to me, handing me a plate with a tuna sandwich on it. She used to make these for me on our picnic dates. Would you like anything else? She asks, but I shake my head as I take my first bite of the tuna sandwich. I eat silently, thankful that Megan is gracious enough to not only receive me in her home, but feed me a delicious meal after I spent the whole day without one. Meanwhile, she sits beside me quietly, drinking some herbal tea and staring at one of her houseplants. There's no TV in here. Can she not afford one? Are you feeling all right? Megan asks after a long pause. Definitely. Thanks to you. It doesn't take me that long to finish the sandwich. After a few hungry bites, it's all gone. I set the empty plate on the coffee table. You know, I really owe you one. Megan sends me an amused look. Why do you say that? You're the one who fought off those thugs for me. Yeah, but you let me see my son, so thank you. Staring at Alvin's closed bedroom door, I let out a small exhale. I never thought I'd get the chance to be a dad, so I have to thank you for that too. Megan carries so much emotion in those hazel eyes of hers. But right now, there's a lot of pain. So much pain. As if I just twisted an invisible knife into one of her wounds. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? I ask, frowning at her emotional response. She wipes at her eyes and shakes her head. No, sorry. She lets out a small laugh as she sniffles. I'm just remembering how my parents reacted to the news that I was pregnant with Alvin. The mention of her parents wipes away any sort of happiness I had in the moment. God, they treated me like I was the scum of the earth for just existing around their daughter. They hated me from the moment they saw me, I could tell. I was supposed to go out for dinner with them on the day you came into Louis, she continues. After what happened, I didn't want to face them anymore, so all those raw emotions came back to the surface and it made me feel conflicted. Did they treat you badly for being pregnant? I ask, turning my whole body to face her. Seriously? Megan wrings her hands together as she thinks. They wanted better for me in life, they always had. They didn't like that I was dating you. And when I got pregnant, they absolutely hated the fact that I had to drop out of college to go through with the pregnancy. She wipes her eyes again, as the teardrops are already flowing down her face. They wanted me to terminate, but I couldn't do it. So they disowned me. Bastards. I knew that they were pieces of trash. They tore us apart. They nearly persuaded Megan into killing our child against her wishes. I shake my head, not knowing what to say or where to even begin with that information. I'm so sorry, Megan. I wish I would have known. I could have done more for you back then. Megan sighs. I think it was for the best. Cutting them out of my life, I mean. They were so toxic with their demands and expectations. They gave me a sense of what not to do with Alvin as he was growing up. I never wanted Alvin to feel afraid to talk to me. With my parents, it seemed like every little thing could set them off. That sounds like a damn nightmare to live with. She smiles through her tears. It was. Ever since returning to town, I've been reminded of my past mistakes, and I've been regretting them this whole time. Leaving Megan behind will probably be the decision that I regret for the rest of my life. But there's still time to change that. I can make a better future with her and Alvin by my side. We don't have to be haunted by the past anymore. Here, Megan says, snapping me out of my daze as she gets up. The cut on your forehead is bleeding again. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital and get that checked out? I'm fine, I reply, leaning onto the couch cushions and allowing Megan to run a warm cloth over the wound. I wince slightly, but her movements are gentle and comforting. I'm able to relax completely, knowing that I'm in good hands. If it starts to swell, I'll take it seriously. Megan scoffs and mumbles something under her breath as she dabs the area with an ointment of some kind. I raise a brow and lean closer to her, making her jolt slightly when I place my hands on her waist. What was that? I ask, a teasing glint to my words. Megan stares down at me with wide eyes, but there's hints of a smile on her full lips. I said that you needed to take better care of yourself. Your health is important. And what was that back there about getting stabbed in your side recently? It's a long story, I say, while rolling my eyes. Trust me, you won't care. I do care, though. Does that mean you actually care about me? Grinning, I know that I've caught her. If you're that worried about my health. You're the father of my son, Maverick, she says, leaning in close enough to kiss. Of course I'm going to care about you. I always will. Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen if I actually stay the night. Around Megan, I can't resist myself. She's sexy. She has an hourglass figure that I want to run my hands all over. Her curly hair is wild, big, and bouncy, perfect for losing my hands in. Her dark skin smells like vanilla and is smooth to the touch. Her eyes are bright and her lips are plump. And she's got a birthmark on her buttocks that I still remember fondly. If I stay here with her, I'm going to do something we might regret. And I don't want to do that to her, not after hearing about all the pain she went through, because I wasn't able to stick by her side. I think I should go home, I whisper, staring at her lips inadvertently. But can I visit you and Alvin tomorrow? Megan sits on her haunches on the sofa. That's for Alvin to decide. Going forward, you have to know that my son will always be my priority, and that's not going to change under any circumstances. That's fine. Absolutely. I support your decision wholeheartedly, I say. It feels good to know that my son has been well taken care of all his life. Megan smiles, nodding her head slightly. As she stares at me, she tilts her head and runs her hand along her chin. My fantasies about her are only getting more enticing. Thoughts of kissing her neck, running my hand along her body, undressing her like I used to. Clearing my throat, I get up to leave and discreetly adjust the bulge in my pants. I'll see you tomorrow then, hopefully. Good night, Maverick, Megan calls out from the couch. I wave goodbye as I make my way out of the apartment, back into the cold night. How am I supposed to handle myself around her? With heavy steps, I walk to my car and sit in the driver's seat, staring at Megan's apartment door before turning on the car. It would be so easy for me to walk back in there, cup Megan's face, and kiss her like I've been dreaming of doing. Based on the look in her eyes, I know that she'd like it. She wants this too. I can sense it on her. But my son is sleeping in the other room, and I don't want to ruin his impression of me when I'm only making the first steps into his life. He deserves a father that he can be proud of, one he can look up to. That reinvigorates me. That gives me a sense of purpose that poker was never truly able to elicit in me. I want to be a good father for Alvin, and potentially a good partner for Megan. I'll fight tooth and nail to have them back in my life. The drive back to my dingy apartment is relatively uneventful. Despite the lateness of the hour, I can't bring myself to go to sleep. I'm tossing and turning, thoughts of Megan and Alvin and our shared past swirling together like a hurricane in my mind. So I get up, head to the kitchen, and pour myself a glass of red wine. I start strategizing, thinking of methods to gain Alvin's favor. Maybe I can bring them out for breakfast, him and Megan. Or maybe I can buy him some latest toys he wants. What about a TV? Does he want a TV? Jotting down notes to remember, I imagine my future with Megan and Alvin. It feels so real that I get upset once the daydream ends. Megan and I would hold hands as we walked through the park, the same park that we used to have dates in, while Alvin runs ahead with a soccer ball in his hands. She would lean over and kiss me, telling me how she loves me, and would never leave me. I've had a lot of women in my life following my departure from my hometown, and not one of them has been able to recreate the feelings in my heart that Megan has. Not one. Chapter 15. Maverick. In anticipation of Megan's call, telling me whether Alvin wants to see me today or not, I do something I rarely do. I clean the damn apartment. I think it's the stress that's making me act this weird. Usually Cynthia hires a cleaner for me who can handle my messes, but if I'm going to be a model father, I have to step my game up. And that starts now. Every now and then, I glance at my phone and stare at Megan's contact, waiting for her call to materialize before me as if I've beckoned it psychically. After that doesn't work, I start ignoring the phone altogether, thinking the call will arrive when I least expect it. Indeed, it is. While I'm in the middle of my shower, I've never zoomed out of a room faster. Yes, hey, Megan, I say nonchalantly, half-heartedly covering myself with a towel. How's it going? Oh, nothing much. Alvin just finished up his homework and we're thinking about what to make for dinner. In the background, I can hear Alvin saying something, but I can't make out the words. Megan hums before continuing. He wants bacon mac and cheese. Hey, that sounds delicious. He had that yesterday, Megan informs me with a slight laugh to her words. I'll figure something out. You just bring yourself over and we'll be happy to host you. Isn't that right, Alvin? I smile at the thought of sharing a dinner with Megan and our son. It hasn't truly hit me that I'm a father just yet, but I'm enjoying the feeling it leaves in my heart. I can't wait to see y'all, I say. Megan and I say our quick goodbyes before the call ends. I scramble around the kitchen trying to look for something, anything, to bring over as a gift. But I've been ordering takeout since I've arrived back in town, so my pantry is empty. I scoff. I don't even have flour for some muffins. Oh well, too late to mope about that now. I throw on some clothes and grab my jacket and keys while on the way out. I hop into my vehicle and drive to the nearest market, hopeful to spot some chocolate cake or blueberry muffins while in the bakery section. Megan used to love those treats when we were younger. As I'm browsing the shop, I'm hyper-aware of the families passing me by. Toddlers that sit in the grocery carts, munching on snacks and babbling to their parents. Young kids begging their parents for some candy they saw on the shelves. I could have experienced this with Alvin, I think to myself. Megan had to do it all alone. Thinking about it still stings. As I pick out a nicely decorated chocolate cake on display, I toss a glance over my shoulder at just the right moment to catch Megan and Alvin passing near the meat section, gazing at the chicken selection. My breath catches in my throat at the surprise. Then I grab the cake and hurry over to intercept them, not wanting to waste an opportunity to spend time with them. "Hey!" I call out, waving a hand. Megan raises her brows, then smiles at me. She nudges Alvin. "Hey, Maverick. Alvin, say hello." Staring down at my son, I offer a small smile. Alvin doesn't say anything at first, but another firm nudge in the side from Megan jolts him upright. "Hello?" he whispers, averting his gaze. "He's just shy," Megan replies, patting him on the shoulder. Our boy is pretty tall for his age. "Fancy seeing you here, Maverick. We decided on chicken parmesan for dinner. I hope that's all right." "Sounds delicious," I say, placing my chocolate cake into their cart, much to Megan's amusement. "I came here to buy a treat for you too, but now that we're all together, that makes things a lot easier." "Does it?" "Of course it does." Megan and I walk together as she slowly pushes the cart along. Alvin lags behind, but I keep him in my peripheral vision. "It's a good thing I caught you. Now, I can buy you a whole cart of groceries." "There's no need for that," Megan whispers, shaking her head slightly. "I make my own money, Maverick. I'm not struggling." "Yes, we are, Mama," Alvin pipes up. Turning around, I smirk at my kid, but he doesn't reciprocate the gesture at all. He goes back to staring down at his shoes, pretending I don't exist. That doesn't faze me, however. Megan scoffs, then rolls her eyes. I know that look on her face. She's a bit embarrassed, I can tell, but she'll be damned before she admits that to me out loud. Regardless, I encourage her and Alvin to go wild in their grocery shopping. Alvin doesn't mind picking out nice ingredients and a fine selection of meats and cheeses to last them a while. Megan is reluctant to add these things to the cart, but I urge her on. By the time we're finished, we're hauling a full cart worth of drinks, meats, fresh vegetables, and fruits out of the store. Alvin helps with bringing the bags into the back of his mother's truck, as do I. "Thanks for that," he whispers to me as we load the last of the groceries into the car. "We've never bought this much food before." "It's not a big deal to me," I say. "I want to make sure that you guys are provided for." Alvin nods, pressing his lips together. Then I place my hand on his shoulder and lean in close. "Have you ever gone to sleep hungry before, Alvin?" He sighs softly. "It's happened a few times, yeah. Well, I'm here to make sure that never happens to you or your mother again." At that, Alvin meets my eyes, and it feels like I'm staring back at a younger version of myself. For the first time since we've met, he smiles wide at me before joining his mother in the truck. Meanwhile, I head to their apartment in my own car and help to unload the abundant groceries into their quaint home. Once inside, Megan bustles to and fro, trying to be the best host she could be. Alvin helps with cutting up the vegetables, and while she insists that I sit down and enjoy a cup of water, I let her know that I won't freeload off of their hard work. That makes Megan smile. As much as I want to lean in and kiss her, I have too much respect for her and my son, as well as their comfort. "Mama, the carrots are ready," Alvin announces, which makes Megan hurry over into the kitchen and get the rest of the food ready. "Maverick, can you supervise him and make sure he doesn't cut his fingers off?" Megan says as she handles the chicken. "Make sure to hold the knife right, Alvin." "Mama, I've done this before," he reminds gently, laughing away her worries. "You're just freaked out because he's here. No, that's not entirely true." "He knows you well," I say, meeting her gaze. "And so do I. You're nervous." Her eyes narrow playfully at me. "Oh, be quiet, Mav. Help me with that boy or sit down." "Yes, ma'am." After a scramble to cook the chicken parmesan with a side of vegetables, We finally finish and serve the plates. Alvin gets to drink some juice, which he hasn't had the privilege of doing in a while. Meanwhile, Megan and I enjoy some glasses of wine with our meal. "You can only get some chocolate cake if you eat all your vegetables," Megan says to Alvin, giving him a pointed look. "Just because your dad's here doesn't mean you get to skip out on all the rules." "Dad." I try not to smile too hard as I cut into my chicken parmesan. To no surprise, it's delicious. And I shower Megan with compliments that make her giggle, along with that wine. "Mama, I've never seen you like this before," Alvin observes, leaning his chin on his hand while he finishes the last of his food. "What does that mean?" I ask, raising a brow. "Is your mom a grump?" Megan snorts. Alvin smiles, shaking his head. "No, but I don't know. She doesn't have this much fun while cooking, usually." "Don't say that." Megan swats a hand through the air. "We have a lot of fun, you and I. We dance and sing songs, and we have our board game nights." "Yeah, but that's always been you and me." Alvin shoots a quick glance my way. "But it's nice having someone new around." "You should get used to it," I say, leaning back in my chair and taking a languid sip of wine. It was on sale at the store, but it tastes pretty fine. "I'll be making more frequent appearances in your life from here on out." Something about what I said makes Megan lose the glimmer in her eyes. She then clears her throat before she returns to her food. "Maverick, we'll have that talk later." "What?" I blurt out. "It's true, Megan. I don't want to leave y'all alone now that I know about—" "Not in front of him, please," she says, tilting her head towards our son. Sucking in a deep breath, I bow my head and silently agree to her terms. After all, I'm in her home, and I'm grateful that they've given me the chance to share this meal with them instead of shutting me out completely. Megan is a tough woman, but above all else, she's kind. And she wants me back in her life, I can tell. I'll do whatever it takes to get accepted by Megan and Alvin. It's my life's goal at this moment. The reason why I wake up in the morning. The reason why I keep breathing. 15.
Chapter 16. Megan. "Brushed your teeth?" I ask, raising a brow as I sit on the edge of Alvin's bed. Maverick stands in the doorway, leaning against the frame. Every time I glance his way, he's watching us with something like wonder in his eyes. "Washed your face?" "Yes, Mama," Alvin replies gently, nodding as he brings the blanket under his chin. His eyes flicker towards Maverick towards the door. "Thanks for the cake." Maverick grins. "No problem, little man. Anytime you want a cake, let me know." "Sleep well, Alvin?" I whisper, gently brushing the hair out of his eyes. "I love you so much." "I love you too," he mumbles, already falling into a slumber with his easy breathing and his eyes fluttering closed. Gradually, I rise from his bed and usher Maverick out of the way. Then I slowly close the door and let out a small sigh once I do. Maverick offers me a smile. "You did a great job." "Thank you," I say, shrugging absent-mindedly. I have to do that every night, so it's become muscle memory at this point. "Megan," Maverick rubs at his chin, averting his gaze briefly. "I'm sorry that I haven't been around to help you with this." My shoulders slump slightly. "You don't have to keep apologizing for that, Maverick. What's done is done, and we can't change what happened." Honestly, there's a reason why I want him to stop talking about that. It brings me a lot of heartache to think about what might have been. Things should have been different for us, and they weren't. So why should I keep dwelling on the past? It's not going to help me. Does Alvin need a father around anyway? He's always had me. I've given him everything he needs. But entertaining that thought feels wrong, especially seeing how happy Maverick gets whenever he gets to interact with our son. Who am I to keep him away from Alvin? And there's a small voice within my head that acknowledges a different reason to why I want to keep Maverick around, one that goes beyond my desire to see him grow close to Alvin. "Would you like to drink some tea together before you go?" I ask him. Truly, it's an innocent question. I don't have any ulterior motives for wanting him to stick around a bit longer. Fortunately, Maverick agrees, and I even make some popcorn for us to enjoy on the side while we drink. Soon enough, we're talking and laughing as if we're two young kids again. Whenever there's a pause between us, my mind races with questions. How has his life been since he's left? Has he had other relationships? Is there another woman in his life currently? He tosses a piece of popcorn into his mouth before showing me a funny video on his phone screen. She looks just like Cynthia. My heart lurches slightly. I don't even know why. Twisting my finger through my hair, I glance at him. Who's Cynthia? I hold my breath, waiting for him to say she's his girlfriend, or fiancé, or the new love of his life that he's found somewhere else. But none of that happens. Oh, she's just my personal assistant. I needed someone to help organize my mess of a life, especially when I'm abroad. I laugh, somewhat out of relief. What's your job, and why does it need a personal assistant? Professional poker player, believe it or not. If you ever see your parents, you can laugh in their faces for me and tell them I told you so, Maverick quips. They never thought I would make it. I know that they're your parents and all, but I shake my head slowly. Don't hold back. I don't like them very much either. Okay, good. Screw them. Maverick sets down his phone on the table. I mean, seriously. Screw them straight to hell. I was just a kid with so many dreams, and I wanted to provide for you, but they told me that I wasn't good enough for you, that you were better off with some Ivy League lawyer, and I was destined for the homeless shelter. I clear my throat, remembering the vitriol my parents would throw at Maverick for even entertaining the idea of playing poker professionally. It brings me peace to my heart to know that, despite all odds, he made it. Maverick accomplished what he dreamed of. He's a great kid, I can tell, Maverick says, gesturing towards Alvin's room. And it really pisses me off to know that your parents destroyed what could have been a beautiful relationship between us. Maverick rests his hand over mine. Even though I should probably pull away from him, I allow the gesture. I enjoy his warmth. I enjoy his touch. It reminds me of how things used to be when we were younger, with the discreet touches before we would start kissing each other. Although this time, I don't think any of that is going to happen. As much as I would like that, hell, I'd let him. Maverick is gorgeous. The years have treated him well. So, tell me about your poker career. What's it like? That opens up an influx of information for Maverick. He tells me of his travels, both domestically and internationally. He has attended and won countless tournaments over the years, amassing great allies, but some potential enemies as well. I have to watch my back wherever I go, he jokes, and knowing his temperament, I believe him. He's incredibly competitive and can talk a lot of things when he gets into one of his moods. And he tells me about how he's built an impressive reputation over the years, gaining him a bit of fame in the poker world, as well as an ample amount of money. He tells me of his friends and his personal assistant, Cynthia, who he assures me is nothing to worry about because she has a girlfriend named Mandy, who has 2 black cats and a dog. At first, I wonder why he's oversharing. He doesn't have to tell me any of this. He doesn't have to tell me anything at all. But I'm no fool to the ways of men. And I'm certainly not a fool to Maverick's ways either. He wants me to trust him, it's obvious, but there's an underlying to his words that makes me feel as if he's trying to say something else. Like he's trying to reassure me that there's no other woman in his life that I have to compete against. He explains his relationship to each woman he mentions, despite no prompting from me. Tapping his hand with my own, I smile. You don't have to explain yourself, Maverick. You're a grown man, and I know that y'all have your needs. Maverick shakes his head. No, I'm serious, Meg. I don't have anyone in my life right now, and I haven't for a very long time. It's a complicated time for me. How so? I don't think this is the right time for me to explain why, but you might understand it eventually. He glances at his watch and rises to his feet. And now I think I've overstayed my welcome. Don't be ridiculous, I reply, shaking my head. I rise to my feet as well, fully aware of the height difference between us. It was great having you over. You made Alvin very happy with your presence, and for that, I thank you. Can I see you guys more often? Maverick asks suddenly. Like, can we figure out a co-parenting situation for us? I understand if, you don't feel like dealing with me. I get it, I really do. I roll my eyes. Is he for real? I want the exact opposite. Maverick, come on. Of course you can come see us whenever you want. I won't stop you. He's your son too. Really? He perks a brow. There's a glimmer in his eyes that feels like optimism. I mean, you were avoiding me and fighting against my visits not too long ago. What changed? Pressing my lips into a thin line, I think about that for a moment. But then, I figure out an answer. I realize that I kind of missed having you around, and I don't want to separate a father from his son. Maverick nods, his eyes never leaving mine. Thank you. In my mind, I want him to close the distance between us. I want that invisible wedge that separates him and I to just disappear completely so that he can come to me and kiss me with the passion that I know that's never left us. But no, that's all a fantasy, and I unfortunately live in a reality that does not cater to my desires. So I accompany Maverick to the door and I exchange pleasantries with him as he gathers his things to leave. His hand lingers against my skin, heating me up with his touch, but I do my best to ignore the feelings he's eliciting within me. Why does he still have this effect on me after all these years? Please let me know if you or Alvin need anything at all, he says. I want to provide for you. I've got heavy pockets, I told you, and I can't use all that money on myself. Sure you can, I joke. Buy a yacht or a private jet. No, he smirks, shaking his head. I'd rather spend it on my son or you. Either works for me. I'll see you around, Maverick, I say, waving at him as he heads for his car. He stares at me before unlocking his vehicle and hopping in. And I swear that he keeps his eyes on me as he pulls out and drives away from our apartment. In my mind, I'm willing to let him stay, even though that's probably not the best decision. But I'm too afraid to say what I want. It's been so long since I've done that. My body has forgotten how.
Chapter 17, Maverick. In the morning, I usually make myself a plate of eggs and coffee, but the food sits untouched. Instead, I stare down at a few photographs that Megan was nice enough to give me. They're of Alvin. One of them shows him as a baby in a blue onesie with a big, toothless smile on his face. Another one shows him dressed up nicely for his first day of school. My jaw clenches as I continuously flip through these photographs. I need to do better for him, I whisper, furrowing my brows. For Megan, too. As if on cue, my phone rings with an incoming call. My interest is immediately piqued, seeing Megan's name flash across my phone screen. She doesn't usually call me at this time. Hello? I say once I tap the green call button. Megan lets out a sigh. Hey, Mav. What's going on? Well... A paper ruffles on her side of the call. Alvin just told me that his teacher challenged the kids this weekend to go out, explore nature, and stay away from those tablets and phones. Not that he has any, but you get the message. I raise a brow, a small grin forming on my lips. Oh, yeah? And how does that involve me? Alvin had the idea of going on a family camping trip, and we're wondering if you wanted to come with us. You're inviting me? Only if you want to come, of course. It was Alvin's idea, and... Of course I'm coming, I say, a flurry of excitement beginning to materialize within my chest. What should I bring? What do you guys need? Tents? Backpacks? Whoa. Megan laughs, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the sound of her voice. One thing at a time, Mav. I'll let Alvin know that you're down to come with us and we can plan from there. He's gonna be over the moon about this, I can tell. I smile. I can't wait to see you guys again. Same here, she whispers. See you later. After that call, I'm counting down the days until the weekend. I gather all of the materials that we'll need, from snacks to heavy water bottles, to bug spray that can ward off those pesky mosquitoes that always get me in the mountains. Since my car can go off-road, I pick up Alvin and Megan. While Alvin is still reserved with me, I can feel that he's slowly opening up to me as time goes on. He's more open to my questions, offering remarks unprompted. And Megan encourages him, which never fails to bring a smile to my face. And do you think you're ready for that math test next week? I ask, glancing at my rearview mirror at Alvin, who sits snug in the back seat. I'm sure you'll ace it. You'll blow all of those other kids out of the water. Alvin giggles, shaking his head. I don't know about that. I still need to study some more. Maybe your father can teach you a little something about times tables, Megan offers, hand gently grazing mine as I rest my arm on the center console. He's good with numbers. I shrug, enjoying the flattery. What can I say? It runs in the family. Glancing over my shoulder, I send Alvin a smile. So, I fully expect you to ace that multiplication test. I know you have it in you, kid. He presses his lips into a thin line and nods. I'll do my best. That's my boy. When we arrive at the campsite, Alvin helps me unload the car while Megan sets up the tent. I'm pesky at reminding Alvin to keep drinking water so that he doesn't become dehydrated. Already I'm feeling like an annoying dad, but I can't help it. I care about my son. How about we go on a hike? Megan asks, hands on her hips as she stands beside the tent she set up. She's got a self-satisfied grin on her face, and I know it's because she didn't have to ask me for help. We've got a few hours until the sun sets, so why not? Alvin and I share a look, then I clap my hand on his shoulder. Let's do it. Your mom will be sad if we say no. With backpacks full of supplies, the three of us start walking along the dirt trail that curves into the mountains. Megan leads the way while I lag behind, making sure that Alvin doesn't get too tired with the load he's carrying. Mama, you're walking too fast, Alvin calls out, huffing and puffing as he tries to catch up to Megan. Don't worry, you're going at a steady pace, I say, placing my hand on his backpack and gently pushing him along so that he can go faster. How often do you go on hikes, Alvin? Not too often, he breathes out, coughing into his fist. Mama usually has to work most days, so we don't have much time to do fun things together. I frown slightly, imagining Megan working long days at the snack bar while my son has to focus on his schoolwork. Their situation must make it difficult for Alvin to enjoy being a kid. There's too much stress around them, too much worrying about how they're going to afford the next meal. I can't let this continue. Hey, I say, leaning in close to Alvin. I want you to know that whenever I'm around, you don't have to worry about anything. If you ever need something, let me know and it'll be at your door. Seriously? Alvin raises a brow, a puzzled expression forming on his face. That sounds too good to be true. Believe me, I can get you anything you want. I want my mama to be happy, Alvin says, his voice as gentle as the passing breeze. That's all I want. I can do that too. Hey, Megan calls out to us, watching us from a ridge up ahead. She rests a hand on her hip as the other adjusts the baseball cap on her head. Why are y'all walking so slow? You're going too fast, I reply. Megan rolls her eyes. I'm going at a normal pace. Stormed up that hill like the devil's after you, I tell her once we've caught up to her on the ridge, grazing my hand along hers as we walk. I've brought some graham crackers and chocolate, by the way. Let's make s'mores when we get back to the campsite. S'mores! Alvin lights up immediately. I haven't had s'mores in ages. It's your lucky day, then. I wrap an arm around him as we make our way down the trail, back to our tent. Megan and I work together to build a campfire while Alvin sits on a log, watching us. We banter as we work, making small comments all in the hopes of making the other laugh. Then Megan cooks some food she brought along while I teach Alvin the best way to make a s'more over the flame. See that? I gesture towards the marshmallow pierced on my stick. Holding it over the flame, we wait until it's blackened on one side. You want it hot. Then, when you press it on the chocolate, it'll melt easily. You got it? Alvin nods firmly. Now you try. Don't feed him too many sweets before bedtime, Megan warns, watching us from across the flame. Oh, Mama, Alvin whispers, focused on cooking his marshmallow. Dad brought us some s'mores, so let's just have some s'mores. My God, Alvin, s'mores aren't on the food pyramid, I'll have you know. Megan gazes at me. With dusk upon us and the fire brightening her eyes, she looks absolutely gorgeous. But I guess it's all right. Yeah? I grin. Careful now. You annoy him too much and I'll end up being the favorite parent. Alvin giggles while I poke his sides. Megan continues cooking with a smile on her face, soon feeding us paper plates of beans and vegetables that are hearty, warm, and filling. After we've enjoyed ourselves over dinner, we head into our shared tent and help Alvin settle into sleep. Megan lays on his right side while I lay on the left. She runs her hand through his curly hair while his eyes flutter close, gently lulled to sleep while I tell him a story I remember from childhood. When he finally falls asleep, Megan holds out her hand to give me a high five. Instead, I grab her hand and bring her knuckles to my mouth, softly pressing kisses against her skin. I notice how she takes in a deep breath with my actions, but she doesn't pull away. Thank you for everything, Maverick, she whispers, pulling her hand away only when I let her to. I've never seen Alvin this happy before. I'd do anything for you two, I reply earnestly. I wish I could pull her against my chest, but our son sleeps peacefully between us. That's all right, though. I wouldn't trade any of this for the world. And I want to keep bringing smiles to your faces, every day from now on, if you'll let me. I want that, she replies gently, sniffling loudly. She wipes at her eyes. I want that so much, Maverick. You have no idea. Don't cry. Reaching out, my thumb swipes across her smooth cheek to melt away those tears. I can't stand to see you hurting. I'm just so happy. She sniffles again, but offers me a smile. She leans into my touch, and I trace patterns into her cheek, thankful that she has allowed me into her life again. I know I don't deserve it. She could have moved on by now. She could have ignored me outright. But instead, here we are, sharing a tent while our son sleeps quietly. Soon enough, we fall asleep too. Megan holds my hand as she drifts off to sleep, giving me a deep sense of fulfillment while I doze off for the night after her.
Chapter 18. Megan. Are you sure you want to do that? I ask, jutting a thumb over my shoulder. I could call the plumber, you know. Miss Daisy's husband has a whole plumbing company. But Maverick is already shaking his head before I finish my sentence. He rests the tip of his tongue on his bottom lip as he twists the wrench in his hand. For the past hour, he's been tinkering at a small leaky pipe above the kitchen area of the snack bar. I tried to convince him not to, but he has a stubborn mind of his own. He rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a ladder, and got to it. And knowing Maverick, he's not going to stop until the issue is fixed. There you go, he mumbles, checking the pipe with his hand. All fixed. Wow. Turning around, I glance at Maggie, who is staring at Maverick from head to toe. Then she leans in with a small grin on her lips and a knowing look on her face. I need me a man like that. You're lucky, Megan. Oh, My shoulders slump. Who am I kidding? How am I supposed to explain my complicated situation to any of my customers? Thanks, Maggie. No problem, dearie. She replies easily, slipping me a 10 while I serve her a custom latte to her liking. He's been coming by more and more often these past days. Is something going on between you two? We're co-parenting. I smile. It's not a total lie. For Alvin's sake. Maggie hums, "That's beautiful, honey. You have a good day now?" Once she's gone, I let out a deep breath as I turn to look at Maverick, who has been leaning on the snack bar counter this whole time, staring at me. I felt his eyes on me while I was talking to Maggie. "Is there something wrong with my face, Mav?" I ask. "Don't do me like that," he replies. He stands up straight, towering over me. "I'm just admiring from afar. No big deal." I laugh quietly to myself, meddling with my fingers as a way to distract from how he's making me feel. Ever since the camping trip, we've been closer than ever. He's seamlessly integrated himself into Alvin and I's life. And honestly, it feels great. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't want him around. He's handsome, he's strong, he's protective, and he's reminding me of what it feels like to be safe again, to have someone to fall back on, in case the going gets rough. Maverick's watch chimes. "Alvin will be out of school in 20. I'll go pick him up." "Seriously?" I raise a brow at him. "But you've been running errands for me all day. You don't have to do that. I can go." He wags his finger at me, already rounding the snack bar counter. I already promised him ice cream. Maverick winks at me. "But you weren't supposed to know that." God damn it. My heart is fluttering again. Every chance he gets to help Alvin and I, he takes it. Whether that's acting like a chauffeur, driving Alvin to and from school every day while I work at the snack bar, or acting like an on-call handyman to fix things around the apartment. Is the toilet not working? Maverick's at my door with a toolbox. Are we running out of groceries? No problem. Maverick's got his car full of food that he's dropping off at my door. As I continue to daydream about him, I hardly notice Wendy standing in front of me, waiting to pay for her bag of chips and chocolate at the counter. I snap out of my daze and quickly ring up her items, but she's smiling wide at me. "Oh, Megan, I know that look in your eyes," she says gently. "You're falling in love." Shaking my head, I slide her the item she bought. "I don't know what you're talking about, Wendy." "Ever since Maverick started coming around, you've been acting differently. Don't try and deny it. We've all been noticing." There's a playful tone in her words that warms me up inside. And it's an incredible thing to witness. Lord knows you deserve it. My mind drifts to Maverick as if it's second nature. His easygoing smile, his blonde hair that almost glows like a halo in the sunlight, the blue eyes that caught my attention the first time I noticed him. "There you go again," Wendy says, almost laughing at the end of her sentence. "You're in love." It scares me to be vulnerable again, given everything that happened between Maverick and I. Him leaving me behind, pregnant with our child, left a mark on my soul that has never truly healed. But the more I spend time around, the more I realize that I never want to let him go. I want him to stay with Alvin and I, as selfish as that might be. I know he has a life of his own and a career to maintain, but I don't give a damn anymore. He was mine all those years ago. Why can't we go back to the way things once were? I'm starting to want that more and more with each passing day. Will I regret it? I hope not. "We're gonna win this," Maverick says, cracking each of his knuckles and both of his wrists. I cross my arms over my chest, staring at him. It's impossible not to laugh, considering how serious he's acting. "Mav, this is just a school event." "So what? I'm not losing in front of our son. You know I've never been a good runner." "Do it for Alvin." Maverick gestures towards the bleachers, where our son sits with the rest of his classmates. "He's watching. You don't want to let him down, do you?" Rolling my eyes, I'm reminded yet again just how much of a competitive spirit Maverick Hartson has. There's nothing he hates more in this life than losing. It doesn't matter if this is a baton-passing race to fundraise money for Alvin's school. He's all in. All parents line up on the school's running track, with each couple occupying a lane. The mothers are going to run a full lap around the track with the baton in their hand before passing the baton off to the fathers to finish the race. Alvin was so excited for this event. He couldn't stop talking about it over breakfast this morning. We don't usually attend these kinds of school activities, for obvious reasons, so it feels nice to be able to participate for once. As the referee stands in position, Maverick tells me to put a game face on. He places his hand on the small of my back, reminding me to let the adrenaline carry me all the way through. When the whistle blows, Maverick gently propels me forward, and I run as fast as I can. The wind roars in my ears. My heart thumps wildly in my chest. For a moment, I feel like a kid again, running carefree with the wind in my hair and the sun on my skin. I'm not exceptionally fast, but with my best effort, I come in second to another mom who passes her baton off before I do. When I make it to Maverick, he snatches the baton out of my hand and races away like there are dogs chomping at his feet. He's in perfect form as he rounds the track. My eyes focus on him and only him. His blonde hair that bounces with the movement, the bulging muscles in his legs, the athletic prowess he exhibits that makes him stand head and shoulders above everyone else in terms of running ability. To no surprise, Maverick comes in first, and we secure the win for Alvin's sake. The kids scream and applaud wildly from the bleachers. And Maverick, like the proud dad he is, accepts the blue ribbon like an Olympian winning their first gold. "Mama, you did so well," Alvin says, hugging me from the side. "And you too, Dad." Because of our endeavors, Alvin wins a complimentary ice cream. He's been smiling ear to ear ever since. As Alvin takes his time to eat his treat and talk to the rest of his friends, Maverick wraps an arm around me as we relax on a bench on the school grounds. "You did a good job back there," he says. "Let me know if you need a personal trainer." "And why would I need that?" I quip, turning my body to look at him. "Something tells me you haven't run a lap since high school. I could tell by your form." He places his hand along my back, offering corrections and adjustments to my posture. "See? All you needed was someone to get up close and personal with." I scoff, amazed by his audacity. "I'm sure you'd love to do that." "Without a doubt." It soon dawns upon me that Maverick is the only person I've ever done this with. He's been my one and only. I haven't dated anyone since him. I never wanted to, because I knew that they'd never be able to match up to the man Maverick is. And I was right about that. I still am. I rest my head on my shoulder as we watch Alvin speak happily with his friends, gesturing wildly with his hands. Alvin has been different since Maverick returned, too. He's been happier, more willing to talk. Opening my heart up to Maverick again is risky, I know that. But it feels worthwhile. No one else makes me feel this free. No one else makes me feel like the most beautiful woman in the world with just his stare. The future remains uncertain, but the joy of the present is enough to satisfy me. With Maverick by my side, nothing else matters.
Chapter 19, Maverick. "You need to be careful, Maverick." Cynthia's voice barely registers over the phone. It's 4 a.m, and she's been blowing up my phone for the past half hour. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, I let out a huge yawn. It's still dark outside. "Why? What's going on?" Cynthia grumbles something that I can't hear. "You're acting like this isn't a big deal." "I have no idea what you're even talking about. For God's sake, Maverick, where have you been? Luciano Matias has some of his men out in Texas looking for you. I've tried my best to divert their attention, but there's only so much I can do from afar." Her words knock me out of my dazed state immediately. I'm out of bed in seconds, searching for some clothes to put on and double-checking that the machete I've hidden under my mattress is still there. "What are you saying right now, Cynthia?" She sighs loudly. "This shouldn't be news to you, but Luciano has been searching for you since you fled Brazil. He was the one who orchestrated that attempt on your life back in Vegas. From what I've heard, he either wants you to join his empire as a pawn for him to use, or he wants you out of the picture completely. My mind immediately shifts to Megan and Alvin. I can't have them in harm's way. I'd rather take another stabbing than see something happen to them. So what do I do? Lay even lower? My jaw clenches. Who could have told them that I'm staying in my hometown? I don't know, Maverick, but it's not like you're the most liked guy in the poker world to begin with. Someone might have ratted you out. Well, that's great, I say dryly. Thanks for the heads up, Cynthia. I appreciate it. Stay safe. When she hangs up the phone, I'm left in the uncomfortable darkness of my apartment. There was an urgency in her voice that isn't usual for her. This is serious. Those bastards are closing in on me, and they're going to do anything and everything to make me pay for making their boss look like a weak brat at the poker table. I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of taking me down. Hell no. An idea flashes through my mind, so I start looking up travel sites, house rentals, and airline tickets. In 20 minutes, I have an all-expenses-paid vacation planned out with 3 tickets at hand. One for me, one for Megan, and one for Alvin. The only problem? Getting them to agree to a sudden vacation in the middle of a school week. Dad of the year, am I right? Per usual, I drive to Megan's apartment to bring Alvin to school. This time I arrive a few minutes earlier, desperately hoping that Megan won't start fighting me on my idea. When I get there, Alvin is enjoying a plate of pancakes and orange juice. Megan answers the door with a wide smile, wearing a tight sundress that accentuates all of her curves. Focus, damn it! Focus! Good morning, Megan, I say, slipping past her to enter the living room. I hope you guys had a good night's sleep. We did. How about you? She asks, tilting her head slightly. I shrug. It'll be much better when we all get to Hawaii soon. Alvin's utensils clatter loudly on the plate. Megan frowns at me. What are you talking about, Maverick? You've been working yourself to the bone at the snack bar, Meg. I think you need a break. Matter of fact, I think we all need a break. After all, Alvin's birthday is coming up, and he deserves something special. So I bought us a vacation to Hawaii. I got us the plane tickets, I rented us a beach house to stay in, and I've already got some activities planned for the 3 of us. Seriously? Alvin exclaims, chair scraping loudly as he rises out of his seat. Mama, can we? Please. Maverick. Megan rests a finger on her bottom lip, clearly in thought. What about Alvin's school and the snack bar? Alvin can take a few days off and it won't be a big deal. Let's ask his teachers for the homework in advance. I'll help him with it while we're over there. And I can pay you any lost wages you're missing out on by closing the snack bar for the next couple days. Dad's right, it's not a big deal! I laugh under my breath, seeing the pure excitement radiating off of our son. The more I talk about Hawaii's beauty, the more Megan gets swayed. In the end, she agrees to the trip. Later, when I drive Alvin to school, he's bursting at the seams with excitement, telling me about his love for the ocean and all the things he plans to do in Hawaii with me. Seeing him happy is what gives my life purpose. The very next day, we pack up and head to the airport for the 8-hour plane ride to Hawaii. Alvin has never flown before, but he still smiles and laughs with me as he holds my hand before takeoff. Megan brings along her book, but I like talking to her too much to allow her to give the novel a chance. When we land, I usher them through the airport and guide them to the rideshare car that brings us to the 2-story beach house near the ocean. Megan gawks at the view, while Alvin starts exploring the house in his excitement. My God, she whispers. She rests a hand on my chest while I wrap my arm around her shoulders. Mav, why did you do this? It's what you deserve, I say. Even though that's the truth, there's no way in hell I can explain the true reasons why I brought them out here. Megan would lose it. Alvin deserves this too. He'll be remembering this birthday for a long time. Megan nudges me in the side, gazing up at me with a smile. She kicks off her sandals and gestures towards the ocean. Want to take a swim? No? I raise a brow, immediately enthralled. Like the good old times? She nods. And just like that, I'm reminded of the early days of our relationship, where I would take her wherever the parking was free so that we could spend a good time with each other. We would run barefoot along the beach, and I'd chase her and try to get her in the water. She never liked diving in head first because it would mess up her curls. "Alvin!" I yell, cupping my mouth with my hands. "Come out here! Your mom and I are going to the ocean!" "Really?" Small footsteps ring out loudly within the house, something I can hear from the porch. Then Alvin emerges from the home and kicks off his sandals too. "I'm coming! I'm coming!" The three of us sprint towards the blue ocean waves, where Alvin immediately busies himself with a sand castle adorned with seashells. Meanwhile, Megan and I enjoy the water together. She's more confident now, wading waist-deep into the water and closing her eyes as her arms sway beneath the surface. "You were never a big swimmer," I remark. "I'm still not a big swimmer to this day," she replies, glancing over her shoulder every now and then at Alvin. "But the water is so clear and blue, I couldn't really help myself." I stare out at the waves, impressed by the serenity that Hawaii has brought me. For a moment, I forget that a world of trouble awaits me the moment I step back into Texas. But for right now, with Alvin and Megan by my side, I can forget about that nonsense. I allow the waves to splash me, occasionally catching me by surprise with a strong hit. Whenever Megan laughs at me, I start splashing her with water that makes her giggle even more. "Stop it, Mav, I'm gonna fall." "I'll catch you, don't worry." My hand grazes along her arm as I meet her gaze. Megan offers a smile, but her face soon morphs into that of horror as a huge wave approaches us from behind. I grab hold of her tight and never let her go as the wave engulfs us. I feel her flailing underneath me, but I'm strong enough to keep her steady. When we emerge, she coughs and splutters and immediately makes a beeline for the shore, which I don't blame her for. She shakes off the water in her hair. "My God, I have salt in my eyes," she mumbles. "Isn't that the point of going to the beach?" I ask. "You have to accept the fact that salt and sand are going to get absolutely everywhere." "Sure, but I still have the right to complain about it afterwards." "Mom, Dad, look," Alvin interrupts, pointing at his three-towered castle with a line of seashells along the front. "Do you like it?" "I love it, buddy. You're an amazing builder." I sit down next to him, smoothing out the ridges in the sandcastle with my hand. "How about I take you out to a nice restaurant to eat? Your mom can come too, if she'd like." There's a teasing glint to my words. I sneak a glance at Megan, who looks gorgeous with her wet curls and clothes clinging to her body. She rests her hands on her hips. "Of course I'm coming along," she replies, narrowing her eyes at me. "What were you thinking?" "Hawaiian barbecue," I say, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Duh. I've never had that before," Alvin says quietly, adjusting the last of his seashells on his castle. I move the hair out of his eyes. "Don't worry, bud. You and your mom will get to do everything you want while we're here." Alvin smiles. Nothing else matters to me besides them. Absolutely nothing.
Chapter 20. Megan. I come back downstairs from telling Alvin goodnight when I see Maverick, leaning over the coffee table, pouring 2 glasses of wine. "What's the occasion?" I ask, smiling as he messes with the cushions on the couch. "Well, I figured it was a good time to sit and relax," he says with a smile that still to this day makes me weak in the knees. "We've had a long day. I'll be sure to tell Alvin you called him not worthy of late-night conversation. Maybe knock you down a few pegs on the favorite list," I joke as I nestle into the cushions, pulling a throw blanket over my legs. Maverick hands me a glass of red wine as he sits down comfortably next to me. He takes a long draw from his wine glass and leans back on the couch with a contented sigh. "This place is beautiful," he says solemnly. "Kinda makes me want to stay." As much as I miss the usual hustle and bustle of the snack shop and mine and Alvin's own little routine, I will say that being here these last few days with Maverick has been nice. It has felt like my own little taste of family, it's bittersweet that it's coming to an end. As reluctant as I may have been in the beginning, I'm glad we came. Despite his usually chipper mood, something seems to be troubling Maverick. His features are pulled tight, and he keeps absent-mindedly swirling the red liquid in his wine glass and watching, stuck in a daze. "Mav, what's going on?" I ask him. He runs his hand through his messy blonde hair. "I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to figure stuff out." "Why's that? What do you need to figure out?" He leans up and rests his head on his fist. "I've been happier than I've been in a while being here with you and Alvin. And I don't want this to end. I don't want to mess anything up, you know? It feels nice being like a little family." His confession pulls at my heartstrings. The sincerity in his voice brings tears to my eyes. Maverick lets out a deep, shaky breath, his eyes never leaving mine. "Being here with you and Alvin, it's been like a glimpse of what could be, of what I've missed." He pauses, swallowing hard as if the words are difficult to come by. "I realize now how much I've lost over the years. Time I could have spent with you both, watching our son grow, being part of your lives." "Maverick, I understand," I start to say, but I pause as he raises his hand. "Please, just let me get this out." He reaches for my hand, gripping it gently, and continues. "These past few days have changed something in me. They've reminded me of all the dreams I had when I met you. Dreams of starting a family, of building a life together. And I know I've made mistakes, big ones. But standing on the brink of losing this, losing any chance to be part of your world, it's unbearable." The soft glow from the table lamp casts shadows across his face, highlighting the earnest plea in his eyes. "Megan, I don't expect everything to change overnight, and I certainly don't expect this to be easy. But if there's any way, any possibility that I could be a part of your and Alvin's life again, not just as an occasional visitor, but as someone real and present, I want to take that chance." He squeezes my hand tighter. "I want to build a future with you, to support you both in every way I can." Maverick's voice drops to almost a whisper. "I want to be here for the report cards, the school plays, the first heartbreak, all of it. I want to experience every ordinary and extraordinary moment with you both." All kinds of different emotions come crashing over me. I feel guilty for not making more of an effort to let Maverick be involved in Alvin's life from the beginning. I feel angry that I let my parents' opinion affect something that could have changed the entire course of our lives. Yet I also feel hopeful for the future. I look into Maverick's eyes, seeing not just the man I once loved, but a new version of him, raw and open, yearning for redemption and a place in our lives. "It's been wonderful having you around. It's felt right. Alvin adores you so much, Maverick. He asks about you all the time." Maverick's face softens further at the mention of his son. "I want to make it right, Meg. For you and for him." His words hang in the air, sincere and hopeful. The room is quiet save for the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. I feel my own defenses start to crumble, the walls I've built up over years of hurt and disappointment beginning to erode under the sincerity of his plea. Taking a deep breath, I find the courage to speak what has lain heavy on my heart. "Maverick, these past few days with you have stirred so many feelings in me. Feelings I thought I had buried long ago." My voice trembles slightly as I gather my thoughts. Seeing you with Alvin, seeing the bond you two have started to build, it reminds me how much I've always cared about you. Maverick's eyes widen slightly, but he stays silent as I continue. I won't lie and say that I'm not scared. I am, I admit, feeling the weight of our shared history between us. Scared because letting you back in means risking getting hurt again. But I squeeze his hand in return, my decision firming with each word. But it also means opening up the possibility of something wonderful. something like what we dreamed of when we first met. The room suddenly feels warmer. It's as if our shared confessions have enkindled a soft glow around us. Maverick inches closer, his breath mingling with mine, stirring the air with anticipation. The proximity of him is overwhelming. His hand reaches up tentatively to brush a loose strand of hair from my face, his touch gentle yet laden with emotion. There's an earnestness in his eyes that I've never seen before, or perhaps had forgotten. The depth of his gaze pulls at me, tugging at the heartstrings that I had tightened against him. "I won't let y'all down, Meg," he whispers, the words barely more than a breath. "I can't bear the thought of losing you again. Not now when I've finally found my way back to you." At that moment, something shifts within me. A dam breaking, allowing all the pent-up rivers of my feelings to flow freely. I look at Maverick, really look at him, and see the man who has always owned a part of my heart. His vulnerability, his sincere resolve to make things right, it dismantles the last vestiges of my doubts. Without a word, Maverick leans in, his intention clear in his approaching closeness. And then his lips meet mine. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 21. Maverick. Coming back to Texas after spending such a good time in Hawaii is severely underwhelming, but it has to be done. We can't keep Alvin out of school forever. Megan keeps her hand over mine as I drive them back to their apartment. In the rearview mirror, Alvin is asleep in the back seat. Poor kid is probably jet-lagged. "Thank you for the trip," Megan whispers, trailing her thumb across my skin. "I really enjoyed it. Alvin did too." "I have to take you guys everywhere," I reply with a small grin forming on my lips. "It might make up for lost time. What do you think? Summer trips to France and Italy and all that?" "Wow, that sounds like stuff rich people do." "It is, and I want you two to enjoy yourselves as often as possible." When we arrive at their apartment, I help Megan unload their luggage and I carefully bring out a sleeping Alvin in my arms. Megan guides us back, where I'm able to bring my son through the living room and into his bedroom. He doesn't stir once. Megan waits for me near the doorway of her home. Once I'm close enough to her, I lean down and give her a passionate kiss, one that rivals all the kisses we shared back in Hawaii, and she responds earnestly, tugging at my shirt and trailing her hands down my arms. She hums softly as she pulls away. "I wish you could stay the night." "Me too, babe, but..." My mind trails back to the Matthias family and the threats currently looming over my head. Those people are never going to leave me alone, and I can't keep running forever. "I've got stuff to take care of." Nodding, she kisses my hand once before I head out of the apartment, making the lonely trip back to my own. The exhaustion from the plane ride takes a toll on me, and I'm out like a light the moment my head hits the pillow. The next thing I know, I'm waking up to a light-filled bedroom with loud, incessant knocks pounding at my door. I stumble out of bed, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, and I hardly register that the person pounding like a crazy brat at my door may be pissed at me. I'm too groggy to care at that point. Sure enough, when I swing open the door, I'm met with the smug faces of 3 mobsters in leather jackets with their dark hair slicked back nicely. Blinking a few times, I think I recognize them. "Ah," I whisper, voice still raspy from sleep. It's so good to see y'all again. Want some tea? Is this a joke, Hartson? You know why we're here? The one in the middle reaches into his pocket and pulls out a switchblade. I tense up, the grogginess leaving my body instantly. We've been sent by the Matthias family. Does that ring a bell? Sure does, but I'm confused as to why you're here. I perk a brow, staring at each one of their stone-faced expressions. I didn't do anything wrong to Luciano, and if I did, my apologies. I know losing a few poker games here and there can be a blow to the ego. Cut the slack, he says, unsheathing the knife and pointing it at my face. Don Luciano wasn't pleased with the way you ran away from him in Brazil. He only wants to speak to you, man to man. I give him a slow nod, gesturing towards the knife. Then I smile. That's why he sent people to come kill me, right? No, it doesn't have to get to that point. He shakes his head. Don Luciano wants to offer you a deal. You can join us and reap the rewards of being part of such an esteemed family. I'd rather burn in hell. Don Luciano wants you to act as his representative at an upcoming poker match. It's high stakes, but the rewards are more than worthwhile, another goon says, crossing his arms over his chest. He nudges the one with the switchblade, which makes him sheath the blade. You'll be an incredibly rich man if you win in Don Luciano's name. Or I'll just get sent 6 feet under, I mumble. What was that? I'm not doing it, I say. And that's final. Now get off my property. But... Slamming the door in their faces, I double lock it and head to my bedroom to fetch out my machete. When I return to the door, peeping through the hole, they're gone. Thank God they have a little bit of sense in those tiny brains of theirs. Luciano doesn't want to reward me for anything. He wants to use me and dispose of me. And if he wants to drag me down the hole he's dug out for himself, then I'll cut his hands off the next time I see him. All good? Yes, ma'am, I say, catching the keys to the snack bar that she tosses me. You're so damn sexy when you get stern with the customers. Mav, Megan says, shaking her head. Not in public, please. Why, are you afraid you're gonna fold? After locking the door, I close the distance between us. She wraps her arms around my neck as I lean down to kiss her. I lean her against her wall, deepening the kiss while she runs her hands through my hair. My hands trail down the curves of her body, remembering our time in Hawaii with such fondness. When I pull away, she runs her thumb along my bottom lip. Do you want to come to my apartment for dinner? I can cook up one of your favorites. My stomach grumbles at the thought of having some of Megan's food, and my heart somewhat flutters at the thought of having a normal dinner with my son and my woman at the table with me. But with the Matthias family goons in town, I can't risk them knowing where Megan lives. If they try to hurt Megan or Alvin, I'll go back to Brazil and burn that bastard's mansion down by myself if I have to. I can't tonight, babe, I whisper, cupping her face gently. I've got some urgent business to take care of. She frowns. You said that last time, too. Is work picking up for you? You could say that. Suppressing a sigh, my hands loosen their grip on her. I'm sorry, but I'll find a way to make it up to you. Don't worry about it, Mav. I understand. See you tomorrow. I can hear the sadness in her words as Megan walks to her car. Instead of punching the wall beside me, I fish out my phone and quickly dial Cynthia, who picks up on the second ring. Maverick, she says, I assume you've heard the good news. Good news? Cynthia, these people came to my apartment and threatened me to join the Matthias family. How is that good news? Well, I'm not talking about that, she replies bluntly. I'm talking about the fact that the Matthias family is in a precarious situation. They're weak, vulnerable. If anyone wanted to take them down, this would be the right time to do so. My shoulders go slack. Why's that? Luciano is desperate, and he's bleeding his funds dry. That's why he wants to use you as a pawn in that upcoming poker match. He needs the money badly because if he doesn't get it, he and his family are as good as gone. Huh? Swiping my tongue over my teeth in thought, I start heading to my car. That changes things. and it's making me form a plan in my mind. Cynthia, I've got some good ideas on what to do about the Matthias family, but let me call you tomorrow morning. We can start getting the wheels moving on this plan as soon as possible. Great. I'm excited to hear what you're thinking. Stay safe, Maverick. The phone hangs up, and I hop in my car, driving back to my apartment. I have some police connections, as well as some people in the FBI, who will be desperate to pounce on the chance of bringing down that family. When I arrive at my apartment, there's an eerie chill in the wind. I head towards my front door, only to find it bashed in. Slowly, I make my way inside to find the place ransacked. My living room, my kitchen, everything has been turned upside down. Papers and trinkets are strewn across the floor, making it difficult to walk without stepping on anything. In the bedroom, a lump forms in my throat to see my photographs of Alvin and Megan have been marked with multiple red X over their eyes. Some of the photos have been ripped apart, too. And to add insult to injury, they've destroyed every single one of them. Bastards, I whisper, gently picking up the photographs. This is a violation like no other. They're trying to mess with my family now. Instead of wallowing in the mess, I sit on the edge of my bed and pull out my phone again. Cynthia is on the other end of the call immediately. Back again so soon, Maverick? I'm starting to think that you miss me. Yeah, no time for the jokes, Cynthia. They came into my place and wrecked the place. Damn tomorrow. I want to brainstorm on how to take down these guys right now. Damn, okay. Let me get a pen and paper because we'll have some numbers to call. Do whatever you have to do, I reply, falling backwards onto the bed so that I'm staring up at the ceiling. I'm tired of these guys, Cynthia. This needs to end. I hear you. If I'm going to keep my family safe, I have to do the one thing that will hurt them most. Put some distance between myself and them. I just hope Megan can forgive me for this when everything is said and done.
Chapter 22. Megan. Honey, can you pour some orange juice into the cups? Your dad will be here soon. Okay, Mama, Alvin says, getting up from his seat and moving with an extra pep in his step. Maverick is coming over this morning for dinner, and Alvin has been waiting in anticipation. He wants to tell his dad about passing another math test at school with flying colors, and I couldn't be more proud of the kid. Having his dad around has changed him for the better. As I wipe my hands on my apron, I start grabbing the full plates of pancakes and eggs. I move them to the table with ease, making sure everything is ready for Maverick's arrival. Alvin helps me with the preparation as well. When the knocks come at the door, Alvin takes an eager seat at the table while I take off my apron and set it to the side. With a quick glance in the mirror by the front door, I make sure that I look okay. Lip gloss on, mascara on, and I'm wearing a sundress to top things off. I open the door with a wide smile, ready to accept Maverick into my home with open arms. Instead, he stands before me with a frown and a dejected stance. My heart drops in my chest. Maverick, what's wrong? I ask, reaching out for one of his hands. You look pale. Do you need some water? Do you need to sit down? As I try to tug him inside, he offers resistance. I furrow my eyebrows together as he shakes his head. I think it's best if we talk out here alone. I don't want Alvin hearing this, he says in a low voice. Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I quickly nod and hurry to close the door, separating us from Alvin, who waits patiently in the dining room. I cross my arms over my chest, scouring Maverick's expression for any clues as to what's going on. You're scaring me, Mav, I say, trying to bring some light into the situation. I laugh weakly. What's going on? Has there been a death in the family or something? Megan, I'm trying to figure out the right words to say, he replies, running his hand along his chin. This isn't easy for me at all, and I want you to know that. What are you talking about, Maverick? My voice is weak and small. I'm afraid of where this conversation is headed, but at this point, it feels inevitable what's about to happen. Everything was going so well. What happened? Did I do something? No, he says firmly. No, not at all. You and Alvin did nothing wrong. You guys don't deserve this at all. What don't we deserve? Meg, baby. Maverick takes my hands in his, staring at me with those beautiful blue eyes that I've fallen in love with all over again. I love you and Alvin so much. You two are my world, but I have to leave you two for the time being. It's for your own sake. What do you mean you have to leave? I ask, pulling away my hands as if they've landed on a stove. You said you'd never leave us. I know that, but... So you lied to me? I press, gritting my teeth together. What was your plan all along, Maverick? To get close to me and my son, just so you could abandon us yet again? Why are you always so quick to run away? Maverick stays quiet. The veins in his neck jut out slightly underneath his skin. Tears well up in my eyes, but I blink them away furiously. The words tumble out of my mouth, and I'm unable to stop them. You haven't changed a bit, I retort, wrinkling my nose at him. You've been trying to convince me that you have, but this is proof that you haven't. That's not fair, he says quietly, meeting my gaze. You can't say that about me. Like I said, I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you tell me? Why are you going away? How long will you be away? My voice cracks near the end of my sentence. And what about Alvin? He's gonna miss you. Meg, I can't explain the details about what's going on. It's risky business. I can't have you meddling in things you don't understand because I don't want you getting hurt, he explains, but he only leaves me with more questions than answers. But I need you to understand me. If you could put yourself in my shoes, you would understand how difficult this is for me. Oh, go away, I whisper, shaking my head. You're just giving me a bunch of lousy excuses that don't even make sense. Maverick's nostrils flare, but he doesn't say a thing. I should have known this was going to happen, I mumble, but I'm saying these things loud enough so that he can hear each word clearly, because I want them to hurt. I should have never let you back into my life. I should have never let you into Alvin's life to begin with. All you bring is pain, Maverick. That's the one thing you're good at. Megan, you have hurt me and humiliated me since we were kids. But guess what? I'm done with you. I stick my finger in his chest. I won't let you hurt me or my son ever again. Leave. Leave and never come back. My heart breaks in my chest with each second that passes. I don't really mean this, right? I can't think straight. The tears are muddling my vision, and I can hardly speak through the sobs. As Maverick tries to reach out for me, I pull away again and again. No, I don't want you touching me, I exclaim. Leave. Get out of here. Leave us alone. I promise that I'm going to make things right again, he says, backing away from me. I love you, Megan. I'll fix this problem. Leave and don't ever come back. The sobs rack my body as I lean onto the wall for support. Through the tears, I watch as he gets into his car, turns on the ignition, and starts driving away. A pounding headache materializes across my temples, making it even more difficult to think, difficult to breathe. Oh my God, I whisper, placing a hand over my racing heart. What am I going to tell Alvin? My son is going to be heartbroken. And Maverick did this. He snaked his way into our lives just to abandon us at the worst moment. He talked about wanting to build a future together, a life for us both, which included Alvin and even more children for us to raise and love and cherish. But now, what do I have now? A broken heart and cold pancakes that await me inside. It takes all the willpower within my body to stop crying. I'm hiccuping through the tears, but I sit on the ground and focus on my breathing. I stare at the spot where his car was parked, cursing the day I let him walk freely back into our lives. What was I thinking? I say, regret flooding my body. I was such an idiot. Eventually, I managed the strength to pull myself up to my feet again. I dust my dress off, feeling silly that I even thought to look nice for Maverick this morning. I wipe away the lip gloss, and I'm pretty sure I've wiped away all the mascara at this point too. With a deep breath, I make my way back into the apartment where Alvin is already eating his meal. Silently. "Hey, honey," I say, managing a weak smile. "I'm sorry that I took so long." "It's okay, Mama," he replies, putting down the utensils and looking at me with anticipation in his eyes. "Where's Dad?" He had to go, honey, and I don't know if he'll be back." "Oh." Alvin's face drops, and the light in his eyes isn't there anymore. "Okay, that's fine. I can just tell him about my test later." How do I tell my son that there might not be a later? How do I tell him that I just told Maverick to leave and never come back? What if that comes true? "Let's eat," I say, sitting down at my designated spot. I place a napkin over my lap and try to stomach the meal. Despite the delicious aromas and the enticing flavors, my stomach just can't work up an appetite anymore. I lost it during that conversation with Maverick. "Mama, are you okay?" Alvin asks quietly. "You look sad. And your eyes, they're red, like you've been crying." I sniffle loudly, instinctively wiping at my eyes again. "Baby, I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Eat all your food for me, okay? And maybe we'll go to the store later to get you some candy and chips." I reach a point where I can't even look at my food anymore. Grabbing my barely touched plate, as well as Maverick's abandoned meal, I bring them both to the kitchen so that I can save them as leftovers. As I sneak a glance at Alvin, I notice how he's playing around with the last scraps of eggs on his plate. And he hardly drinks the orange juice he was so excited to have. This is my fault, I decide. I find the empty leftover containers in my cupboards and place the cold pancakes and eggs into them with a heavy heart. I caused this sadness for my son. I caused that trembling bottom lip. I caused those glossy eyes. And it's all because I decided to trust Maverick Hardson again. What a fool I was.
Chapter 23. Maverick, Cynthia and I have really outdone ourselves with this one. Tonight, Houston is the epicenter of a wide collection of poker competitions, bringing in players and observers from across the globe to this one casino. Of course, Luciano Matthias isn't going to lose the opportunity to participate in an event like this. And neither will I. Cynthia has directed the FBI's attention onto the Matthias family, prompting an investigation into their extensive money laundering operations. And while Luciano keeps trying to force me to act as his pawn, I've been publicly rejecting him, making me more of a target with each passing day. I know damn well that Luciano could send an assassin for me at any moment, but that's why I have Malia with me. As I adjust my suit and tie for the grand poker event outside of the casino, Malia stands beside me in a sleek black dress. She keeps her hair long, swept over her shoulder. And I know she's armed, because she's an undercover police officer assigned to my case. But right now, we have to play the part of an enamored couple. It'll keep the attention away from Megan and Alvin for the time being. "Ready?" she asks, adjusting her jewels. One of my partners is going to try and get evidence of what the Matthias family is doing tonight. He'll go in, acting like a potential customer to their money laundering scheme. All the while, he has a camera and microphone attached to his body. And I'll piss them off further by beating them at some poker games, I say, running my finger along the poker card in my suit pocket. I'll be lucky if I end the week with my limbs not cut off. "Do you really think we're a bunch of amateurs?" Malia challenges, raising a sharp brow. "We'll knock down this whole crime family by the end of the month. I can bet on it." "Well, that's reassuring," I say, offering her my arm. "Shall we?" With a curt nod, she links her arm with mine as we enter the casino. Loud crowds encapsulate us, with some people desperate to watch the highly anticipated matches unfold. Some people have bets on who will win each poker match. Ain't that funny? I flash my signature smile as the journalists begin to crowd around us, their cameramen clicking photographs of us incessantly. The bright lights are almost blinding, but I'm used to this by now. It comes with the job. Mr. Hartson, what are your expectations for tonight's match? Are you confident about another win? One of them shouts over the din. I shrug, keeping my tone casual. Sure. It's the same thing as always, fellas. I'm here to win. It's what I do best, after all. Another reporter pipes up, shoving a microphone into my face. There have been rumors circulating about your involvement with the Matthias family. Care to comment? I wave my hand dismissively, careful to keep my expression neutral. Those rumors are completely unfounded. I would never associate myself with an organization like that. My reputation speaks for itself. The journalists press on, hungry for more details. But, Mr. Hartson, sources say you've been seen with Luciano Matthias recently. Can you elaborate on that? I feel Malia's grip tighten on my arm as she leans in close. Careful, don't give away too much. Nodding quickly, we continue pushing our way through the crowd as the journalists pester us for more and more information. Eventually, we make our way to the poker tables. Finally, the one place where I can feel at peace, away from the stressors of the world around us. Do this for Megan and Alvin. This is all for them. I take my seat at the high-stakes table. The familiar green felt beneath my fingertips. Malia stands behind me, her presence a comforting shield against any potential dangers. Knowing Luciano, he wouldn't mind sending an assassin right in the middle of this tournament. The cards are dealt. I feel the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Taking a deep breath, I focus on what I have to do. Focus on what I'm good at. I glance at my hand. A pair of kings. Not too bad for a start, but there's no reason to get too cocky this early in the match. As the game progresses, I can feel the tension building around the table. The other players eye me warily, knowing how my reputation precedes me. They murmur things under their hands, chucking possible insults my way. I keep my face impassive. I raise the stakes, pushing a substantial pile of chips into the center. A few players fold, unable to match my confidence. Others call, their eyes narrowing as they try to read me. Years of experience has taught me to show little. It's for the best. The flop comes. A king, a 7, and a jack. My pair of kings has just become 3 of a kind. I suppress a smile, keeping my expression neutral. I can hear Malia shifting behind me, her vigilance never wavering. She keeps her hand on my shoulder, gently squeezing every now and then. I wonder if she spotted anything suspicious, but I can't afford to let my concentration slip. As the game continues, I methodically cut down the competition. My chip stack grows steadily larger, while others dwindle. I'm in my element, reading tells, calculating odds, and making split-second decisions. The final hand arrives, and it's down to me and one other player. Chris Reed, a grizzled veteran with a mean poker face of his own. I faced him before, and he's a solid player, but he's still not enough to intimidate me, and the pot is substantial, easily 6 figures. I look at my cards this time around. A pair of aces. The flop reveals another ace, giving me 3 of a kind. I push all my chips in, going all in. Chris hesitates, sweat beading on his forehead. He calls, revealing a pair of queens. The turn and river cards change nothing. I've won. As the crowd erupts in cheers and the chips are pushed my way, Malia's hand taps on my shoulder. Nice game, she murmurs. But we should move. I've spotted some of Luciano's men. My partner might have gotten what he needed. With a curt nod, I reach over and shake Chris's hand. Good game. Nice seeing you again, Hartson, he grumbles, firmly shaking my hand in return. The years haven't changed you much. I don't know if I would say that. I follow Malia through the bustling casino, weaving between slot machines and craps tables. Chiming jackpots and excited shouts fade into white noise as we approach a nondescript man in a rumpled suit. Rodney, Malia's official partner in this investigation. "What'd you get?" I ask, keeping my voice low. Rodney glances around before leaning in close, his words barely above a whisper. "They're on edge. Luciano's here, but he's keeping a low profile. It seems like they know something is going down and they're trying to be careful about it. I managed to get some recordings when I talked to one of their guys, but..." He grimaces, scratching at his salt and pepper stubble. "It's vague. Might not be enough to nail them." Malia curses under her breath, cracking a few of her knuckles, probably as a stress response. "We need something stronger, Rod. Concrete evidence of their operations. We can't go back empty-handed. I won't accept that." I run my fingers over the lucky card in my pocket, an idea forming. This won't make them happy, but all my life, I've been a gambling man, and this might be the move that gets me killed. But if it takes down the Matthias crime family for good, this might be worth it. If it keeps Alvin and Megan safe from their clutches, I'm all for it. I could talk to Luciano, draw him out, get him to confess while under duress. Malia's jaw goes slack as she stares at me. Then she starts shaking her head. "Are you insane?" she hisses. "That's too risky." Rodney nods in agreement. "He could have you killed on the spot. He's tried killing you before, Maverick, you know that." "Look," I say, meeting their concerned gazes as I raise my hands. "I need to end this. For my family's sake. I'm willing to put my life on the line if it means catching Luciano." Malia's expression softens. "Maverick, I understand, but your family, what about them? They'll get caught in the crosshairs if Luciano walks out of this damn casino a free man." I shoot back. "And I've been running from that man for long enough. I want to talk to him." Rodney sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. "All right. If you're determined to do this, we'll need a plan. We can't just let you walk in unprepared." "Of course." I nod towards his suit jacket. "Give me your mic and your camera. I'll get you some evidence. The guy hates me. I bet the moment I walk in, he'll start spilling everything and anything he has planned for me. And I'll bait him into discussing something about the money laundering going on." Malia gnaws on her bottom lip, resting her hands on her hips. She exchanges a look with Rodney as I stand there, wondering what thoughts are passing through their minds. They probably think I'm a maniac with this idea, but so be it. "It might be worth it, Rod," she eventually concedes. Rodney sighs. "In that case, I'll keep our people on high alert. They're armed and ready for a confrontation. If Luciano tries anything..." He sticks his finger into my chest. "We will send people in to extract you, but that might make the rest of them scramble." "Without Luciano, they'll crumble," I remind. "Either way, we need to go for it." Chapter 24. Maverick. With a deep breath, I adjust my suit jacket and my cufflinks. Luciano is waiting for me, and I know that he'll do anything to silence me. In a way, he's like me. He knows this is a risk. He knows he can go down by doing anything reckless. And yet he's going to try to do it anyway. It goes nothing. One of Luciano's goons nods my way as he opens the hotel room door where Luciano awaits me. The moment I told them that I was accepting his terms, that I wanted to be his pawn, they basically rolled the red carpet out for me and directed me towards Luciano. The red flags and sirens in my head are going a mile a minute. But I'm in too deep to back down now. I step into the hotel room, my eyes immediately locking onto Luciano. Memories of the last time I crossed him flash into my mind, and it amuses me. I remember his fury when I beat him at poker, the anger flashing in his gaze. He's seated in a plush red armchair, looking every bit the crime lord he is. His cold gaze meets mine, and I can feel the tension in the air thicken. "Well, well," Luciano drawls, his voice dripping with disdain. "If it isn't the coward who ran away from me in Brazil, finally decided to face me like a man, Hartson." I don't flinch at his words. Instead, I meet his gaze head-on, my voice steady and firm. Cowardice had nothing to do with it, Luciano. You were planning to kill me. That was always your endgame, wasn't it? Luciano's lips curl into a sneer, but he doesn't deny it. I take a step closer, my posture relaxed, but my eyes never leave his. Let's cut the nonsense right now, I say, my tone firm. I'm here to make a deal. You leave my family alone, and I'll be your pawn. Simple as that. Of course, that's not what I intend to do. Not a chance in the world would I win anything in the name of the Matthias family. But if I play his game, if I win his trust, he'll be vulnerable. And the police will be able to swoop in, claws open, to tear this down for good. Luciano raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by my proposition. But I'm not done yet. But I want to get one thing straight, I continue, my voice taking on a harder edge. I may be offering to work for you, but I'm not bowing down. I'm not your lapdog, Luciano. I'm here because I choose to be, and I can just as easily choose to walk away. His right hand gradually clenches into a fist. You just don't get it, do you? My jaw clenches, hoping that the microphone is catching everything. The camera is recording, sending back footage in real time to Malia and the other officers already in the hotel. You never did. You, Maverick. He points his finger at me, bejeweled with a large gold ring. You never knew your place. What do you mean? I ask, feigning ignorance. I'm doing what you wanted, right? You want me on your side, Luciano. I know too much about the things you do. I don't give a damn if you know about my family's dealing. The drugs, the money laundering, it doesn't matter. You are an insolence, he yells, spit shooting out of his mouth. I've wanted you gone since the moment I saw you. And now, you've given me that chance. I swallow down the knot in my throat. Calm down, Luciano. What are you talking about? Did you really think I wanted you to work for me? He remarked slowly, rising to his feet. Do you think I'm that stupid? No, of course not. In reality, I want to let him know that he's the dumbest jerk I have ever had the misfortune of knowing. But I'm already in a precarious situation. You're solid, Luciano. You know how to get things done. I respect that. He scoffs. Marcos. The bathroom door opens. A gruff man with a baseball bat emerges. Kill him. We don't need this fool around anymore. Marcos steps forward with a menacing look on his face, his grip tightening on the baseball bat. My heart races, thumping loudly in my ears until it's the only thing I can hear clearly. As Marcos swings, I duck and lunge forward, tackling him around the waist. We crash to the ground, the bat clattering away. Luciano chuckles as he settles back into his chair, flicking his lighter on as he puffs on a cigar. Make sure he doesn't leave, Marcos, Luciano drawls, billows of smoke escaping his mouth. He will not leave this room with his life. Damn you, Luciano. I grit my teeth, my vision going red. Does this bastard really think he holds the puppet strings here? Marcos is a brute, all muscle but no brain, and I'm fighting for more than just myself. I think of Megan's smile, of Alvin's timid laughter. Our trip in Hawaii flashes through my mind, and I realize that I need to go back home to them. I need to see them again. And Luciano Matthias isn't going to stop me. Landing a solid punch to Marcos's jaw, I stun him momentarily. But the scars on his face and hands let me know he's a seasoned fighter. He shakes off the blow and then he headbutts me, stars exploding across my vision. I roll away, trying to shake off the dizziness. Marcos is already on his feet, advancing. I see him reach for something in his back pocket, brass knuckles. Of course, this piece of trash would start playing dirty. He works for Luciano Matthias, after all. His fist connects with my ribs, and I feel something crack. I groan loudly, gritting my teeth through the sharp pain. It's excruciating, but I force myself to stay focused. I can't give up. Megan and Alvin's faces flash in my mind, spurring me on. Pushing myself up to my feet, I dodge his next swing, using his momentum against him. I grab his arm and twist, hearing a satisfying pop as his shoulder dislocates. Marcos howls in pain, but he's not done yet. He catches me off guard when he charges at me, slamming me against the wall. My head cracks against the wall, and for a moment, everything goes dark. But I blink away the blackness, and I try to shake away the ringing in my ears. "Just give up already," he growls, blood seeping through the cracks between his teeth. "You're finished." Not a chance. I bring my knee up, catching Marcos in the stomach. He doubles over, giving me the opening I need. Quickly, I grab his head and bring it down hard on my rising knee. There's a sickening crunch as his nose breaks. He howls as he falls backwards, nose spraying with blood. "What the—" Luciano stands up, nearly getting toppled over as Marcos falls at his feet. "Marcos, get up! Stop him!" Stumbling out of the hotel room, I can hardly see where I'm going. My vision is blurred from the pain. Every breath is agony. The adrenaline that kept me going is fading fast, and I can feel my legs starting to give out, knees buckling just as the exit becomes more clear. I make it halfway down the corridor before my knees give up on me. I collapse against the wall, sliding down to the floor. My hand instinctively goes to my side, cradling my injured ribs. Sweat courses down my face, probably intermingling with blood. I'm tasting metal in my mouth. How am I still alive? Just as I'm about to lose consciousness, I hear shouts from the other end of the hallway. "Police! Don't move!" Relief washes over me. They made it. Malia and her team are here. I did it, and I made it out alive. I try to call out to let them know where I am, but all that comes out is a weak cough. Black spots dance in my vision as I struggle to stay awake. The sound of running footsteps grows louder. I see figures in tactical gear rushing past me, heading straight for Luciano's room. They're shouting, the sound of a door being kicked in, and then Luciano's enraged voice. "No! No! You can't do this! Do you know who I am?" "Get down! Get down!" someone yells. I can already imagine the struggle happening in that room. Luciano's got too big of an ego to go down easily. "You're under arrest, now get on the floor!" I allow myself a small smile. That bastard has been terrorizing others for too long. Now, it's all over. Suddenly, there's a gentle hand on my shoulder. Opening my eyes, I see Malia kneeling beside me, concern etched on her face. She's no longer in her elegant dress. She's dressed in police tactical gear now, and her hair is tied into a bun at the base of her neck. "Maverick, you did it. You did a good job," she says, her voice sounding far away. "But you're crazy for this, you know that? You took some heavy blows. We saw everything on the camera you've got on you. And we started coming over as soon as the dude came out of the bathroom with the bat." Malia taps on my shoulder more incessantly this time around. "Maverick, stay with me. Talk to me. We'll get you to the hospital soon, all right? Where did he get you? The ribs?" Even if I wanted to answer her, it feels out of my control at this point. Her words, her pleas for me to stay awake, are some of the last things I hear before everything fades to black.
Chapter 25. Megan. My eyes fill with tears as I scroll through the seemingly endless news articles. Dozens upon dozens are talking about the same thing, Maverick, and how he almost lost his life at a hotel near a poker tournament. Why didn't he tell me? I'm learning so much more about Maverick from these articles, about his poker career, and the details he purposefully kept hidden from me. I'm not mad about the omission. The thought of a crime family chasing him out of Brazil would freak me out. But still, it pains me to learn that he was in danger all along. And I didn't know a thing. "Mama?" I look up, quickly wiping the tears from my cheeks. "Are you okay?" Alvin asks gently. He's standing underneath the doorway of his bedroom, still in his pajamas. "Yes, honey, I'm all right," I reply, managing a quick smile. "Come sit next to me. I need to talk to you." Alvin pads over to the couch, his face scrunched with concern. He climbs up next to me, and I wrap an arm around his shoulders, pulling him close. Baby, I need to tell you something important. I begin, my voice soft. Your father? He's in the hospital. Alvin's eyes widen. Is he okay? What happened? I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. He got into some trouble, honey. Some bad people hurt him, but the doctors are taking good care of him now. What bad people? Alvin's voice trembles. Are they going to come back and hurt us too? My heart clenches to see the fear flashing through his eyes. No, baby. These were grown-ups who made bad choices. But your dad is strong, and he'll get better soon. Alvin's lower lip quivers, his grip on my hand tightening. Can we go see him? Please, Mama. I want to make sure he's okay. I let out a small sigh. Based on what the articles are saying, Maverick might not be in the best shape right now, and I don't want to traumatize my son by letting him see his father in such a state. I don't know if that's a good idea right now, Alvin, I say gently, brushing the hair out of his eyes. The hospital might not let kids visit. But he's my dad, Alvin protests, his eyes filling with tears. At that moment, I can see the similarities between him and Maverick. And they're not just physical. They share that same persistence, that unwillingness to back down no matter what. What if he needs me? What if he's scared and alone? I stiffen to hear those words come out of my boy's mouth. After everything that has happened between us, it wouldn't be right to keep Alvin away from Maverick. They love each other, and Alvin misses his father. Every morning up until now, he would ask me if Maverick would be dropping by to see him. It broke my heart every damn time to have to say no. Please, Mama, Alvin begs. I promise I'll be good. I just want to see Dad. I look into his pleading eyes, so much like Maverick's, and feel my resolve crumbling. Hell, I can't even resist the draw to stay away from Maverick for too long. To know that he's in a cold, sterile hospital room alone is enough to make me want to grab my purse and car keys. Okay, baby, I say softly, tapping him on the hands. We'll go to the hospital, but you have to promise to be very brave and do exactly what I tell you, all right? Alvin nods vigorously, a brief smile appearing on his lips. I promise, Mama. Thank you. As he rushes off to get dressed, I sit there, my emotions a tangled mess. I run a hand through my hair, wondering how things got to this point. Everything was going so well between Maverick and I. Then he disappears because some crime family wanted to kill him. And now, he's injured in a hospital, fighting for his life. He never knows when to stay out of trouble. When Alvin emerges from his bedroom, we head out the door to my truck. The drive to the hospital is silent, aside from the whirring cars and loud honks we pass by. Parking in the hospital lot is easy, thankfully. Taking my hand, Alvin basically leads the way towards the hospital front entrance, where we stop by the first help desk we see. A young girl in uniform types rapidly at her keyboard, glancing up with a smile once she notices us. Hi, we're here to see Maverick Hardson. We're his family, I say, resting my hands on Alvin's shoulders. The girl nods her head and focuses on her computer screen. Before long, the smile on her face disappears. Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am, but it looks like the nurses aren't allowing any visitors for Mr. Hardson. They say he needs to rest and recover from his injuries. My heart drops in my chest. There has to be some exceptions for family, right? Slowly, she shakes her head. Alvin turns around to look at me expectantly, but I feel my throat going dry. Before I know it, a gentle tap comes at my shoulder. A woman with long hair draped over her shoulder offers me a small smile as she holds a large vase of flowers. Excuse me, but we're with Maverick Hardson, and we have to pass through. With her free hand, she flashes a police badge. Lieutenant orders. Yes, of course, ma'am, the girl replies quickly. She gestures towards the elevators. Room 408, 4th floor. The woman leads Alvin and I towards the elevators, and I'm struck by her silent elegance and grace. She sighs gently as she hits the elevator button to go up. "So sorry about the hospital staff," she says. "My name's Malia. I was the undercover police officer assigned to Maverick's case, and I saw firsthand how he put his life at risk to eliminate the Matthias crime family. I'm guessing you're Megan and Alvin?" "Yes, but how did you—" I pause, realizing Maverick must have talked about us. That makes my heart flutter, albeit briefly. Shaking my head, I offer a jittery grin. "We still have no idea what's going on. I've only learned some details from the news articles coming out about this whole mess." Malia leads the way towards his room once the elevator doors ding open. My partner, Rodney, and I weren't too happy about letting Maverick take charge of the operation, but he was insistent. He said he wanted Luciano Matias to go down in order to keep you two safe, and that's what he did. Alvin squeezes my hand, leaning in close. "Who is she talking about, Mama?" "The bad people, honey," I whisper in return. "The ones who won't be coming back to hurt us." "But they hurt Dad." Malia knocks on Maverick's hospital door before opening it. She nods our way, beckoning us to follow her into the quiet room. The gentle beeping of the heart rate machines soon fills my ears, and I suck in a breath, seeing Maverick on the bed. There's bruises on his face, with stitches lining across the side of his head. He sleeps peacefully right now, but my heart aches to think about the suffering he went through at the hands of that crime boss. "My God," I whisper, voice quivering immediately. "Is he going to be okay?" Malia sets down her flower vase on a table near the window, overlooking the parking lot. "The doctors are confident he'll make a full recovery, but he needs all the rest he can get. He's been asleep for most of his hospital stay. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you two once he wakes up." "Thank you," I manage. Alvin's grip loosens on me as he carefully approaches the hospital bed, placing a hand on Maverick's blanketed leg. "Thank you for everything, Malia." With Alvin outside of the earshot, Malia closes the distance between her and I. She places a gentle hand on my shoulder, and I'm comforted by her touch. "He really loves you, Megan," she whispers, glancing at Maverick as she says that. "I don't know the full history between you two, but it's clear that he's completely in love with you. He carries photos of you and your son in his wallet wherever he goes. I think back on how I yelled at him before he left. God, I'm such an idiot. He was doing everything in his power to protect us, and look at how I responded. Shame courses through me at the thought of that being our last conversation, an argument where I told him to leave and never come back to us again. And I can tell that you love him too," she continues gently. I glance at her with a raised brow and she laughs. "I know that starry look in your eyes very well. It happens to the best of us." "Mama?" Alvin asks, turning to face me. His hand still rests atop Maverick's leg. "Dad's going to be okay. I know he will. He's strong, and he promised that he was never going to leave us. I believe him." I sigh deeply. Malia whispers that she'll leave us with Maverick and send food up for us to enjoy. I thank her once again as she makes her way out. Alvin pulls up a chair and sits beside Maverick's bed, carefully resting his hand over his father's. Maverick has tubes and wires stuck onto his body, which clearly intimidates our son, but he's a brave boy nonetheless. He'll be okay, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. As I cross my arms over my chest, my eyes glaze over Maverick's body. He's so handsome, even while in this state. He'll come back to us soon, Alvin. Alvin taps his foot on the floor, offering a smile. I can't wait to talk to him again. I sniffle, fighting back tears. I bet he feels the same way, honey. Chapter 26. Megan. Every day we've come to visit Maverick. He's been unconscious for most of his stay, with nurses giving us updates on how he's doing. Stable, but his body still needs a lot of rest. Sitting in the hospital chair beside his bed, my eyes are fixed on Maverick's still form. My eyes trail over his features, down his gently breathing chest. The steady beep of the heart monitor has become a constant reminder of the situation we found ourselves in. Alvin is curled up on a small couch in the corner, finally asleep soundly. He's been insistent on staying by his dad's side, but he needs his rest too. Suddenly, I notice a slight movement which makes me sit up a little straighter. Maverick's eyelids flutter, and my heart leaps into my throat. I lean forward, hardly daring to breathe. "Maverick?" I whisper, gently taking his hand in mine. His eyes open slowly, unfocused at first. Then they lock onto mine, and I see recognition dawning. "Megan?" His voice is hoarse, barely audible. I nod, tears welling up in my eyes. "Yes, it's me. My God, I'm so glad you're okay." Confusion flickers across his face. His jaw clenches briefly as his eyebrows furrow together. "How long?" "You've been unconscious for a while," I explain softly. "Alvin and I have been here every day, waiting for you to wake up." His eyes widen slightly at the mention of our son. "Alvin? He's here?" I gesture towards the sleeping boy, covered by one of the blue hospital blankets the nurses have provided to us. "He's right over there. He refused to leave your side, and I haven't had the heart to tell him no." Maverick tries to sit up, wincing in pain. I gently push him back down. "Easy," I murmur. "Where do you think you're going, Mav? You're still healing. The doctors say you need a lot of rest." He relaxes back into the pillows, his eyes never leaving mine. "Megan," he says, reaching out for my hand. "You've been here every day? Seriously?" I nod, swallowing hard. "We were so worried, Maverick. When I heard what happened..." Shaking my head, the memories of seeing the news articles flood my timeline hit me head on. The goosebumps start forming on my arms again, remembering how my stomach dropped when I realized the man the articles were talking about was Maverick. "I'm sorry," he says, catching my gaze. "I'm so sorry, Meg. I thought I was doing the right thing by putting some distance between you and I. I didn't want those bastards messing with you and Alvin, so I did what I had to do." My thumb grazes his skin, tracing patterns into his hand. I should be the one apologizing. For what? "I yelled at you when I thought you were leaving us again. I didn't know that you were doing it for a good reason, but that still doesn't excuse my actions. I'm sorry." "Oh, Meg," he says, shaking his head slightly. "Don't apologize for anything. You were hurt, and I get why." A shaky sigh falls from my lips. I avert my gaze, staring down at my shoes. "What if you died, and that was the last thing I said to you? That I never wanted to see you again?" "Stop dwelling on that, Megan. It's no use." Maverick adjusts his position on the bed. I wince slightly, hearing him groan with the movement. "I'm just glad you're both here, and that you're safe." "Why didn't you tell me about what you were going through?" I whisper. "I would have helped you in some way. I don't know how, but we could have figured something out." Maverick sighs. "That was too risky, Meg. I didn't want to involve you and Alvin into some mafia thing. That's not worth it. They already knew about you two, and I didn't want to push things further. I love you too much to let that happen." I blink slowly, taking in all of his features as the morning light filters into the room. He stares at me with half-lidded eyes, offering me a small smile. "I love you too." Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I allow the words, resting on my tongue, to tumble out unabated. "All these years, I tried to forget about you, Mav. I thought it would be for the best, since I never thought you'd come back into our lives. But it was hard. I gave you everything I had, so when you left, I was left with nothing." Maverick frowns, but as he opens his mouth to interject, I continue. "Everything between us happened so suddenly. When I saw you again, I tried so hard not to let my feelings for you come back, but it was inevitable, especially when I saw how you pushed to be in Alvin's life again. I glance over to our son, who is now stirring in his sleep. You didn't have to help us or be around us, but you wanted to. And that meant a lot to me. Megan, I never stopped loving you, he says. It was a mistake to leave you behind, and I had a feeling that I was going to regret that until the day I died. But I had the chance to fix our relationship, so I went for it. Of course I did. I smile. I'm glad you're persistent. He shrugs. It got me to where I am right now. In a hospital bed, I quip. Back by your side, he corrects. This is where I belong. It's always been this way. At that moment, Alvin sits up straight on the small couch. He rubs the sleep out of his eyes as he glances around the room. When he notices Maverick and I, he jumps up and rushes over to us. He wiggles his way between us, taking Maverick's hand in his own. Dad, are you okay? He asks. What happened to you? Mama said that bad people hurt you. We don't have to worry about those bad people ever again, Alvin, Maverick replies, brushing Alvin's hair out of his eyes. It's all over. We're safe now. Are you ever going to leave again? For work? Alvin asks, a hint of sadness underlying his words. But to my surprise, Maverick shakes his head. I think I'm entering early retirement. What? I blurt out. But you love poker. Sure, but I don't need to be a professional player anymore. I've devoted enough time to that already. I want to build a family with you, he says, staring at me. I'm not passing up on this opportunity to do so, and I refuse to get involved with any more mafia crime bosses from here on out. That ship has sailed. Mafia. Alvin perks a brow. I place my hand on his shoulder. We can tell you more about this when you're older, honey. I thought that stuff only existed on TV, he mumbles. Me too, bud. Maverick rasps, groaning as he adjusts his back to sit up a little straighter. Forget about all that, though. It's not relevant to us anymore. What matters is our family and how we're going to build up from here. Are you sure you want to abandon your career? I ask. That's a huge decision to make. Have you thought about it fully? I've made enough from my career to last me the rest of my life. Trust me, we'll be fine, he remarks in a self-assured way. That relieves me slightly. And you could still run your snack bar if you'd like, but you don't have to depend on it for your sole income anymore. What a relief. The thought of devoting more of my time to Alvin's upbringing instead of hustling for our bills every month takes such a weight off my shoulders. Of course, I'd still like to keep the business open for the sake of seeing my customers every day. It brings me joy to get them their warm coffees and snacks, to catch up with an easygoing conversation. But now it sounds more like a passionate side hobby than a job, and I'm liking that idea the more I think about it. Alvin grins wide. Does that mean you'll be living with us every day? That's up to your mom, Maverick says. But I'd love to. I want to teach you a lot of stuff, little man, like how to fish, how to build your own treehouse, how to fix a flat tire. Cool. Alvin turns to look at me. Please, Mama. Dad needs to rest from his injuries. He needs to live with us. I agree, honey, I whisper. I'm just amazed that you're willing to give it all up for us. I mean, won't you miss it? The vacations, the visits to other countries. That was all cool back then when I was alone. But I have you guys now, Maverick points out. We could still go on vacation. Europe, Asia, wherever else. Hell, we could go back to Hawaii if we wanted to. Yes, please, Alvin pipes up, which draws smiles out of the both of us. As Maverick and Alvin start catching up, I take it upon myself to order some hospital food. Soon enough, we have steaming plates of pancakes coming up to the door, along with water and juice cups. Plus, there's even 2 fruit plates for Maverick and Alvin to enjoy. Thank you for this, honey, Maverick says. glancing at me as he starts enjoying his pancakes. You're the best. She is, Alvin agrees immediately. By the way, it's Bring Your Dad to School Day coming up soon. Can you come with me to class? You could talk about your poker games. Maverick hisses in a breath. I don't know if I want to talk gambling to a classroom of kids, but he shrugs. I'll make something else up. Say you're a plumber. You can fix a few pipes here and there, I say. As the three of us continue talking and laughing, it dawns upon me that we're finally having that family breakfast that I wanted us to have. It's unconventional for sure, but it's still perfect in its own way.
Chapter 27. Maverick. Standing in our new living room, I'm encapsulated by the excited chatter of our friends and family. Whenever I glance at Megan, the engagement ring on her finger catches the light. It's amazing to think how far we've come together. 2 months ago, I was in the hospital, recovering from the injuries that Luciano Matthias was responsible for. Megan and Alvin have been by my side every day since then, nursing me back to health with their kindness and warmth. And now I've bought us a new home in the suburbs. Alvin is thriving in school, excelling in all of his subjects. And Megan looks radiant as ever, with her curly hair flowing down her back as the sundress she wears hugs her figure nicely. No matter where she's at or what she's wearing, Megan always manages to look gorgeous. Somewhere in the dining room, it sounds like someone is clinking their glass with a spoon. As I turn the corner, I see Adamson leading the congratulations with a wide grin. To the happy couple! Adamson raises his glass, his booming voice filling the room. Everyone echoes the sentiment, raising their glasses and clinking them with one another. At that moment, Megan finds me and links her hand with mine. Her eyes are shining bright. Adamson comes to our rescue, handing us filled champagne glasses. Once mine is in my hand, I clink it with Megan's and nod respectfully at our friends around us. Who would have thought we'd end up here? She whispers, raising the glass to her lips. I dreamed about his moment, but I never thought we'd actually make it this far. After drinking most of my champagne, I lean in, brushing my lips against her ear. I always hoped we would. In my peripheral vision, I notice Alvin darting between guests with the friends he's invited to our party, proudly showing off the best man sticker I gave him earlier. A pang of pride shoots through my chest, seeing my son so happy. For a kid his age, it's not always easy to adapt to changes. I came into his life suddenly, and he accepted me as I am. I'm grateful to him and to his mother for giving me a second chance at life, for giving me an opportunity to be a father. As Megan and I sip on our drinks, I notice another figure approaching us. Malia comes into view with a big smile, congratulating us and offering me a handshake. So Maverick, ready to trade in your poker face for a wedding ring? She asks. Considering all you went through, that might be worth it. I chuckle. More than ready. I don't want to deal with mafia crime nonsense ever again. Smart move, she replies, followed by a shrug. I think most people would hesitate to give up what you're giving up, though. The fame, the fortune, the prestige of being a poker heavyweight. It's admirable. Anyone with a brain would give it up if it meant receiving a great partner in return, I say, wrapping my arm around Megan as she leans in closer to me. I'm serious. When you find the right one for you, you'll know what I'm talking about. Here's hoping, Malia replies, crossing her fingers on both hands. I don't know if I'll ever reach that point in life, though. I'm too focused on my career. Never say never. I gesture to the full room around us. I never thought I'd be here either, but look at us now. Taking a moment to survey the room, I'm overwhelmed by the sheer joy radiating off of everyone's faces. Old friends from childhood mingle with the new friends I've made throughout my poker career, laughing boisterously and talking as if they've known each other for life. Megan's friends and her many customers are here too. A few older ladies approach us, saying how they knew Megan was in love the moment I came back into town. Those comments inflated my already big ego, I can't even lie. Megan and I make our way outside to the backyard, where my good friends from Vegas, Steve, and Johnny are grilling burgers and hot dogs with their American-themed aprons and their huge white chef hats. The smell of grilled meat wafts through the air, a mouth-watering aroma. This turned out better than I thought it would, Megan admits quietly as we take a seat at one of the plastic tables in our yard. She didn't want a big party, but I insisted. She deserves everything nice in life, including this. And Alvin is having the time of his life. I glance at Megan, taking in her beautiful profile as she gazes out at our backyard. The setting sun casts a warm glow on her dark skin. Holy cow. I might just be the luckiest man in the world to have a woman like her by my side. Still, I notice a slight crease between her brows. She only does that when she's lost in thought or stressing about something going on. "You okay, sweetheart?" I ask. She turns to me, offering a brief smile. Her eyes flutter close as she leans her chin on her hand. I'm just a little nervous, I guess, about the wedding and everything. There's so much we still have to plan for, and it costs so much money. I reach out and take her hand in mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. Hey, I hear you. It's okay to be nervous, but I promise you everything's going to be perfect. I see those little cogs in your head whirling around at a mile a minute. Just sit and relax with me. Megan sighs, playing with her engagement ring. There's just so much to do. The dress, the cake, finding a venue, and then there's the little stuff too. Like figuring out what food we want to give the guests, the alcohol vendors, the dress rehearsal, even the type of napkins we want to put on the tables. And it'll all be taken care of, I assure her. We'll find you the most beautiful dress in town. Go wild with the alterations. And the cake? I know a guy who makes the best wedding cakes you've ever tasted. 3-tiered with flowers on top if you'd like. As for the venue, I've got a few ideas that I think you'll love. I'm thinking of a church wedding since it's what you always wanted. But I'm not a stickler on where it should be. I only need it to happen. Megan narrows her eyes at me, a small smile tugging at her lips. You've really thought about all the details, huh? Of course I have. I want our day to be everything you've ever dreamed of. I lean in close to her, brushing her hair out of her face and tucking the strands behind her ear. Remember when we used to talk about this stuff when we were younger? You were more passionate about it back then. Well, yeah, I was a kid, she points out. I wasn't jaded by life just yet, but then everything between us happened, and I figured that I would never get married, and I made peace with that fact. But now that everything is happening all at once, it's still crazy to wrap my head around. You know? I nod, bringing her knuckles to my lips. I press gentle kisses into her skin as she lets out a small sigh. Sometimes I still think this is all a dream, she confesses softly. Us, together like this, planning our wedding. It doesn't feel real. I smile. I'm not a dream. I promise you. I'm here in the flesh, and I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. I love you, she whispers, eyes glossy. You're the best thing that could have happened to me besides Alvin. Yeah, I'm all right with coming second to that kid. He's great, I say, just as he comes into my field of vision. He's carrying a wooden toy airplane that someone gifted to him. He has some ideas on how our wedding should turn out, too. Really? Megan perks a brow. He wants a superhero-themed wedding cake. He and his friends think that would be the coolest thing in the world. And since I'm trying to be a cool dad now, I might just do that. Megan laughs, shaking her head. He also thinks we should have an ice cream truck at the venue, I continue. Honestly, I'm kind of digging the idea. I wouldn't mind an ice cream sandwich after marrying the love of my life. What am I going to do with you? Megan quips wistfully, staring at me with her beautiful hazel eyes. You know what? An ice cream truck does sound pretty cool. Alvin and his friends come running up to our table. Alvin smiles, placing his hands behind his back. We're wondering when you guys will cut the cake, he says with a grin. And I told my friends we'll be getting apple juice out of those fancy bottles, so they're really excited for that too. Sharing a quick glance at Megan, we silently decide that it's time to abide by our son's wishes. Alvin and his friends look like they're bursting at the seams for some cake and apple juice, So we head inside and announce that we're cutting the cake. Around us, people cheer and record the moment on their phones as we sink the knife into the cake together, revealing a beautiful chocolate and vanilla interior. I start cutting up pieces and passing it out to the guests while Megan feeds me bites of cake from her own plate as I go. More champagne bottles are popped, and the amount of photos we take with our guests are too many to count. But as the party winds to a close, I stand beside Megan and know that there's no place I'd rather be than right by her side.
Chapter 28. Megan. I stand just outside the church doors, my heart thumping loudly in my ears. This is it. The day we've meticulously planned for. 3 months of research, exploration, and decision-making has led to our wedding day. The soft fabric of my wedding dress rustles gently in the passing wind. Clutching my flower bouquet tightly, I glance down at my son who stands proudly at my side. In the days leading up to this moment, he's been thrumming with excitement, telling everyone and anyone he can that his parents are getting married. Alvin looks dapper in his little suit, with a small rose pinned to the front of his suit jacket. His eyes are wide with wonder as he gazes up at the church, gawking at the intricate details that adorn the pillars we stand beside. "Are you ready, Alvin?" I ask gently, nodding my head towards the altar. I'm careful not to move my head too quickly, considering the amount of bobby pins keeping my curly hair in check. "Yes, Mama, this is amazing," he whispers, taking my hand in his. "You look beautiful." "Oh, honey, you're the sweetest," I reply, feeling thrilled that my son is flattering me on such a special day. "Are you excited for all the treats afterwards?" Even though Maverick and I didn't get the ice cream truck for Alvin, we still decided to include a lot of treats at the venue itself for Alvin to choose from. Cupcakes, cake pops, and fruit popsicles. Anything to include our son during this special day. Alvin nods eagerly. "I'm really excited about that, yeah. But I'm excited for you and Dad, too. We're gonna be a real family now, right? Like, officially?" His words send a pang through my heart. This is all he's ever wanted. For Maverick and I to be together, and now, we're finally achieving that. I still remember the days he would come home, tears in his eyes, complaining about the kids at school who would make fun of him for not having a dad in his life. God, I used to blame myself endlessly, wondering what I could do better. Back then, I felt as if I was failing as a mother, as a parent. We never have to go through those awful times again. "Alvin, baby," I whisper, leaning down slightly so that I'm at eye level with him. "We've always been a real family, but you're right. This is a special moment for us. I want you to know that I love you and your dad very much. We're going to build such a wonderful life together, all 3 of us." Alvin's hand tightens around me. "I love you too, Mama. And Dad. I'm really happy." I pull back and stand up straight again, blinking away the tears that threaten to fall. "Me too, baby." Taking a deep breath, my heart starts racing in my chest as the organ music intensifies inside, signaling our entrance. As we begin our walk down the aisle, I manage a smile as my eyes glaze over all the smiling faces that stare our way. Glimpses of familiar people flash by, Maverick's poker friends, his former personal assistant Cynthia, and her girlfriend Malia, and even some of my regulars from the snack bar. It brings such a warmth to my chest to see everyone here, celebrating this day with Maverick and I. Their support means the world to me. Every now and then, I feel Alvin's little hand gently squeeze mine as we make our way to the end of the aisle. Maverick stands at the altar, with his blonde hair styled neatly and his blue eyes shining bright. He's wearing a luxurious tuxedo that I don't even want to guess the price of, with a gold watch on his wrist to match. Per usual, he's gorgeous. He still steals the breath out of my chest, the same way he did when I first laid eyes on him years ago. As Alvin and I reach the altar, something catches my eye that makes me smile even wider. The guests are holding what look like poker-styled wedding programs. Leave it to Maverick to sneak in a bit of his passion, even on our wedding day. Standing beside Maverick on the altar, he takes my hands in his. Alvin takes his place in the front row after taking my flower bouquet, giving me a small thumbs up before fashioning a slightly more serious expression. He's clearly taking his role as the de facto best man very seriously. Maverick leans in close, a whiff of his cologne reaching my nose. How am I supposed to resist this man until we find ourselves alone? You look beautiful, Megan. His words send a shiver down my spine. Thank you, I whisper, unable to suppress my smile, no matter how many times I try to press my lips into a thin line. Beside us, the priest emerges in colorful vestments. He raises his hands, calming the guests down to a silence. Then, his warm voice fills the church as he welcomes everyone. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to witness the union of Megan Zane and Maverick Hardson in holy matrimony. My eyes gaze down to our hands, locked together. Maverick squeezes them every now and then, and when I match his glances, he sends me a subtle wink each time. I can hardly focus on the priest's words. Maverick is far too captivating on the eyes. Finally, it's time to say our vows. It's a bit intimidating, having to vocalize my love and devotion to Maverick in front of a crowd, but somehow, having him by my side makes the process a lot easier. Maverick goes first, his voice steady and confident, as if these words have been on his mind for a long time now. Megan, I understand that our journey hasn't been the easiest, but it's only made our love for each other stronger. When you came back into my life, you reminded me that there's still so much beauty and hope in the world. You've given me a family, a home, and a love I never thought was possible for a man like me. From now on, I promise to stand by you, to protect you and Alvin, and to love you both with everything I have. Tears prick at my eyes. Swallowing the knot forming in my throat, I take a deep breath before beginning my own vows. Maverick, you are my first and only love. You've been the only one for me, even though there were years that separated us. But like you said, those years and the obstacles that came with them only made our love stronger. We proved that, no matter what happens, we are willing to stay by each other's side. I promise to continue being your partner, your confidant, and your biggest supporter. You and Alvin are my world, and I'm so thankful that we were able to have a second chance to love each other again. The priest smiles, gazing between us with so much warmth in his eyes. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Maverick grins, and he leans in, cupping my face gently. Our lips meet in a tender, passionate kiss, sealing our vows and our future together. There's so much familiarity and comfort in his touch. It only reaffirms my choice that I made the right decision to marry this man. As we break apart from our kiss, I'm suddenly struck by the eruption of cheers encapsulating us. Maverick's hand finds mine, and we turn to face our friends and family, waving and thanking them from where we stand. Some guests even toss white flower petals on us while we walk towards the exit of the church. The sunlight hits us head-on once we step out of the church, and I blink, momentarily dazzled by everything that just happened. I'm a married woman now. It's no longer a far-off daydream that I indulge in while working long shifts at the snack bar. Suddenly, I hear the patter of small feet behind us. Alvin makes his way beside us, his face split with a wide grin. "Mama! Dad!" he exclaims, practically bouncing with excitement. He's holding on to my flower bouquet tightly. That was amazing. I'm so happy for you guys. Maverick wraps an arm around him, pulling him close. In just that moment, it's the three of us, smiling and laughing under the blue skies and the thick white clouds above us. Absolutely nothing could destroy the beauty of this moment. We're going to make a lot of amazing memories together, buddy, Maverick says, ruffling Alvin's hair with his hand. He wears a gold ring as his wedding band, prominent and impressive on his ring finger. What happens now? Alvin asks, staring up at us with pure excitement in his innocent eyes. Are we going to the party? It's time to party all day, little man, Maverick quips. That's what happens after a wedding. There's going to be a lot of food, drinks, and games to enjoy. And your mom and I will cut another huge cake, like the one we cut at our engagement party. While Alvin bounces on his heels with excitement, Maverick pulls me close and peppers my lips with soft, small kisses. I match him with fervor, resting my hand on his chin and trailing my thumb against his smooth skin. When we pull away, he stares into my eyes with a lust I recognize well. He whispers close to my ear, I can't wait to have you tonight. I swat at his chest, sending him a look. But it doesn't take long for a smile to form on my lips. He can be brazen with his words in public sometimes, but he likes doing it to get a reaction out of me. And he'll get what he's looking for later tonight. Trust me on that.
Chapter 29. Maverick. She's a vision standing before me. She's still wrapped in ivory lace, pearls around her neck, flowers in her hair. It took a lot of groveling to convince her not to take her dress off, but I came out the victor. I may have been dealt a lucky hand many times during the game of poker, but the biggest luck I've ever struck was her agreeing to marry me. Why, Mrs. Hardson, have I told you how stunning you are? I say as I stalk towards her, loosening the tie around my neck as I do. Only about 1,000 times, Mr. Hardson, but I'll never tire of hearing it. She smiles as she helps me unbutton the collar of my shirt. Today was everything I ever dreamed of, I say to her, and I take in the smell of the floral perfume she wore today. I'm so glad you took a gamble on me. She laughs, and it's music to my ears. Enough with the poker references, Mav. She winks at me as she turns around and gives me her back to untie her corseted dress. I never want you to take this off. Think that can be arranged? I ask hopefully, while placing gentle kisses on her bare shoulders. Well, me taking it off is the only way you'll see what surprise I have underneath, she says seductively, as she starts to shimmy out of her dress that hugs her curves in all the right places. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from Vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 30. Megan. Throughout the morning, there's a lingering sense of nausea that follows me wherever I go. I haven't felt this way in over a decade. The last time this happened to me, I found out I was pregnant with Alvin. To no surprise, as I wait on the toilet and stare down at the pregnancy test in my hands, there's 2 little lines that pop up on the test immediately. It's only been 2 months since Maverick and I got married. Here we are, about to introduce another life into the world. And the best part? Today is Maverick's birthday. When I make my way to the kitchen, I find Alvin in there, beating me to the punch. He's cutting up some oranges for his dad, who's still asleep in our bedroom. I have an idea. I tell him gently, careful not to move too briskly. That triggers the nausea sometimes. We can make some banana pancakes for Dad, and then we'll bring his meal to him in bed. How does that sound? That sounds like a great idea, Mama. Alvin agrees, cutting up the last of the orange and moving the pieces into a small bowl. He helps me gather the ingredients for the pancakes: the flour, the baking powder, the sugar, the eggs. Every now and then, I have to stop and gather myself, feeling the nausea about to overwhelm me. Alvin pauses, raising a brow as he looks at me. Mama, are you okay? You've been acting pretty weird since you woke up. Swallowing down the excessive saliva in my mouth, I manage a nod. Yeah, baby, I'm fine. I'll explain everything later. Wait, so you know what's going on? He asks, sending me a glance as he pours in the cup of milk into the pancake batter. Are you sick? You could say that. You're acting really mysterious. As Alvin grows up, he gets smarter by the day, more astute. And he can be awfully blunt sometimes, which is only a testament to how greatly Maverick has influenced his behavior. I promise you, honey, that everything is going to make sense in about an hour, I reassure. God, I did not miss being pregnant at all. Alvin helps me pour the pancake batter onto the buttered stovetop, which gives me a chance to drink some water and discreetly smell an alcohol pad. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing. See? You're acting pretty weird, Alvin remarks as he flips the pancakes. I can flip the pancakes, Mama, and you can go rest. Honey, you're too kind, but I want to supervise you. You're still a kid. Yeah, but Dad has taught me how to cook in the kitchen safely, he points out in such a matter-of-fact way. And I know where the fire extinguisher is. I laugh, shaking my head. I don't want it to get to a point where you need to use a fire extinguisher. Do you get me? I guess so. Finally, Alvin plates the banana pancakes onto 3 separate plates. On Maverick's plate, he adds a few extra slices of banana, and he pours a nice amount of maple syrup onto the pancakes. My stomach lurches at the smell, so I'm fighting for my life as we guide the pancakes, orange juice, and fruit back to Maverick. Oh, I forgot the birthday candle, Alvin says, running back to the kitchen to get one. As I set the food tray on Maverick's nightstand, I take a deep breath as I sit beside his sleeping body. I tap on his chest a few times before tapping on his cheeks. His eyes flutter open slightly, just as Alvin bursts into the room with the candle. Happy birthday, Dad, he exclaims, placing the candle into his pancake stack. Mama and I made you some breakfast. Seriously? Maverick rasps, sitting up in bed. You two are the best. I nod, swallowing hard. God, the worst part of morning sickness is the lead-up until you throw up. The anticipation, the awful feeling in your body as the nausea lingers. It's torturous and cruel. But Mama is a bit sick, I think, Alvin says, placing his hand on my shoulder. She doesn't want to admit it, but I can see it on her face. Alvin, don't worry your father. You're sick, Maverick asks, perking a brow. Come lay down in bed. You shouldn't exert yourself if you're feeling bad. I guess I should tell you guys the truth in that case, I say, catching glances from both Maverick and Alvin. I'm sick, but it's not something that goes away easily. Alvin's eyes widen. Do you have the superflu or something? I don't think that's something that exists, buddy, Maverick points out, sticking a bite of pancake into his mouth. I'm jealous at how easily he can eat food. The next 8 or so months are going to make that difficult for me. But seriously, Megan, what's going on with you? Taking a deep breath, I sit up a little straighter. Have you noticed that in the last few weeks, my jeans don't fit me anymore? Yeah, but you said you were bloated, Maverick replies, still oblivious. Well, I don't think it's bloat anymore. It never was. Alvin's gaze flutters between Maverick and I. The expression on his face cracks me up. Maverick. Alvin. I took a test this morning, I say slowly. I'm pregnant. Silence. The two of them stare at me with nearly identical expressions. Maverick's utensils clatter onto his plate, and Alvin gasps quietly. Wait, Maverick says, narrowing his eyes. Is that why you cried when I forgot to get you fries yesterday? I shrug, remembering how hysterical I was. Those pregnancy hormones have begun to flip off the walls, and it's beginning to show. That makes so much sense now, he whispers, relaxing into his pillow. Alvin furrows his brows together. Being pregnant makes you cry a lot? Oh, like you wouldn't believe, I replied to my son, taking his hand in my own. When I was pregnant with you, the only things I could do was cry, sleep, and eat. That's all. How do you live? Alvin asks, bewildered. You survive, I say bluntly. It was harder back then because I was alone. But with you two around, I think I'm in safer hands. So I'm gonna have a baby brother or sister soon. It seems to me like Alvin's initial confusion soon morphs into excitement. A smile dawns upon his face. Can I name it? It? Maverick asks. That makes me laugh. Soon enough, we've all descended into laughter. Maverick reaches out for my hand, squeezing it gently. This is amazing news, Megan. Thank you. You just made this birthday even greater. Seriously? I didn't steal your limelight by announcing a pregnancy, I quip. It was going to be obvious soon enough. Alvin was picking up on the cues. Mm-hmm, he nods. Mama looked ready to barf at any moment. God, that's awful. I'm so sorry, honey, Maverick says. Is there anything I can do to help? What can I get you? Ice cream? Can I make you anything? Alvin offers. Ever since Maverick has been helping him in the kitchen, he's been itching to improve upon his skills. I saw a video online on how to make French toast. I'm not sure I'm ready to eat anything right now, but thank you, honey, I reply, kissing Alvin's hand as he rests it on my cheek. Even though my food aversions make life difficult for me, Alvin and Maverick still take it upon themselves to make me comfortable. They help me into bed and prop pillows behind my back. Alvin brings me a glass of water while Maverick talks to me, taking my attention away from the nausea. I'm really glad I'll be able to be by your side this time around, he says, referring to the pregnancy. I want to help you with whatever you need. You deserve it. I sigh. The first few months are the hardest, I think. I could barely do anything when I was like this with Alvin. I survived on granola bars, fruits, and ice cream. What the hell? Maverick whispers, laughing slightly at the end of his sentence. Sounds trashy. It was. Alvin and I will take care of you. We'll figure out the best meals for you that don't make you throw up everywhere. He then places a hand on my stomach. Curiosity soon fills his voice. And when do you get to feel them? That comes later, I reply gently. It's magical. I can't wait, Maverick says, leaning over to place a small kiss on my stomach. It's hardly a bump, but in a few months it'll be obvious. Alvin is going to be the best big brother. I can already tell. He's such a caretaker, I remark, nudging Maverick in the arm. He gets it from you. I'm a natural gentleman, so that makes sense. Alvin comes back with the rest of the banana that he didn't get to use, offering me small pieces at a time so that I can get some sustenance. I thank him profusely. Before we know it, Alvin is lying between Maverick and I in bed as we watch some morning shows, taking it easy for the rest of the day. Eventually, Alvin takes a nap between us. Maverick reaches over for my hand and places a kiss on my knuckles. Thanks for the best birthday gifts ever, he says, running his hand over Alvin's head. For Alvin, and for the little baby you've got growing inside you. I smile, full of warm contentment. We're growing our little family, as we always promised we would. The future is no longer a frightening void of uncertainty for me anymore. Instead, it's full of light, love, and promises of a better time for all of us.